is chapter number 1, tracing changes through 1,000 years. 1,000 years, what all changes are done or happen, we'll talk about that. This is the initial chapter, so the information is limited, but this is a basement for the chapters which are coming after this. The year I am talking about is from 700 to 1750, or you can say 750 to 1750. That means 1,000 years span we are talking about. What all happened from 750 to 1750. We call it as medieval yug, medieval era, medieval period. So ultimately we'll talk about, see, the dates or the era is from 700 to 1750 roundabout. So this is the span we are going to talk about, what happened in history, specifically the Indian subcontinent we are going to talk about. So in totality, as an overview, this chapter is there, just to give you a brief idea. So all starts here with two maps, one map, two map. There are two different maps made by two different people in the span of 600 years. The first map, second map have a lot of difference. What is map? First of all, map, manchitra, those who make map. The art of making map is cartography. So the people who make map are called cartographer. Those who make map are cartographer. So the first map which we are talking about, this is the small part of this big map, and this was being made by an Arabian, and his name is Muhammad al-Idrisi. He is Arab geographer, Muhammad al-Idrisi. So he made this map, initial map, and he made in 1154 common era, 1154 after the death of Jesus Christ. Okay, 1154. Now the second map. This map is made by around 1720, around 600 years after what Al-Idrisi has made, and it was being made by a French cartographer, and his name, French cartographer, because he belongs to France, so his name is Guillaume de Lisle. I don't know this pronunciation is correct or not, but Guillaume de Lisle. Now let me tell you the first map. This map, the names are written in Arabic, and most of the things are there but in different places. The Middle India and South India, the places are changed. The Middle India is now South India is Middle India. Also the Sri Lanka, which is here, he has shown, Al-Idrisi has shown it in the northern part. But he was the, you can say, the path breaker. He made the map, and after this many people made the maps. These scenarios, art of map making changed. Then de Lisle, he made the map, and the map he made, it was fantastic. It was quite similar to what map we know right now. This coastal area, if you see the coastal area, these are being, very clearly identified and being made. So this coastal area, because of this coastal area, you can say crispness or clarity, the Europeans who used to come here, or the traders or the merchants who used to come here, they were following this map. The map being made by Guillaume de Lisle. This map used and employed and appreciated by the merchants and the voyagers. As I said, the science of cartography, the art of map making, the way map was perceived and being made were different. Because it changed, advancement was there. So there was a change. That is how you see that Lisle was better. Now coming to terminology, terms and terminology, the words in different languages. If you talk about medieval Persian, that is Farsi, Madhya Yug Farsi, medieval Persian, it is all different. The words and terminologies are different from modern Persian, aaj ki Farsi. So the historians, what do they do? Because they need to know what happened earlier, what is now. So the grammar, what was the grammar at that time? What was the vocabulary? That means how many words were there in that particular language, and what were the meanings of word, pronunciation of the word, because word changed from time to time. I'll take a word, Hindustan. We'll take an example. Hindustan, Sare jahan se acha, Hindustan hamara. How do we know this Hindustan? We say India, we say Hindustan, all are same almost. Okay, but these are being asked. Okay, these are the questions we have when we talk about the questions, extra questions. So in 13th century, there was a chronicler, Vrittant Lekhak, Minhaj Siraj. There was a chronicler, and see, he was not a historian. He was a chronicler. He used to write chronicles. So the chronicler, he was a chronicler, and he used to write Vrittan, Minhaj Siraj, like the travel chronicle, blog, what we have right now. So he wrote it in Persian, Farsi. So whenever he used this word Hindustan, Minhaj Siraj, the meaning was he is talking about Punjab, Haryana, and the area region between Ganga and Yamuna. So these areas, the people who live here, and also he was telling about the Delhi Sultan, that area in political sense, which is the part of Delhi Sultans. That area he termed as Hindustan. Okay. Now this same word, Hindustan, same word, Babur used it. Babur is, we'll talk about him in quite detail. He was a very strong and very big ruler. You can remember it by Babar Azam, a very nice cricket player of Pakistan. So Babur, now he used this same word Hindustan in order to describe, in order to explain the geography, the flora and fauna, that is what kind of plants are there, what kind of animals are there, and also the culture, Sanskriti, how people live, what they eat. So this area, he wanted to explain about or describe about an area which is our Indian subcontinent in 16th century. In 16th century, Babur told us or wrote about this, about subcontinent. Please remember, subcontinent, if you take complete Asia, this is the main continent. But India, along with the neighboring countries like China, not very much China, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, all these areas are quite, because of various natural divisions, it is clearly different from the Asia part. Right? Because we have Himalaya, so we are quite different, or we have a proper boundary. So that is why we are a continent in a continent. So that is why this area was called as a subcontinent, Upamahadweep. Upamahadweep we used to call it. Okay. So Babur was talking about all the content which relates to geography, fauna and culture of the people who are living in this subcontinent. Now, two I have given example. Now one more. Same word Hindustan, same word Hind was used by a very, very, eminent, prominent and a big poet, Amir Khusro. Amir Khusro, he used the same word Hind. Okay. But what we see today, if you talk about Hindustan and India, the geographical and cultural entity, India, it is there. So India has a proper geography, proper culture, proper politics, proper area. But Hindustan has not that meaning of politics or national meaning. We are not talking about, we don't say, we go to another country, we don't say we are from Hindustan, we say from India, because they also know India. Politically, we are known as Indians, not Hindustanians. So Hindustan is more of a geographical and cultural entity, but this political and national meanings did not go with Hindustan, it goes with India. One more word, let us take one more word, foreigner. Foreigner. Now this foreigner means what? What today, if you see anyone who is having a white skin tone, or he has brown or bhura hair, white hair, you will say he is a foreigner. He is a foreigner. In India, if a person from Tamil Nadu, he goes to Gangtok or say Northeast. The Northeast people are quite similar to Thai people or Chinese. They look like them. The Tamil Nadu person looks like more of Sri Lankan, but they both are Indians. So nobody, neither the one state is foreigner to other. Okay, these two from different part of India, they don't say you are foreigner, I am, and the other ones will say you are foreigner. They are not foreigners. They are indigenous. But at that time, I am talking about that era. At that era, what will happen in the past? What does foreigner means? See, if we have one village, the other person comes to this village. So the other person for this village is a foreigner, is a Pardesi, is a Ajnabi. And same from one first village goes to the other village, he will be what? He will be a Videshi, Ajnabi, Pardesi for the other village. Okay? Because they don't share a common culture. They don't share a commonality. That is why they were foreigners. If a person living in the forest, he goes to both of this village, he will always be a foreigner. He was called as a foreigner. Okay? Let me tell you again. In Farsi, Persian, Ajnabi, Hindi we call them as Pardesi, English we call them as foreigner at that time, Purana time, the date we are talking about, 700 to 750. Okay? But if you are of same place, if you know each other, you are not foreigner, you are indigenous. Now historians and what sources we have. Now you tell me, if something happens, some incident happens or some crime happens, an investigation department will do what? They will collect the evidences. They will talk to those people. They will try to get the leads. Okay? If you say something happens in your house, you say your sister has done. Sister says you have done. Your father will do something. Means he's going to take the evidences. So same thing here. Same thing here. The historians and the archaeologists, they behave like a jasus. Okay? So investigative agency. So historians earlier, before the 700, they had these coins, inscriptions. They would do investigation using various archaeological content, inscriptions, architecture like Qutub Minar, Taj Mahal, and textual record means something which is being written, like the manuscript, like what someone has written Harshvardhan biography, and someone has written the pilgrim voyage. So because of this textual record, we understand that how this region was developing, what was the life of normal people. So in this whole chapters 700 to 750, here at this time, the paper records, the evidences which historians have now are paper records. That is the textual records. It grew, like anything. You can say in an exponential manner, the paper content was available. Because paper was available and paper became cheap. So everyone was using paper. Okay? Because if something you write on the paper, you will not be able to forget. Paper got easy. China, if you remember China, Kai Lun, he invented the paper. From here, there he went to Korea, then Japan, then Baghdad. From Baghdad, it came here, India. So, people started using this paper. They were writing the holy texts. They were writing the chronicles of big rulers or leaders. They were also writing the letters and teaching of different saints or the respected people at that time. And then petitions, teachings, judicial records. At that time, this was there. People were fighting, and there was a judge, and all those things were happening. So petition, judicial records, and also the accounts, because the money coming and going also was being written down. So the accounts and taxes were also being written down. So everything was on the record, textual record. So whatever you will write by your hand is called as manuscript, Pandulipi. Pandulipi, whatever you write or whatever has been written by hand is called as manuscript. So these manuscripts are collected normally by the wealthy people, Amir log, wealthy people, by the rulers, by monasteries, temples. So whatever people have written in the earlier times, and what we get here is the Pandulipi. Let me show you the Pandulipi. This is the Pandulipi, this is the manuscript I am talking about. So whatever you write, if you write today something, after 100 years, it will be a Pandulipi, it will be a manuscript. Okay, and they are kept safely in archives, Abhilekhagar. They are kept in archives, a place where the documents and manuscripts are stored properly. Various states, various big cities have archives, Abhilekhagar, where all the manuscripts and other things are kept in that place. Also not kept, but conserved also, conserved. Your college might be having, your school might be having a library. Similarly, because library is local level, you have books, but in the big museums or archives, there are the thing which are kept of national heritage, the state heritage, okay, archives, Abhilekhagar. Now at that time there were no printing press, so people have to write. We have a photocopier, we just put our content in the photocopy paper and same thing will come outside. But at that time, those people who are writing are called scribes, they are called as lipik, they are called as nakal navis. All these three are for the same person. They were making the exact copy of whatever is there with them or given to them. Scribes, lipik, nakal navis, they all are same. So if you get a homework from your friend, he is very intelligent, but he is not having a good handwriting. Like you can see my handwriting, it's just terrible. So what I write, I'm not able to understand. Same way, if your friend have written something and you are copying his homework, if you don't understand, you will write something, you have to write something, so you will just use your imagination. So when your friend will copy your content, so there will be certain changes. So there will be change propagation. So that means all these historians have to read all these manuscripts so that they understand what was the actual content. I'll give an example of Ziauddin Barni. He wrote his first chronicle in 1356. Then the other one after 2 years, 1358. They both are same. It's just a revised version. Okay. But only the version 2 was known by the historians. The version 1 was not. Version was 1. It remained, under some library collections, lost in library collections. I'll tell you two different handwritings. Even the Arabic people or the Urdu will not understand this. But the handwriting is saying what? This is a nakal navisi, scribes. The first one, left hand side, you see as nastalik. Right hand side is shikast. Left is nastalik, right is shikast. If you see the left hand side, this nastalik. This is cursive and easy. What does it mean? Cursive means ghasita mar, means hand, continue writing, and it's easy to understand, easy to learn, right? And what about the other one? What is the other one? Which is shikast. The shikast is quite denser and it is more difficult to read. So this is how the different manuscripts or writing technique were different. Some were easy, some were difficult to learn. Yes. Now we discussed about two handwritings. The Nastaliq, which you see on the left hand side, the Shikast on the right hand side. Nastaliq is quite easy. The right hand side, Shikast, is denser and difficult to learn and understand. So these kind of manuscript or the lipics, scribes, nakal, navis, they were copying things. So there is a variety of difference in the writing. Now new social and political groups, we are talking about 700 to 1750, this range, common era. So here various technologies, discoveries came into action, came into being. For example, Persian wheel. This is a Persian wheel. Means the water comes out through Persian wheel and this water is then sent for irrigation. So it's a kind of a very conventional but very effective way of irrigation. Along with this, we have spinning wheel in weaving. You might relate it with Mahatma Gandhi. That is how to make thread from the raw material. So this is the spinning wheel in weaving. Then in combat fighting, the use of firearm, those which have barood, that is, that can create fire. Then along with this, food and beverage, like this corn, bhutta, we have aloo, potatoes, mirchi, chilies, then tea and coffee, chai. So all these were being used. People were drinking it, using it. So when people go from one place to another, they just not only people go, their ideas go, their thought goes. So economical, political, social, cultural, there are certain changes which happen when people move from one place to another. Because there was mobility. And mobility, as I said, that the air and people, they're always moving. They're always moving. Palayan. So they were not going one and two. They are going in groups. So whenever people go, they take their ideas, their thoughts, etc. Now, in this time, there was one caste, Rajputs. Rajputs. These people became very prominent, important, respected. Rajput means, Raj means rule, Shasak. And Put means son, Putra, son. Rajput, that is ruler's son, ruler's son. So between 8th and 14th centuries, this term was given or applied or used for the warriors. If you see Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, these belong to Kshatriya, or they were saying that they claim that we are Kshatriyas, we have this caste status. Warrior means what? Means to fight for your region, to fight for your land. This is the work of Kshatriyas. So not only the rulers, but the Samants, that is chieftains, Samant, chieftains, even the commanders, soldiers, everyone who was fighting for their homeland or country or the region, they all were Kshatriyas. Kshatriyas. And these Kshatriyas were praised by various poets because they used to, kill themselves or kill others. Means they just fight. And they were so powerful at that time. So poets, they actually wrote about them. And at this time, if you remember, we have Marathas, Sikhs, Jat. In our Indian army, we have Maratha regiment, Sikh regiment, Jat regiment. Because they were so powerful, they were fighters. Along with this, Ahoms, and Kayasthas. These Kayasthas were basically scribes, means who are doing the writing work, and also the munshis, secretaries. Kayastha, like we have Shivastavs right now, Porwals, like this. So we have Kayasthas, and they were doing the work of either writing work or munshi, secretaries, or looking after the amount, billing, taxes. So these all people also became politically important. Now at this time, what happened? This is a forest. So the various parts of the forest were cleared. They were cleared in order to open the land for agriculture, to extend the agriculture. Now here, the people who lives, the people used to live here, it was their habitat. That is, this is the environment or the region where they live. They have certain social and economic lifestyle. So the resident of certain area, which is peculiar to them, peculiar to their community, is the habitat. So these people who are actually having the habitat as forest, they were forced to leave this land because actually the forest land was cleared. So these people, what do they do? They would come to some other place like the villages, and they started doing small work like farming, like becoming agriculturist, or because they were landless now. So they were working in farmers' land, big farmers' land. So they were laborers, agricultural laborers, but landless agricultural laborers. So these are, BF is for those farmers which are below that level or don't have any land. So these farmers which are having land and those which are not having land, there was a great difference of money. One became richer and richer, one became poorer and poorer. Okay. So there was a society, and these peasants, these farmers, landless farmers, they came in contact with various other communities like going to market, chieftains, priests, monasteries, temples. So they also came in contact with the other people who are living in the village or the city, right? So this is how these people who changed their habitat became landless farmers, and now they are poor and they have a lot of contacts. Okay. Now this difference actually increased. So let me tell you one area. There are different areas. So in one area, there were a jati. Jati means people who are following the same culture, religion or trade. So there were rules and regulations how to live in this community. Like you will not do this thing, you will not kill, not do any burglary or marry in the same community, marry your sisters like this. So these jatis, the rules and regulations were enforced by the elderly people, big people, those who are respected in the community. So these are the big people. This jati rules and regulations are being enforced, which are being made for all the people there. These jati this sabha is called as jati panchayat. This sabha, this committee, this meeting is called as jati panchayat of the elderly people who would enforce the rules and regulation which has to be done by everyone in the community. Jati panchayat. Okay? Jati panchayat. Like we have today Khap panchayat or Panch in the panchayat. So these all happened earlier also. Sometimes if you do wrong work, you will be, kept out of the community. Now in this time, we will be talking about all these in quite detail. Cholas, Tughlaqs, Mughals, all these we will be talking about in great detail because they had a very big empire. I'll give an example. There is a Sanskrit Prashasti, and in this Prashasti, it is in praise of. It is being clearly written that the Delhi Sultan Ghiyasuddin Balban, please remember this name, this is being asked number of times. Delhi Sultan in this Prashasti clearly written that Ghiyasuddin Balban, he had a vast empire. It starts from Bengal, which is God, from Bengal to all over Afghanistan, that is Ghazni or Ghazni. So Bengal to Afghanistan, he had a long, big empire. And this also goes up to South India. Bengal to Afghanistan, Ghazni or Ghazni. Along with this, his empire, Ghiyasuddin Balban, goes up to Dravid or South India. So this we know by the Prashastis. And we will be talking about them in quite detail. Like Cholas, Mughals, etc. And here, one more thing happened. When we talk about 700 to 1750, all things almost settled down. Because the areas, regions were quite clear, somewhat clear. And what is the bhasha, what is the language being spoken, what is the culture of that particular area people. So the characteristic, the geographical area, the talk, the culture, it was almost settled down. So there was a concrete, differences you can say. So the Cholas, Khiljis, Tughlaqs, Mughals, they made big empire. Pan-regional, pan means all over India. They made a big empire. But the problem was they were not stable. Their empire, they made it, but what was not successful to keep them intact. So when this disintegrated, it disintegrated into different diverse small regions, right? Different small regions. So these small region, emergence of regional states. For example, in India, we have 28 states. If you compare it with the empire of, say, Mughals, it may have certain parts which disintegrated, and these were the advent of regional states. Now, religion is very important. At this time, various religion or changes in the religion happened. Major development of religion in terms of tradition happened. Because in Hinduism, in Sanatan Dharma, what happened? There was previously only few deities, few gods and goddesses. Deities is a combined or collective word for all the god and goddesses, because Hindus have in crores Bhagwan and Mata. So deities is a common word, combined word. So the way they were worshipped changed. The temples, new deities, new Bhagwan were being worshipped. And Brahmans, the priests, the people who belong to the higher caste, they were the dominant groups. They were the stronger group. They were the most respected group. Why? Because they knew Sanskrit. They knew Sanskrit. That is why Brahmins were respected in this society at this era. And big rulers also, they would, because it involves religion. And when religion involves, everyone gets emotional. So the rulers also, they were taking care of or protecting the Brahmins. So one more thing came, bhakti. Like if you take me, now I want to praise Lord Shiva. I don't need any Brahman or Purohit or Panditji between me. So what happened is this time that I can directly I can have a pratima of Lord Shiva and I can do the worship, and with clear heart, I know that he is going to help me, he is going to comfort me, right? Now in this time, there was a new religion. Huzur Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, Huzur Muhammad Sahib, he introduced a new religion, and that religion is Islam. That religion is Islam, and it spread by merchants and migrants. We have 1.7 billion people who are Muslims all over the world. So after Christianity is 2.3 billion. So after Christianity, Muslim or Islam is the second largest dharma or religion. So why this became so popular? The religious kitab or book of Islam is Quran. Just like Christians have Bible, just like Hindus have Bhagavad Gita and Quran, same way Quran is for Muslims. Why people went to this religion? Because in this religion everyone is equal. There are 5 pillars. You have to be equal to one another. You have to love everyone. No burglary, no drink, no pork, no alcohol. And there are 5 pillars. 5 pillars. One is to help poor. This is one pillar. Second, poor is to do prayers 5 times a day. Then you have to go to the Hajj. This is the third pillar. So there are certain pillars. In Ramzan, you have to be fasting. So all these have no problem with anyone, no fight, no problem, quarrel. So it was so clean and best religion at that time. People actually started wanting to be a Muslim. So at that time, when Muhammad Sahab, Huzur, when he died, he was the messenger of the God. When he died, his brother-in-law, Hazrat Ali. Now Shia faction says that Hazrat Ali is our leader. But Sunni people said, that faction of Islam or Muslim said, that whoever is layak, whoever has the capability, he can be a leader. It's not that only the person who is the relative of Hazrat Muhammad is going to be a leader. So these 5 pillars, as I said, they both worship Allah. They both have Islam, Holy Book, the Quran, and they have five pillars, Shia Sunni. If you come to India, we have more factions. This happens everywhere, Hanafi and Shafi, all these different factions, different thoughts have developed. And that is the problem with every religion. Even Christians have Catholic, Protestant. So we are talking about the era. Whenever we talk about an era or a book, just see a book. We divide it into chapters, because you cannot read a book like a novel. You have to have a different chapters. Similarly, if you want to learn history, we ought to have different parts, different eras. So Britishers came and they said, okay, we will divide this era into 3 parts: Hindu part, Muslim part, and British part. So very few division people actually wanted this, or they went with this kind of division, because actually the diversity of this subcontinent is not carried away, because these are quite interlinked. We don't have any clear distinction. So actual diversity of our subcontinent was ignored in this kind of division: Hindu, Muslim, and British. So few historians believe this. Few historians, right? Because things change. If you take broad classification, things should be static for some time. It should not change. It has to be, these factions or these categories should be having a clear picture. So we are talking about 700 to 1750. Now we call this as a medieval age, Madhyakalin Yuga, medieval age, right? And here we have the different changes like spread of peasant societies, imperial state formation. We have Hinduism, Islam, this as a major religion, arrival of European trading companies. So medieval and modern have difference. Medieval means Madhyakal. Modern means at this time new discoveries, technical invention have taken place, modernization taken place. Medieval is not modern. Okay, they look same, but it's quite different. So there has to be a concrete difference between them. Modern means modernity. So one thing I just mentioned you, European trading companies. Why? Because at that time India was rich. Sone ki chidiya, we were Sone ki chidiya. So this attracted various foreigners like the European trading companies to come and trade here. Come and take those stuff which are popular here, like the black pepper, like the kapas, cotton, like the spices. So those many things which are to be offered. Okay. So this is all about this chapter. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself. This is chapter number 2, New Kings and Kingdoms. So we will talk about some kings and kingdoms. There were various new dynasties. We are talking about which range 1000 years from 700 to 1750 we are talking about. And then this time, especially after 17th century, 7th century, that is, whenever I talk about 17th century or 7th century, so we are talking about the 1600, from 1600. So if I start from 7 to 12, that is from 700 years, 700 Iswi, then from 7th to 12th, so 7th will start from 600, 12th will start from 1100, right? So let us take the whole range from 600 to 1200. So this area which I am going to tell you, this whole subcontinent, there were some prominent dynasties. What are these dynasties? I am going to tell or take these names again and again. Just keep these in mind. First is this region, which is an upper region, that is we right now call as North region, North India. So we have Gurjar Pratihars and Chahamanas. It's on western part. You can say western part, not western part. Chahamanas. Then we have Gurjar Pratihars. Then we have on the Bengal side, that is eastern side, we have Pals. So Palas, basically they are Pal. A is always added in English. Then we have the Deccan area. This Deccan area, Rashtrakutas. Deccan area, the prominent ones were Rashtrakuta. These are the boundaries. Why it is fluctuating? Because it is not fixed. Sometimes somebody will win, someone loses their land. So this is how the boundary changes. These 4 names again remember. So the thing starts like this. How does these dynasties emerge? So I am talking about 7th century. I am talking about, as I earlier told you, 1600, 1700. So at this time, there were big landlords, or you can say the Samans or warrior chiefs. Those who are having a lot of money, lot of land. So the main key person of that area or region who become very prominent. So what would happen at that time? That the kings will acknowledge their subordinates, like these big people, as Samantas, Samant. So king is there. Now he will give some land to the Samants. Give the land to Samants. And whenever there will be war, they will ask Samanta to send them the soldiers, armaments, etc. So Samanta is a kind of helping the kings whenever there is a situation of war. In return, they get a land and they will, get the revenue from the land. Now these Samantas, they were assumed that they will come to king and they will do the salams. That is, they will bring the gift and they will treat the king as their lords. But the thing is that these Samantas, because they already had the land, they were powerful, and they also had the military power, because they were actually providing this military power to the king. So, because the king cannot have that much of a king, it's beyond comprehension. So the power and wealth. Now these Samantas, sometimes they declare themselves, whenever they get the power and wealth, they start calling them as Mahasamanta, Mahamandaleshwar, Mahasamanta, Mahamandaleshwar. This Mahamandaleshwar means the great lord, the great chief, the great power, the great wealthier person of a circle or a region of a particular area, right? So the biggest person of that region, of any certain region, was Mahamandaleshwara. Now they become so powerful, they will overrule the king. They'll say, okay, when we are so powerful, why do we need a king? We are so powerful, right? Now let me just show you, because most of the questions are coming from here only. First of all, kings will have certain landlords, quoting them as Samantas. These Samantas were becoming more powerful because of military power they have. They started calling them Mahasamanta and Mahamandaleshwar. That is the great lord of circle, that is the biggest power of that region. They have money, they have power, they have wealth. They start in their own independence. So there are certain examples. I gave an example. I told you this name, Rashtrakoot. In this Deccan area, there were Rashtrakuts. Now these were just these subordinate under the Chalukyas of Karnataka. Under Chalukya, the Rashtrakutas were just their subordinate. They were helping the Chalukyas. But when mid 8th century came, that is around mid 8th, that is 1050. So the Danti Durga, see here, he is Danti Durga. This Danti Durga, he was a Rashtrakuta chief. He was not a king, but he was the chief of that Samu, that group Rashtrakoot. And he was Danti Durga. Now what he did, because he was under Chalukya, he just, they overthrew these Chalukyas. Means he became so powerful. He stopped believing in these Chalukya as their leader or lords. He overthrew Chalukyas. And then he performed a ritual which was called as Hiranyagarbha. Now this is Hiranyagarbha. Hiranyagarbha means the womb. We have all come from the womb of our mother. That womb, when it is golden, means it is assumed to be golden, that kind of ritual is called as Hiranyagarbha. So there was a proper ritual, dharmic anushthan, and Danti Durga performed this ritual called as Hiranyagarbha. And after this, when this ritual is performed, because Brahmanas are involved, Brahmans, priests, Purohits, it is a rebirth kind of thing. That is, they are rebirth as a Kshatriya. Even if a person is not a Kshatriya, by Hiranyagarbha, this person is going to become a Kshatriya, though he was not. So by doing Hiranyagarbha, a person can become a Kshatriya. That's what Danti Durga has done. First, he overthrew the Chalukyas, and he became the main power of Karnataka. He was the main power of this area, okay, Chalukya, and of course the Rashtrakoot area. I'll give a few more examples who came after that. I'll give you some more names. It's Kadamba Mayura Sharman. The name is Kadamba Mayura Sharanam. I'll show you the picture here so that you remember. He is Mayura Sharman. His name is Kadamba Mayura Sharman. You just remember Mayur Sharman. And there was a Gurjara Pratihar king Harishchandra. Gurjara Pratihar king Harishchandra. This is the picture of this Harishchandra. He is Harishchandra. So now these two became so powerful. Actually, they were Brahmins, but they were powerful. They come from a very good family, enterprising family, influential family, and they had military skills also. So these two, they were Brahmins, but still because of the power, the arms they have, they actually established big kingdoms. And who did? Mayur Sharman in Karnataka. Let me tell you again. And this Pratihar Harishchandra in Rajasthan. So first name was Danti Durga. He was under Chalukya. And he did after overthrowing the Chalukya, he did Hiranyagarbha to become a Kshatriya. Again, the Mayur Sharman. Then the Harishchandra. So second name was the Kadamba Mayur Sharman. He also did the same thing. He became, though he was this Kadamba Mayur Sharman and this Harishchandra, they both were Brahmins, but they became Kshatriya. Okay. And then, as I said, one, that is Mayur Sharman, took over Karnataka and he had a very big kingdom there. And the other one, Harishchandra, he took over Rajasthan. RJ, Rajasthan. I hope you got the idea how these dynasties came into being. Now, how was the administration of these kingdoms? There were big kings, and they would give some big names. Take big names like Maharajadhiraj, like great king, kings of kings, overlord of kings, Maharajadhiraj. Tribhuvan Chakravartin, that is the land, the air, the water, all these three worlds. We are the leader, we are the lord of these three worlds. So, Tribhuvan Chakravartin, three, tri means three. So, we had, let me tell you again, big names, Maharajadhiraj, great king, that is kings of kings, Tribhuvan Chakravartin, that is all the three worlds which we have, we are the leader. This is how the kings started taking their names. But still, they would share the power, even if they are Maharajadhiraj or they are Tribhuvan or Chakravartin, whatever name they would have taken. But the thing is, because in order to administer Prashasan, the state, they were still sharing the power with Samantas, chieftains, and peasants, traders, and Brahmanas. So they would share the power even after taking all these big loaded names. Now, from where the resources are coming? Because every state needs money, every state needs resources. So they would take from peasants, that is Kisan, then cattle keepers, Pashupalak, and then the artisans, Shilpkar. All these were either persuaded or they were forced, compelled to give a part of whatever they produced. So resources were coming from tax, rent, actually Lagan. So this rent was Lagan, especially from the people who also owned the land. So revenue was also taken from the traders, those who were doing trading, selling and buying stuff, traders and merchants. The money or rent was also taken from them. I'll give you an example. You will understand this. This is 400 terms. We have got 400 terms. Chola dynasty. This is the dynasty. Now, I'm talking about Tamil Nadu. Now, here we have got many inscriptions. In these inscriptions, there are more than 400 terms, and they all are for taxes. Can you imagine? 400 terms for taxes. And the most important tax was Veti. Most important tax. Veti was simple labor without money. You come, you work for us, no money will be given to you. Labor, free labor, begar. No money for your work, Veti. And then there was Kadamai. This was the revenue for the land. If you own a land, you have to give the money for holding a land, having a land. Kadamai. This was the second type of tax. Now, if you have a house, you want to thatch, means chhajja lagana, then you give money. If you are, climbing up through a ladder or a palm tree, give money. If you want your family's possession or succession of family property, give money. So there were more than 400 terms for the tax. Can you imagine? Okay. So these resources, the money which was coming, where it was used. First thing is the Raja's king, that is king establishment. Okay, king establishment. Raja ka mahal, all this lavish life. How they are going to live from the resources, from the money. Then the temples were made, the forts were made, mandir and durg. Forts are durg. So these were made. All these requires a lot of money or resources. Okay, because at that time most of the temples were made. Then fight wars. If they take on some land which has some trading route, then they'll use this money which they have got from peasants or the cattle keepers, artisans, or all different type of rents they are levied. So what happens with this money? Now, with this money, there will be a person who is going to take tax, that is LRO, land revenue officer kind of person, who is going to collect the tax or revenue. Now, these people were always coming from the influential family. All the people who are closer to Raja or king are coming from a influential family which the Raja know that this is a strong family. Those family people will be given the task of collecting the revenue, and this is hereditary. His son will be LRO, his son will be LRO. In all the Raja's closer one, like Chacha, Bhatija, nephew, brother-in-law, son-in-law, all these will get the high holding positions here. Right? So this was the scenario of the administration at that time. Now prashastis and land grants. We have always seen prashastis means praising about your lord, praising about your king. Now there will be a question which when I'll do the question answer, I'll have a question here. So prashastis means Raja is achiever, Raja is this, that. But the answer here in this chapter is as valiant, victorious warriors, Yodha. Prashastis at this period of time, they will present the king as a valiant, strong, victorious, is always never losing, and warriors. So sometimes the prashastis will have some fake news also. Not always, but prashastis will have some good. Most of the things are correct, but mostly, some content may be your fake news. Because they have to praise their God, their Lord like a God. So I'll tell you about a prashasti. This prashasti we have got in Sanskrit. This prashasti written in Sanskrit, we found it in a very, very good city, Gwalior, which is in Madhya Pradesh. Actually, it's in the border of Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. Just after that, Jhansi comes. The name of this person is Nagbhatt, Gurjar Samrat Nagbhatt Pratihar. Now, about him, the prashasti says everything. He was the most powerful, he was the valiant person, he was the great emperor, he was always winning. All these prashasti, and they also told the places he won. He defeated Vanga, Malwa, Kirata, all these. Now, what was done at that time? Brahmadeya. This question will also come when we'll do the question answers. Not the textbook questions, other questions. Brahmadeya. The king will do what? They will give the land to the Brahman. That is called Brahmadeya. Right? The land given for temple is Devdana, but land given to these Brahmans, because they were knowing Sanskrit, they are doing all the rituals, that is called as Brahmadev. And whatever is done today, when you go and buy certain land, you'll go to Kacheri, and then we will have a registry, and the tax will be submitted to the government, and then you will have all these papers that can be shown that are legal, that is factual. To make it factual that the land has been given to the Brahmanas at that time, a copper plate, this content was written in a copper plate. I'll show you here. Now this is containing Sanskrit and some Tamil language here, and here if you see, it's a royal seal. It's a royal seal. This royal seal is authentic, like the registry we have today, registration, which we do when we purchase or sell the land. So this was the authentication. Now, we saw that prashastis were always about praising. The king is God, he does everything good, he is an achiever. Always praise. But there was an unusual thing happened at this time. So I am talking about 12th century. So that is, I am talking about 1100 to 1200. So I am talking about 12th century. Okay. Now here at this time, 12th century, what happened? There was a person called Kalhan. His name was Kalhan. Now Kalhan wrote Rajat Rangini. He wrote various books, but one of them was basically based, it's not the book, it's basically poems. So this question will come. Poem, Kalhan written what? The dash poem, dash what? Rajat Rangini. So this poem was about the kings of Kashmir. At that time, the rulers of Kashmir, he wrote about them, poems. And the main, why we are talking about this, that it was not a prashasti. It was not a prashasti. It was criticism. He took the sources, all the sources. He took the information from the inscriptions, from the whatever Dastavez documents were there, from the eyewitness accounts, those who have seen that, and all the previous histories. He actually took into account all these. And then it was very, very critical. And this was unlike the prashastis. Prashastis were always praising, nothing else. Here, Kalhan actually criticized the kings of Kashmir. Bhuri alochana. Criticism, Kalhan. So that is why it is something different. So we talked about Kalhan, Mr. Kalhan, who wrote about the kings of Kashmir in Rajat Rangini. Now, this was not like prashasti. This was it was very critical. So warfare of wealth, that is warfare to get money, wealth, resources. So these are different dynasties, and there was always one dynasty wanted to control or attack the other dynasty, and same was done by the other one. So there was always wars. And the place which was very important at that time, three parties were fighting, were in war. This is the Kannauj. If you see, this is Ganga, and this is a very prominent place, centrally located, very fertile land. So these three parties, these were Gurjar Pratihar, Rashtrakuts, and Pal. Let me show you again. Gurjar Pratihars, Rashtrakud, and Pals. These three parties, these three dynasties were in war, fighting against one another to get Kannauj. This is called as Triya Daliya Sangharsh, tripartite struggle. Tribe is three, partite has come from party. Struggle, of course, is the fight, is the war. And that is the war for the place, wealth. Now, why this wealth has come? We already discussed that the kings, the big kings, how do they show that they have power? They will make big temples, large temples, huge temples. They wanted to show how much wealth they have, how much power they have. So, always remember, a thief, we always see that who has more money. Always a thief will do that. Same thing is with the other kings. That is, one dynasty, when it is fighting or trying to grab, control others' land, they also want to have money. So this is, assume that this is a temple. So whenever the other dynasty will attack, they know that this temple is having a lot of money. So either they will destroy it, get all the money, all the things which are there in the temple. So what I'm trying to suggest is that the temples were the center of power, center of money. Everything is put in the temple. So the dynasties or the attacker will target the temples because temples were extremely rich, very rich. Just assume that the thief in your locality knows. What about that thief which is outside your locality? He will also know that this house has a lot of money. So same thing happened here, that when these dynasties are fighting, the other dynasty which is outside the subcontinent or which is outside the land, which is the Afghanistan land, which was in the subcontinent only. So the Mahmud Ghaznavi, he is Sultan Mahmud, he is Mahmud Ghazni, he is Mahmud Ghaznavi. All these is the same person. So he was the ruler of Afghanistan. His name was Sultan Mahmud. So this person, he also came to know about the rich temples. So he was from Gajjan, and this Gajjan, his capital is Ghazni. So he was from 997 to 1030. Now this guy, Mahmud Ghaznavi, he was strong. He controlled various parts, spread various parts his control. And since he came to know that the temples in this region are quite rich. So every month or every year almost, because the temple were showing their wealth. So this Mahmud Ghaznavi he also did the same thing which the other dynasties were doing. So he came from Afghanistan almost every year, come here and attack. So he came almost every year to attack the temples because he was knowing that the temples are rich at this time. And this is the remain of Somnath temple in Gujarat, where he collected the money and in between the fight of war, this got destroyed. So this is how he was taking the money. Now he made, because he was getting a lot of money, he made this Ghazni. Ghazni is the capital of Mahmud Ghaznavi, his empire. This is how he made this Ghazni. Now Mahmud Ghaznavi, when he used to come here, he would just conquer everyone because he was powerful. So he wanted to know whom he is conquering. So he did one thing. He asked Al-Biruni that I wanted to know about the kings, about the emperors which I took on and conquered them. So Al-Biruni, he was a very scholar, intelligent person. He was being told by Mahmud Ghaznavi that please tell me about the conquerors, the people whom I conquered. So Al-Biruni wrote a book called Kitab al-Hind. Al-Biruni wrote a book called Kitab al-Hind. This book, and this was all about the incursions or warfare taken up by Mahmud Ghaznavi. And this is a very important source for the historians today. So this is one of the warfare war I told you. Now Chahmans, these Chahmans were also there. So this is also a kind of warfare. These Chahmans, and these are people who were called Chauhans later on. And these were controlling the area near Delhi and Ajmer. So they wanted to control and expand their region. So when they started to west, control the west and east, so they were opposed by Chalukya of Gujarat. They wanted to come to west and east, and this part, Chalukya stopped them from Gujarat, and western Uttar Pradesh, there were Garhwals. Garhwals. If you happen to come to Uttarakhand, there are main two divisions, Garhwal and Kumaon. Garhwalu and Kumaon. So Garhwalis are Dehraduni, Dehradun place, like all these areas which are near Dehradun. The Garhwalis are there, and they stopped Chauhans or Chaumans. That is why if you come to Dehradun, you will see there are so many Chauhans here. Okay. So this is the best known Chauhan ruler was Prithviraj III. Prithviraj Chauhan. Prithviraj III, he was the most powerful or most known Chauhan ruler. And he defeated whom? He defeated Muhammad Ghori. Muhammad Ghori he defeated. So he defeated Muhammad Ghori, but the very next year, this Chauhan king, he was from 1168 to 1192. And he actually defeated Muhammad Ghori, but after just 1 year, he was again, he just got defeated. So 1992, Muhammad Ghori defeated, the very next year, Muhammad Ghori defeated Chauhans or Chahmans. I guess he also died in this war, because his life is still 1192. Now coming to Cholas. Now this is a very interesting and big dynasty. We always talk about Chola, China, Pandya. This is the area which I am trying to emphasize here. Cholas. This is the boundary, and these boundaries always keep on changing. So we'll talk about Kakatiyas, Cholas. I will talk about Tanjavur, Gangai Konda Cholapuram, Gangai Konda Cholapuram. I will talk about Urayur. So Tanjavur, Urayur, Gangai Konda Cholapuram. All these are going to come in our discussion. So you need to know the place. Okay. So how did it happen? How did Chola came? Chola. So this dynasty started from the delta of Kaveri river. So Kaveri delta, this region, this is a Kaveri delta, KD, Kaveri delta region, and this was controlled by a chief, a family called as Muttarayyar. It was Muttarayyar who controlled it was not a very big king, he was not a king or he was just a Sardar. He was controlling this area in the Kaveri delta. And these Muttarayyar were under Pallava kings of Kanchipuram. These Muttarayyar were under the Pallava kings of Kanchipuram. Okay, so they were controlling it. Now coming to the first person of Chola, Vijayalaya. Vijayalaya, this name you have to remember. He is Vijayalaya, the founder of Chola Vansha, Chola dynasty. Now Vijayalaya, who belonged to the ancient chief family of Cholas, which is coming from Urayur. Please remember, Vijayalaya from Chola, earlier Chola, it was not a dynasty that time, from Urayur. So Muttarayyar related to Pallava, Vijayalaya related to Chola, the place is Urayur. Now Vijayalaya did what? He captured this delta from Muttarayyar in the middle of 9th century. Now this triangle, this delta was taken up by Vijayalaya after defeating Muttarayyar. So this was around 9th century, that is around 850 you can say, 850 Iswi. So this is the time when actually this Chola dynasty started. And then he built a town called Tanjavur. He built a town and also made a temple for a goddess called Nishumbasudini. This is the temple for Nishumbasudini, as I am writing. So he did two things, please remember. He built a town, Tanjavur, and he made a temple for the Devi, for the goddess Nishumbasudini. Vijayalaya, remember his name? He was the founder of Chola dynasty. After this, Vijayalaya, his successor, they also increased the size, they were also powerful, and the Pandya and Pallava territories, all these were taken up, and one of the most powerful Chola ruler was Rajarajavan. After Vijayalaya, it was Rajarajavan. He was Rajaraja, he was the most powerful Chola ruler, right? He became king in 985. 985, he became the king of the Chola dynasty. And he again did the same thing. He also expanded his area. Same thing he did. But one more thing, the administration, the Prashasan, he overhauled it, he reorganized it, means he made it concrete. Okay. Now after this Rajaraja one, there was son. Who was the son of Rajaraja one? The son was Rajendra one. Rajendra one. So Rajendra one we have added. He was Rajendra Chola. But we are adding one. So Rajendra also did the same thing. He was also very powerful. He continued the policies of Rajaraja, and he raided Ganga Valley. He went to Sri Lanka. He went to Southeast Asia. That means in various expeditions, they had a very strong navy. And this is how Vijayalaya started. Rajaraja made it, and then this Rajendra prospered, propagated. So at this time, we are talking about Cholas. I told you about Tanjavur was built by Vijayalaya. Various big temples were made at Tanjavur and Gangai Konda Cholapuram. Two places. Tanjavur, various very big and rich and huge, beautiful temples were made at Tanjavur and Gangai Konda Cholapuram. This is one of the temples I am trying to show you. And it was built by whom? It was built by Tanjavur was built by Vijayalaya, the city. But the temple were made by Rajaraja and Rajendra. Rajaraja and Rajendra, and they were so architecturally beautiful. They were so marvelous, sculpturally, they were so good. If you see this picture, you will appreciate the work of that era. This is the temple at Gangai Konda Cholapuram. Gangai Konda Cholapuram. So this is two things you have to remember: Tanjavur and Gangai Konda Cholapuram. Now, main thing what happened in this time, one temple. This temple is built in a very large area, and the king also and the people who are rich, they would give a big land for the mandir, for the temple. Now this became the epicenter. This place became the nuclei of everything which was happening, because this was a basti. Everyone was coming here. That is, whatever is happening here, because they are having land, they can produce. So whatever they produce, they can sell. So when they produce, they sell, they get money. This money was used or was to cater to the requirements of priests, for the garland makers, mala cooks, sweepers, musicians, dancers, anyone. So all these who were living in this region or who were the part of this mandir or temple, along with this, it was not just temple, was a place of worshipping. Even after this worshipping, there is economic, social, cultural things were also happening. Social, cultural, economic, all these things, whatever possible things are, these temples was the epicenter. The center point was this only. Along with this, bronze, Kansa Pratima. Bronze gods were one of the beautiful work which is finest in the world of Chol dynasty. God and goddesses, deities, the bronze images are being made of them. And it's so beautiful and, known everywhere. Now, whenever we talk about Chola, we talk about irrigation and the way they change irrigation and agriculture. So, Sichai we are talking about. So, they did a very wonderful job. First thing is that, because Kaveri, I'll just show you the Kaveri river again. So, this Kaveri river, wherever it is about to meet the sea, it Ulich sea hai, it will overflow its water, and when it overflows the water, it will deposit the good soil, fertile soil on the banks. And this good soil they have water also, means it is giving water also, and it is giving good soil also. So for both the reasons, it was ideal for the cultivation and the production of rice. This you see, this is the actual picture. So because of the South India you go, people will eat rice mostly. So because of this, they also made the Vati Vayakkal. So they have a crisscross channel which is to harness, to actually help and cater to the rainwater that is in the Kaveri Delta. So the Vati was the north-south direction and Vayakkal was the east-west direction. So this is Vati Vayakkal also. They had a crisscross channel. And they also did what? They cleared the forest, because for agriculture, they cleared the land so that the agriculture can have more space. Once you clear this land, you need to level it also to make it samtal. Okay, and because the Kaveri, whenever there is more rain, in order to deal with the floods, the canals were made, the embankment were made, and even if you see, the dams were made. So these are certain examples. This is the 19th century. This is a gate, right? I'll just show you this Kari Kalan. At that period, we are talking about dams today. Cholas have already made the dams, right? So this, they did everything to have a good irrigation. 1 year, two crops were grown. Two crops were grown. So there were places also where water was not there. So artificial irrigation was important. So for that, they dug certain wells, various wells, in order to get water. They also made big tanks in order to harvest the rainwater, to collect the rainwater. They used to have a proper management for labor and resource organization and distribution. Also, the water they shared properly in different regions. One more thing is about the administration, prashasan, administration of the empire. Now, there were some settlements of the peasants, kisan, farmers. So, peasants, kisan, farmers. So, these places where they were living were called as ur. And because the irrigation was good, the agriculture was good, they were quite efficient, means quite wealthy. And more than one, this ur was called as nadu. More than one ur is called as or was called as nadu. And the village council and the nadu, that is the gram parishad and the nadu, they would do the maximum work, maximum administrative work. They become nyadhish, that is justice. They would give. They also collect the taxes, revenues. So there are different kind of administrative functions that this village council along with nadu will do. Now the big people, as I told you, rich peasants of the Velalla caste. Velalla was the highest caste. Velalla. Those kisans, farmers, rich. These Velallas have control over this nadu. Now Chola kings did what? They gave whosoever were rich landowners, Amir Log, rich people, they gave big names to them. Like Muvindavelan. That is a Velan. Velan means a peasant or a farmer. So a Velan or a peasant serving three kings. Let us relate it with some Chulachara Pandya like this. So also one more name they gave, Araya. And this means was chief. Means you are respected. Big person. And most of the big offices were given to these people. Now, Brahmans, I told you earlier, Brahmans were knowing Sanskrit. They were highest on the ladder of the Varna Vyavastha, that is the caste system. So the king will give them a land, and that land being given is called as Brahmadeya. The land being given by king to the Brahmans for their services, Brahmadeya. So I told you about this Kavi region. There were settlements of these Brahmans which increased at this time. Now Brahmadeya has proper assembly that is called Sabha. That is, these Brahmadeya, who often received this land and grants, they have a proper assembly. And that assembly was called as Sabha. And there was one more, that is Nagaram. And this Nagaram was the Sabha, or not Sabha, actually an association of traders. And they were also doing various tasks. As I said, Brahmans was doing various tasks because Sabha was there. Upsamitis, subcommittees were there. Now this name, how did we know all this? That how their Sabha was there and all this election was happening. Uttar Merur, this Uttar Merur in Tamil Nadu, in which district? Chingalput district. In Tamil Nadu state right now, we have Chingalput district. In this we have Uttar Merur place. In this Uttar Merur we have a mandir in Kanchipuram, where we have got inscriptions. In these inscriptions, it's clearly written there was a Sabha. And then this Sabha the people were elected by a proper method. The method was, there was a earthenware, mitti ka ghada, earthenware pot, and they'll bring a kid and they'll say, just take out one of the pigs, ticket. And then the committees and subcommittees were formed. Committees and subcommittees. They'll do irrigation, they'll do gardens, they'll work for temple. So this is how the earthenware pot, a kid will pick who is going to be in which committee. So by this inscription, we knew all this information. Now, at the same time, China, Tang dynasty was ruling at that. Tang. Now, this in China, around 300 years, Tang dynasty was ruling from 7th to 10th century. So 7,000 to 10,000 around. The capital was Xi'an. And this was one of the largest city among all the largest cities. Means it was one of the largest cities and visited by various visitors. Now, why are we talking about Tang dynasty? Because the bureaucracy, the king, all those people who work for the king, they were just not given the job. They were taking examination. He is sitting, giving examination learning for that. This happened till 1911. Remember? All these educated people would come to serve for the king. So this is all about this topic. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself. This is chapter number 3, the Delhi Sultans. Delhi Sultans. So what we have discussed earlier is the Kaveri Delta, the south part, the Cholas region. So this region was the epicenter of various big, large, huge kingdoms. So this Kaveri Delta became very important at that time. But Delhi, which is our national capital right now, this was not an important city until 12th century. It is around 1100 to 1200. So it was not before that Delhi was an important city. Delhi first got its importance when the Tomar Rajputs, this dynasty, Tomar Rajput, they formed it as the capital. Tomar Rajput, the first capital which was made by Tomar Rajput. And they were defeated by whom? In the middle of the 12th century, they were defeated by Chahmans or Chauhans. Chauhans or Chahmans. If you remember, they are from Ajmer, Rajasthan. So this is around 12th century, middle of the 12th century I am talking about. Around 1150 you can assume it to be. Chauhans, Chahmans, they are same. And this under this Tomars and Chauhans, this particular area, Delhi, this became a commercial hub, commercial center. And not only this was the center, it was taking care, affecting the all area of the subcontinent. So Delhi was all over, means, it was actually controlling the commercial, it became the commercial hub. That is why this was, from that point, became so important. Also, the coins were minted here. The coins were called as Delhiwal. And this has a wide circulation all over. Coins, Delhiwal. And then the transformation of Delhi into the actual capital, this in the subcontinent, it was started as the basic capital when the Delhi Sultanate, in the beginning of the 13th century, it founded. So Delhi Sultanate or Sultanate founded in this time, 13th century, beginning of 13th century, then it actually became the Delhi which we know now. So they also made certain cities. Delhi which we know today has certain cities which were being created earlier. And this was, let me name them. Let me show you also. These cities were Delhi-e-Kohna, Delhi I or Delhi-e-Kohna, Jahanpanah, and Siri. Siri Fort Auditorium, if you remember. Jahanpanah, Siri, and this Delhi-e-Kohna at that time. Okay. Before we go ahead, let me take you to the chronology of the rulers of Delhi. I just told you that who started? The Rajput dynasties. Tomars, earlier 12th century, Tomars. Then came the Chahmans. So Tomars, then Anangapal, then Chauhan, then the Chahmans. The most important is Prithviraj Chauhan. If you remember, Muhammad Ghori, he defeated them the next year. He got defeated by Muhammad Ghori in 1192. Then came the beginning or earlier Turkish rulers like Qutbuddin Aibak, Shamsuddin Iltutmish, his daughter Razia Sultana, then Ghyasuddin Balban. Then came the Khilji dynasty, Khilji Rajvansh, Jalaluddin Khilji, and the most noted is Alauddin Khilji. Then came the Tughlaq dynasty. The most important is Muhammad Tughlaq, his father Ghyasuddin Tughlaq, and then his son Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Then Sayyid dynasty and Lodi dynasty. Sayyid dynasty, most important is Khidr Khan, and Lodi dynasty, it was started by Bahlul Lodi. Then we'll talk about Ibrahim, etc. This is the picture of Iltutmish tomb of Iltutmish. This is Alai Darwaza, and this is Firoz Shah Tughlaq tomb. This is the you can say they are buried here like this. So all these Delhi Sultans information from where we are getting. We know in history, historians take various resources or sources, like the inscriptions they look at. They look at coins, what is there in the coin, the architecture, the buildings, all these they take into account in order to know what was happening at that time. This is the source of information normally. But here in the Delhi Sultan and Delhi Sultanate, there was a different source of information, that was Tarikh and Tawarikh. Tarikh is basically singular, like boy and boys. Boy and boys. So boy is Tarikh is singular, and Tawarikh is the plural. Okay. So here, this Raj, this governance in the Delhi Sultans, and this was in Persian, Farsi. Farsi at that time, if you remember, these are the earlier Turkish rulers. So everything was written, the events were written. The author which would write this Tawarikh, they were secretaries. They were big administrators, that is the Delhi Sultanate administrator. Then the Prashasa, that is the governance people, the poets, the people who are in the courts, royal court, that is courtiers. Okay. So all these, they have written everything. That means documentation has been done, and thus that is how we know what is the scenario at that time, what were the events. So this account we get from this Tawarikh, events, governance, and the Rajas, emperor, how they used to, what all things they used to do. Okay, so they will also emphasize the importance of just rule, that is justified rule. Everyone was equal in the eye of these Delhi Sultans. That is why they are so well respected. Now these, how these are being made, there is a series of process. First of all, the paper has been prepared or is being prepared. The paper preparation, after that, all these people which I named, like secretaries, administrators, and the poets and the courtiers, they would write. They would write on this paper. So they will write the count. Then the third process is right now what we type and we highlight some word, we make it block or underline them. That is to emphasize certain text, to emphasize certain content. They would do certain similar thing like, plating them with gold, that particular paragraph or some content. So this is how the melting gold is means this gold is used to highlight these words or passages or certain important content. Okay, so this is the third word process in creating a Tawarikh. Then finally, when the papers are ready, jild or the building is made. Binding is done. Final binding is done. So this is the final binding. The cover of khadda, or you can say the cardboard, like this. So this is how Tawarikh was written. That is how we have all these accounts right now. All these accounts. Now, there are certain more things about the people who are writing Tawarikh. First of all, those who are writing Tawarikh, they were not from the villages. They were normally belonging to the city people. Tawarikh were cities people, so that's why we don't have much account of the villages at that time. Then whenever they write, they have an intent, they have a chaha, to get rewards, to get gifts from the Badshah, from the Sultan. So getting money from how to get that reward. Third thing is they were advising the rulers about the birthright and gender distinctions. Birthright, Janmasid Adhikar, gender distinction is Ling Bhed. Birthright means whoever has born or whoever has taken birth in certain house, he has some special privilege. He has some special authority. That is, a prince will have special authority because he has taken in the birth in the royal family, like this. So this is how the special rights were being talked about. They are born in certain families. Those who are not born, they will have that kind of birthright. You can just make an analogy. Now the second thing is the gender distinction. It was clearly being said that women and men are stronger, women are not that much, men are superior to women. All these thing was there at that time. I'll give an example here. I'll give an example of, if you see, this is a beautiful woman called Razia Sultan. She was a powerful lady. I'm talking about 1236. Sultan in Iltutmish. Iltutmish, he was the father of Razia Sultan. That means Razia Sultan was the daughter of Iltutmish. And now he has a lot of kids. But this Raja Sultan was very powerful, great leader, great warrior, and everyone knew that she is the best among all the kids. So she can be a Delhi Sultan. She can be a Delhi Sultan. 1236, she was, by of course, Iltutmish, she was recognized as the offspring or the next Sultan. But the problem was, it was a patriarchal society. The courtiers, the people in the royal darbar, and even the Iltutmish was not happy. And Minhaji Siraj has also given a critical acclaim for that. That at that time, women were. It's not acceptable for men to have a woman as their ruler. So queen as a ruler, it was not so much acceptable at that time. So after just 4 years, Razia Sultan, 1240, she was removed from the Sinhasan, from the Gaddi, from the throne in 1240, right? So this happened, though she was so much in the line. So Minhaji Siraj has actually given that account. He was critical about this. He also doesn't want that a woman should become a ruler. Now, I'll tell you one more thing. I'll talk about some women here because we talked about Razia Sultan. So she, in the different inscriptions and coin, in these, she has written or she has made sure that people know that she is the daughter of Iltutmish, right? And if we go to, I'll take you to Rudrama Devi. Rudrama Devi. Now, this Rudrama Devi, she belongs to Kakatiya dynasty. Kakatiya dynasty. If you remember Chol dynasty, just above that, the boundary, upper one, we have Kakatiya dynasty. It is in Andhra Pradesh, Warangal area. So we had Rudrama Devi. Now, Rudrama Devi also did the inscription and the coin, but the thing is, she doesn't want to show her as a woman. Rather, she made herself seen as a man. She doesn't want to be seen as a woman. She portrayed that she is a man. Then the third woman which we talk about is the Queen Didda, Rani Didda. In Kashmir, there was again a ruler called Rani Didda. Didda means just a love for Devi. Devi is sister. So Rani Didda was the name given to her elder sister. And this was also one of the women ruler at that time. So we talked about 3 women: Razia Sultan, Rudrama Devi, and Rani Didda. But the thing was, it was a patriarchal society. Right now, women are given all the opportunities; they are equal. But at that time, it was not that, and it's obvious because we were at that time, 12th century. We are talking about. From garrison town to empire, what does it mean? The time I'm talking about, the garrison town, these were in Delhi Sultanate, they just had garrison town. That means a fortified small area where the soldiers were there. That is a fortified settlement of the soldiers, Sainiks. All these the soldiers were there. And they were in very small pockets, a fortified settlement. And it was in the various parts of Delhi. So they were not actually controlling Delhi. It was not controlling Delhi. So let me tell you again, garrison town. This is a fortified settlement with soldiers. This is called as the garrison town. And it was not so much in the hinterland. Hinterland means the Bhitri Seema, Bhitri Jaga. That means these are the garrison towns. Say I have 2 or 3 garrison towns. So the points which are of actual importance, that is the commercial importance, that is that prominence of that area, they were not having any control. These Delhi Sultans or anyone, they were not having that. Even if they want something, they would do the loot mark. They would plunder for supplies. So they were not getting that. They were not so well to do at that time. You can assume like that. Okay. Now, one more thing was there. If you have a garrison town here, say in the Bengal, one in the Sindh. So they are so much of distance. It was very difficult, almost impossible to control them, to take care of them, to manage them. So that was also means the sultans or the rulers were actually struggling at that time. They were all the problem. That is the weakness. People rebelled also. But after that, how things changed? Ghiyasuddin Balban. Then came Alauddin Khilji. He is Alauddin Khilji. And the third one is Muhammad bin Tughlaq. The third one. We'll talk about Alauddin Khilji and Muhammad Tughlaq a lot. They created that Sultanate which we know right now. So they actually expanded it. They did everything which is good for their expansion. So in these three, specifically the later two ones, they created history by expanding. Now I'll just show you here this Ganga and Yamuna. What they did? This is the place where this Ganga and Yamuna is meeting. That is Doab. Doab. Do means two, or Ab means rivers. Rivers. So when we two, like Punjab, 5 rivers. So we have this area, very, very large area they took, and they cleaned that forest land, in order to make it available for the agriculture land. And all these gatherers, hunters, pastors, all those who were living, they were expelled or just, khader diye gaye from the natural habitat, right? Hunter gatherers, all those people who used to live in this forest area, because it was being made as the agriculture area, they were just, sent, showed away, just you can go. Now these farmers, and because farming was being appreciated, it was being progressed and propagated by the sultans. So they also took care of these trade routes. They made forts, they made towns, because they were interested in agriculture, also in different trade routes. They know from where tax is coming. So they wanted to promote the trade, regional trade. Okay. So they made the fort in order to take care, and also made the town specifically for the agriculture, for trade, just in order to get the money. And that is how money came in, and that is how things became powerful. Okay. So just remember trade and agriculture. This is how this started. Now, second thing, this is the first thing they did. Second thing is they expansion, external frontier. That is Alauddin Khilji. If I show you that he started, and Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he propelled it in his reign. So this till south they went. They went to Gujarat, they went to Bengal, they went to up till Tanjavur, this last area. They went everywhere almost. So that was a huge empire they made, right? So this Sultanate, now these people, they defeated the rival armies, and they also seized the cities, and they started taking taxes from all those peasants, and whichever, from wherever they have captured, they started taking money tax, because they have defeated them, right? So this is how they were getting more taxes. So first thing, they cleared the area, got the agriculture, then the trade routes they captured, then the different area they defeated, they started taking tax, and they were doing justice. Means everywhere where they went, they were doing justice. That is why they are respected till date, right? Now I'll show you here, Muslims are there. They are offering namaz, prayer, and there is one person behind which they are offering the namaz. This person is called Imam. If this is the direction north, south, east, west. If you are there at the center, you see. Now this is Arab. Makkah, Medina is there in Saudi Arab. So from here, if you see the direction, this on the Qibla direction, where the direction of Makkah, Medina, they stand, and in that direction they offer the namaz or the prayer. Okay, and they do a kind of exercise. I'll not say that exercise. It's a prayer, but it's a kind of exercise basically. So, and they have ruku, they have sajda, and they just pray God. They pray to Allah, and that is the best thing which we know about them, because everyone can stand. Every chota bada doesn't matter. That is how this religion, we have 1.7 billion followers. After Christianity, Muslim is the second most followed religion of country. So let me tell you, let's remember these names: Iltutmish, Qutbuddin Aibak. Just remember it by the name of Qutub Minar, because he was related to Qutub Minar. So Qutub Minar, Iltutmish, then I'll talk about Qutub Minar, then Muhammad bin Tughlaq, and one more name is Firoz Shah Tughlaq. This is the man, Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Okay. So let me take you to these pictures and let me explain you so that you get a clear idea. This masjid which you are seeing is Quwwat al-Islam Masjid. Quwwat al-Islam. There are different minaret which were made by different sultans. And in Delhi, a Kohana, it's been clearly first city built by the Delhi Sultan, and this is in Delhi, a Kohana, the old city, Delhi, a Kohana. And these minare were built by 3 sultans. Qutbuddin Aibak, I told you the picture. Iltutmish and Firoz Shah Tughlaq. So Qutbuddin Aibak, Iltutmish, and the below one is Firoz Shah Tughlaq. They made these minare. Now this is the Begumpuri Masjid, Begumpuri Mosque, and this was made under the period where the Muhammad bin Tughlaq was in the power. Now Jahanpana, this is the sanctuary of the world. Now Jahanpana is here, sanctuary of the world. Now in the earlier, these three cities were being, you can say, made or created. Siri, Jahanpana and Delhi Kuna. Jahanpana, there are two words, Jahan and Pana. Jahan means world. सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा वर्ल्ड. जहां means world and Pana means शरण में, in your feet. So Jahan Pana. Okay. So this from here this word has come. Jahan Pana. This is sanctuary of the world. This question is going to come, okay, when we do the MCQs. The masjid is a place, I told you, where Muslim people will come. They will offer namaz or prayer to Allah, like the Hindus go to mandir, temple, masjid go to mosque. And there is always a Jama masjid in big cities. That is the main masjid where people used to come, especially in the Eid time, Eid namaz, or in the Juma namaz. So Friday prayer is very important. If you see Arabs, Pakistan, all they have their Friday as the holiday. And the person, that is the Imam, he will give the khutbah, he will give the upadesh. That is, he'll give you good words, what to do, what not to do. And the direction in which the Muslim will stand and pray is called Qibla. Okay, Qibla. Now there are a few more things. There are three people of Lodi. If you are from Delhi, you know Lodi Garden. If you have visited Delhi, Lodi Garden. This is Behlul Khan Lodi, Sikandar Lodi, Ibrahim Khan Lodi. Three names. So let me show you here. This is the Mort Ki Masjid. And this was made in the reign of who? Who was in the power? Sikandar Lodi when he was in the power. Right? So then I'll show you this Jamali Kamali Masjid. It was built in late 1520s. Jamali Kamali Masjid. So just remember Mort Ki Masjid, Sikandar Lodi, and Jamali Kamali Masjid. So let us see the administration and consolidation under the Khiljis and Tughlaqs dynasty. And these administration techniques were followed by the later ones also. Previously, what would happen? The big ones, like the aristocrat, like the rich people, and those who were landowners, those who were having a lot of land, we can call them as chieftains, like Samant, big people like. So they were given the task of being governors, generals, bigger people. They were given a region that, okay, we are giving you this region. You can collect the revenue from here, tax from here. But in this administration, Delhi Sultan, it was not like that. It started with Iltutmish. What he did, those who were giving the military services, or there were the commanders, they made bandagans. Let me tell you about bandaga. This bandaga word, you might have heard about bandagi. So this bandagi has come from here only. This is a Persian word, Farsi shabd, and this means the slave, or anyone who is bought, ghulam. Either he is captured or bought or purchased from somewhere. Now Delhi Sultan, Iltutmish, and after that, they gave bandaga the highest position, which were earlier given to the aristocrat, landowners, and the big family people, influential family people. So these bandagas, slave and ghulams, they were specially trained, carefully trained for the political offices, for the high positions they are going to get, for the higher post. So they were properly, carefully trained. Now the question will arise in your mind, why those people like the aristocrat and the landowners, they were knowing how to govern. They are born to do this, as we assume generally. Why bandagas were given their task? You know, the Khiljis and the Tughlaqs, those people, they know that these bandagas or the slaves, they are totally dependent on us. They are totally relying on us. That is, they don't have any land, they don't have any money, they don't have any power. So these people will do whatever we want, whatever we say. They will be ready to them, and they will not do anything which is against them. But a big person, a chieftain who is having military power, who is having money power, what he will do? If he gets power, he will try to get freedom from the Khiljis and the next Tughlaqs. So they will be difficult to handle. They will be difficult to administer, handle. So the reliability and the trustworthiness of these bandagan force them to make them as the highest people. So as I said, Khiljis and Tughlaqs, they were having bandagans or client. The client means similarly those people or someone who is always under the protection, under the chhatra chaya, or dependent on somebody. So it may be a slave, bandagan, or the client. They are under the protection of some Khiljis and Tughlaqs. So they were getting the high positions, high top positions. They were made as maybe bandagan, slave, or client. They were made as governors and generals. That is, they were getting or they were being given high political positions. High political positions. So army head or say Samant or some administrative position which the Sultan know that they are being trained for. But there will be a problem. There came a problem. There was a political instability. Why? Just assume Alauddin Khilji and assume him to be Muhammad Tughlaq. Now Alauddin Khilji has some, say, one bandaga, slave, or whichever name you can give. They were given the positions. Now when the Alauddin Khilji empire or the Satta will end, these slaves or bandaga are trustworthy to Alauddin Khilji, right? So for them, Alauddin Khilji is their master. They are doing everything for his master. But it is not necessary that these slaves and bandaga are also say trustworthy to the other king or emperor. That is Muhammad Tughlaq. He may have some other slaves. He may have some other bandagas. He wanted them to put in the higher position. So there was an old and new nobility conflict, because one can be trustworthy to one person, he may not be trustworthy to another person, right? So these humble births in Hindi we call it as Nimna Shreni or lower level. So the lower level or the humble position, these people were given high position, and when they are being given high position, the big people or you can say the nobles or the aristocrats or the landowners, they will get upset. They will not find it good. They will be shocked. That is the elites, all these elites, they'll say, what are you doing? So in Persian Tawarikh also, that is at that time the event being written, and it was clearly being mentioned that these sultans are appointing the low and base board, that is the Nimna Shreni or lower level people, to the high offices which are assumed to be taken by the influential family. The Ziauddin Barni, he was a 14th century chronicler, and he said that the Sultan Muhammad Tughlaq, he appointed the wine distiller Aziz Humar. He also put in a barber on a high position which was Firoz Hajjam. He's not Tabak, he's Firoz Hajjam. So, wine distiller, barber, and then we have other people who are doing very nominal kind of work. They were not in a high position or from a very good family or an influential family. This Tabak, which I was talking about, he was a cook, he was a bawarchi. And Mali, gardener, Ladha and Pira, they were gardeners, they were simple gardeners. Ladha and Pira. And these wine distiller, barber, cook, gardener, all they were given very high, very challenging and promising administrative positions. So this 14th century chronicler Ziauddin Barni has clearly mentioned this, and he also added that the sultans, they have lost the political judgment power, they don't have the capacity to rule, they have lost their minds, that is, they are putting these people who are good for nothing onto high position. That was wrong, because people can be good. Even if they are from lower positions, they can be good. So let me tell you how was the way of administration. First of all, the Khiljis and the Tughlaqs, what they did, they all have to have a military commanders, like governors. So depending upon a region or territory, they have divided it into different sizes, varying sizes. And these sizes, these territories are called as iqtas, iqtas. And whosoever military commander or a governor, whichever is assigned this iqta, were called as iqtidar or mukti. Iqtidar, because you can relate it with iqta, or mukti. They are same thing. So mukti and iqtidar were getting iqta or an area, and they were responsible for what? They were responsible for the law and order. And this law and order, first of all, the muktis were doing what? They were military provider services. So they were having their own military, they were having soldiers. So whatever their revenue they collect from the land being given to them, they are responsible for themselves and for the soldiers they are putting. So the Khiljis and Tughlaqs, they don't want some dynasty. So they would change the iqtidars, transfer the iqtidars. Vanshanugat they don't want. So they will transfer them to different iqtas so that no one stays for a long time in one iqta. And they were sending the accountants, that is, who is auditing, taking care of the balance sheet. So the accountants especially were sent to these iqtas, that these iqtidars are collecting the revenue which is assigned to them. Are they not taking more money? If 100 rupees is there, maybe they were taking 150 rupees. So there was a proper check and balance. Along with this, the soldiers, if 50 soldiers are being assigned, are they having 40 or 60? So this kind of check and balance were also there by these superior ones. So first thing is this one. The second thing was, when the Delhi Sultans captured various Bhitri Sima internal lands or hinterlands. Hinterland means the Bhitri area, the important area. So what did they? At that point where they defeated, there were Samantas, already Samantas, or aristocrats or big people, landlords. And they were just being said that we have defeated you, this area, now you have to give us the tax. Previously, they were taking the tax, Samantas and landlords were taking the tax from that area. Now when they got defeated or were controlled by Delhi Sultan, they were being told that give us tax. And the older chieftains, right, the revenue collectors or collection of tax, lagan, kar, which were closer to these sultans, they were sent here. And they were doing all the proper assessing. They were doing these revenue collectors which were sent by the Sultanate. They were not local. They were from the Sultanate. And they were taking the collection or revenue collection or assessing. So there are three types of tax basically. Kharaj. Kharaj was whatever is the produce or the cultivation by the kisan or farmer. That is, if someone has cultivated 100 kg of grain, he has to give 50 kg to the Sultanate. Then the second one is cattle, Pashupala. And third one is those who are having houses, they have to give house tax. Today also we give house tax. Now there was just a bit that, when they expanded their empire, it became difficult to control each and everyone. For example, you have Bengal, Sindh or South India region. Now how to control all this wide region? So, slowly and gradually, the chieftains or the local rulers, local leaders, they came out and they became powerful. That is, Alauddin Khilji and Tughlaqs were so strong, they would capture areas. But whenever they leave or after some time, these areas were liberated or they will be having some more chieftains, local chieftains. So I'll tell you about Ibn Battuta. Ibn Battuta, he is a very famous traveler, so you have to keep him in mind. He is also a 14th century traveler. Ibn Battuta was from Morocco. He was 14th century traveler from Morocco, and he traveled a lot and he gave all the account of his traveling. So this is a very important source for our historians. So he said that there are various areas where we have bamboos. Bamboos means a wooden plank which is having hole. So just there people would live. They were living their life. They are protecting themselves also. So in order to capture themselves, it is very difficult because the bamboos, they never catch fire. It has an air passing area. So they would come with prepared instruments and big army so that they can get control of these people who are living in bamboo. This was being said by Ibn Battuta. Ibn Battuta. Now here is Genghis Khan. Please remember this Genghis Khan, because whenever I talk about Mughals, his name will come. Genghis Khan. He is, you can say, an ancestor of Mughals. So this Genghis Khan, in Hindi he is called as Changiz Khan. He was a Mongol and who invaded, that is, came into and fought Transoxiana, which is the present day Uzbekistan. Right? He was Mongol ruler, and the story related with him is he was quite cruel. So northeast Iran 1219 he captured, and then he started for Delhi Sultanate. Now Muhammad bin Tughlaq, initially he came, Alauddin Khilji at the end of his era he came. So how did this Khilji and Tughlaq, they fought him, or the invasion, how they actually handled him? So these Tughlaqs and Khiljis, they had a standing army, big army. Previously they were dependent on Samantas to get the army whenever they fight or whenever they are invaded. Now here, how do they actually handle the invasion? So Alauddin Khilji was attacked twice. Delhi was attacked twice under the reign of Alauddin Khilji. And Alauddin Khilji or Khilji dynasty, it was defensive technique, defensive measure they took. And Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he was attacked in the early year of his reign, early years. So he defeated the Mongolian army. So now Mongol army was defeated. Now they thought that we are power. Let's go and attack Transoxiana, which was being defeated or captured by Mongol. Alauddin Khilji, he constructed a new garrison town. That is where these people will live, soldiers will live, right? So we have Siri as the new garrison town. But Muhammad bin Tughlaq, what he did? He created a new town. It was already Delhi Kohuna. Delhi Kohuna was already there. So he made a new town called Daulatabad, new capital. And he sent everyone from Delhi Kohuna to Daulatabad. And what about food? Because soldiers are to be fed. So they levied 50% tax, especially in the Ganga Yamuna Doab. Here also Tughlaq also did the same thing, 50% tax. But the problem was, when the Tughlaq was there, Muhammad bin Tughlaq was there, this area had a famine, akal pad gaya, famine, right? So the soldier were being paid, Alauddin Khilji was paying them, and it was given in cash. So they would go to the merchants, and now the merchant would increase the price, would raise the price. So in order to stop this raising of the price, he sent his officer in order to get that is the maximum retail price kind of thing. That is prescribed rates. If anyone is doing this, they will be punished also. So it's a kind of maximum retail price he fixed for all the stuff. Then Muhammad bin Tughlaq did what? He started token currency. He also gave this money in terms of token. And these tokens were cheap. They were not made up of gold and silver. And people were doing everything which is possible, which is counterfeiting it. Jali note banana. They created this token currency, and they are paying everything using this kind of currency. Okay. So this was the administrative measure. Alauddin Khilji administrative measure was praised. It was praised because the chronicler said that he fixed the prices, cheap prices, and also he handled the market supply in a proper manner, and also he controlled the invasion properly in a defensive measure, a defensive way. But the Tughlaq, how he actually handled, it was being criticized. It was a failure. First of all, he went to Transoxiana. He wanted to invade it. Then Daulatabad he shifted. All the people from Delhi Kohana were sent to Daulatabad. Then when he was dividing tax, it was famine. Akal pad gaya. Then Ganga Yamuna belt, rebellion people rebelled him against him, and token currency he has to recall because it was forfeiting. So in a conclusion, we can say that the Alauddin had a defensive measure. You invade us, we will fight with you. And Muhammad Tughlaq has an offensive measure, military offensive against Mongols. So that created a lot of resources input. So after Khalji and Tughlaq, it came Sayyid and then Lodi dynasty, and this went up to 1526. This all went up to this Delhi Sultanate went up to 1526. And then Jaunpur, Bengal, Malwa, Gujarat, Rajasthan, and entire South India, if you see, there were independent rulers which came up. Independent rulers. And they had a very prosperous capitals also. Big capitals, prosperous capitals. So they were ruling that area now. So after that, there were Afghans and Rajput. Emergence of new ruling groups also came. We will talk about this in Mughals also, Mughal Empire. So just remember, Afghans and Rajput also came in. Let me tell you about Sher Shah Suri. Now Sher Shah Suri, now he was just in Bihar. He was just like a manager, Prabandhak of his uncle's area, region, Bengal. There was a small area. He started with as a manager, but he became so powerful, he actually challenged the Humayun. He was a great Mughal Akbar, the emperor. So he defeated, Sher Shah Suri defeated Humayun. Can you imagine? Yes. And he captured Delhi, and then he established his Rajvansh or dynasty, Sher Shah Suri. And whatever Alauddin Khilji has done, all the elements, good elements, he took them, and he also added his type of administration. He just were there for 15 years. But it was a model. The administration he did was a model and still being followed, right? And this model was followed by whom? Was followed by Akbar, the greatest Akbar, that is the Mughal Empire ruler. So he actually took the idea of Sher Shah Suri. Now at that time, if I take you to France or European country, at this time there was a new formulation, there was a new idea of three orders, Teen Shredi, new order. Now here it was being said that in the 11th century, the time is around 11th century, it was being said that the society is mainly categorized into three parts. First is those who pray, priest, fathers, that is who are related to church. Second one, who are fighting, that is they protect the region, they fight the invaders. The third one were farmers who were cultivating, producing, growing. Now what we saw here is that the church was patronizing it. It was accepting this, that there is a region, different region, there were fighters, people were fighting. So they said, why are you fighting? They don't say, they thought that, why are you fighting in between? So they propagated an idea, they gave an idea that the main enemy is Muslims. They have captured our Jerusalem. They have captured it. So go there and fight with them. So there were a new group of fighters which evolved that was called Knights, Knigts, GHTS. These is Knights, and these Knights were fighters, and they were being propelled by the idea of killing Muslims in Jerusalem, and they started crusades. Crusades means Dharma Yuddha. Crusade means Dharma Yuddha, and it was started because of this. It was these people who are Knights were coming from very general, very normal background. So now everyone, nobles were also saying that we are Knights. We are Knights. Okay, so this is what else was going on. So this is all about this topic. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself. This is chapter number 4, the Mughal Empire. The Mughal Empire. The first thing is, in the Mughal Empire, the names which will be coming time and again is Babur, the initial emperor, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, and Aurangzeb. These are the notable Mughal emperors. We are going to talk about them individually also. First thing is, in a large area, or in order to govern a big land, big area empire, like Indian subcontinent, because in Indian subcontinent, previously Pakistan, Bangladesh, they were not different. So there was just a part of one territory. Still they are, but they are different countries now. Now, in order to govern with certain diversity of people, different people were there. different cultures were there. It was very difficult. Now, Mughals, why we are talking about Mughals, is that huge empire was there, big empire, and different culture, different type of people they dealt with, and they handled them very carefully. So if we talk about the latter part or the end part of the 16th century, what we see that the Mughal Empire, Mughals expanded, increased their kingdom from, it was initially Agra and Delhi, but initially means latter half it was just Agra and Delhi. But when we come to until this 17th century, they almost covered the whole subcontinent, Pura Upamahadweep. So by 17th century, they have covered almost all. And the idea of administration they have, governance, the policies they adopted, the different kinds of systems they came up with. Now this was very important. What is the position? What is the rank? What is mansabdari? What is zamindari? What is jagirdari? All these changes, it is still there. That is their political legacy. What they have given is our legacy. We are respecting it. We are still using the name. Your house might be near some Kotwali. So this Kotwali word has come from Mughal Empire. I'll tell you one more thing. What is the importance of Mughal Empire or Mughals? Now our Pradhan Mantri, our Prime Minister, he is our first Prime Minister, Mr. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Now both of them is standing where? It's Red Fort, it's Lal Killa. This is where the Mughals live to live. Shah Jahan has built it. 15 August, every year on this Red Fort, they address the nation. You can understand the importance of this Red Fort or the structure of the building they have made by Shah Jahan. This is where the emperors would live. And you can understand that 15 August, the most auspicious day of our country, the Prime Minister addresses from this very place. Now the question comes, who were the Mughals? From where they came? Initially, we start with Babur, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, Aurangzeb. Now I'll tell you, or I'll write a word, that is Mongol. It's M-O-N-G-O-L. And one word is Mughal. We don't go to spelling, but if I want some similarity, you'll say M is there, G is there, L is there. And there is a similarity. Because what? Whosoever has come, the genealogy, their ancestors, their fathers, forefathers, their mothers, foremothers. So the mother side, they are coming from Mongols. Mughals, mother side, they are coming from Mongols. Genghis Khan. So mother is coming from the family of Genghis Khan. Okay? And this Mongols, they were ruling Mongol, China, Central Asia part. So this is the mother's genealogy coming from Mongol. Now, this actually Genghis Khan is a name which we know in history. He was a very cruel ruler. Coming to the father side. Now, father side, it comes from Timur or Taimur as we call it in Hindi. Taimur. Now, these are the ruler of Ottoman, Iraq, Iran, present-day Turkey. So, a kind of, you can say, Ottoman touch is there. So, this is Iran, Iraq, and modern-day Turkey. This genealogy has come. Their ancestors, means father's destination. The father is a descendant of all these Iranian, Iraqi, and Turkish. So, the Mughals, they would never want that they are from Mongol side. Because Genghis Khan, as I said, he was doing Narsanghar. He did massacre. He killed number of people. Mughals always say that we are coming from the father side, not the mother side. Coming from the Ottoman, from the Iran, from the Iraq, from the Turkey, from Taimur. Okay? That is how the Uzbeks and Mongol, they don't want themselves to be related with Uzbeks and Mongol. So let me show you a picture. You will understand all of them one by one. A very nice picture. The middle one is the Temur. His all the others are his descendants. Timur. Actually, Saif Ali Khan's son is named Taimur. Very famous on social media he is. Now we have Taimur, the middle one. Now if you come to the right one, the first one is his son Miran Shah. And Miran Shah is the great grandfather of Babur. Okay, Miran Shah, Lakkad Dada, great grandfather. Then we have Abu Said. He is Babur's grandfather. Now coming to the left hand side, we have, this is Sultan Mahmud Mirza. Sultan Muhammad Mirza. He is Babur's great grandfather. Okay. Now Miran Shah is great grandfather, and Sultan Muhammad Mirza is great grandfather. And we have on the next it is Umar Sheikh. He is Umar Sheikh. Now Umar Sheikh is Babur's father. Now coming to Babur, the third one from the right. Babur, Akbar, and then we have Shah Jahan. Now coming again to the left, we have these three. So we have Humayun, Jahangir, and Aurangzeb. So these are on the faces of different people who come in this Mughal emperorship. But it all starts from Timur. Now there are different campaigns, Mughal military campaigns. How it started? It all started with Babur. Now Babur, you can say that he is the first Mughal emperor. So from 1526 to 1530, he was there. Now first of all, in Farghana, it's a place in Afghanistan, outside one of the place of Afghanistan. Now he was just 17 years, he was only 12 years old. This is the location I'm showing, Farghana. Now he was only 12 years old when he was given that opportunity or throne, Sinhasan of Farghana. Now because of the different invasion again and again by Uzbeks, that is another version of Mongol, now he has to flee. Babur has to flee Farghana. He was ruling Farghana, but he has to leave because of the invasions from Uzbeks. Now he just wandered for years, and finally he captured, seized Kabul in 1504. He is not coming to India right now. I am saying that before coming to Indian subcontinent, what was happening? So 1526, this is the turning point. He defeated Ibrahim Lodi. He is Ibrahim Lodi. He is, one of the last rulers of Delhi Sultanate. So Ibrahim Lodi lost to Babur, and Babur defeated Sultan of Delhi, Ibrahim Lodi, at Panipat. And then he captured Delhi and Agra. That is how he entered the center of Indian subcontinent. So all started with Farghana, Babur, 12 years. Then he has to go flee here and there. Came back, captured Kabul. And finally, first Panipat battle. And he defeated Ibrahim Lodi. He was from Lodi dynasty, Delhi Sultanate. We have talked about him a lot. Now, after this, actually, this Mughal emperor, Babur started the Mughal Samrajya empire, Babur emperorship. Okay. Now these Afghans, we'll talk that are always they are threat to the Mughal empire or the authority. We'll see in different names that always the people who have fought against Mughal emperors, Afghans were always supporting them. Let me tell you again, the battle of Panipat, first Panipat ki pehli ladai always being asked. Battle of Panipat, the first battle of Panipat, 1526, fought between Babur and Ibrahim Lodi. Babur won it. Now we are talking about Mughal emperors. So the first one is Babur. Now Babur, 1526 to 1530, as the Mughal emperor. Now in 1526, he defeated Ibrahim Lodi. In Panipat's first battle, Ibrahim Lodi and also the supporters, Afghan supporters, Afghans always created problem from Mughal emperors. Now, second one is Rana Sangram Singh Rana Sanga, and in the fight of Khanwa, Khanwa is a Bharatpur district, is Bharatpur district near of Rajasthan, Khanwa. First, Ibrahim Lodi, then Rana Sanga. In 1528, they defeated Rajputs at Chanderi, and this is at the Ashoknagar district of Madhya Pradesh in India, and it is situated at a distance of 127 km from Shivpuri and 37 km from Lalitpur. So 1528. So these are the three dates we have to remember. Okay, Mughal Emperor. So the Agra and Delhi, he established the control. Babur. Please remember, Babur. Now he was just 12 years. He was just 12 years when he was ruling. He started ruling Farghana, and he has to run from there because of the invasion from the Uzbeks, one tribe related to Mongols, and then finally he captured Kabul after so many years, and then he defeated after getting Kabul, he entered the subcontinent. Actually, he was in subcontinent, but near part, and finally he defeated Ibrahim Lodi. Humayun. Now Humayun, he started with 1530 to 1540, but there is a gap of 15 years, and then from 1556 to 1556, only 1 year. So this is 15 years of gap, and this has come from Sher Shah Suri. Now Sher Shah Suri, he's also called as Sher Khan. He defeated Humayun two times, one at Chausa, one at Kannauj. Now let me tell you before that Humayun actually divided all these inheritance what he got. He equally almost, but there was Mirza Kamran. He is the brother of Humayun, and he was again coming with Afghans and revolting, fighting. So there are two different fights, but with the same person. Chausa is at Buxar district, Bihar, 1539, and the fight was against Sher Shah Suri, Sher Khan. And first he was defeated, means Humayun was defeated at Chausa, and second time he was defeated at Kannauj, that is the Doab of Ganga Yamuna, Doab. So this is Kannauj. Let me just show you the exact part. Because in Kannauj, tripartite between Rashtrakoot and Pal and one more dynasty, that is Gurjar Pratihar, took place. Now Humayun has to flee because he lost twice, and then he got help from Safavid Shah of Iran. Safavid Shah of Iran, and this Safavid Shah or Safavid name will come again and again. So now with the help of he came back 1555, he recaptured the Delhi, but in a library he fell down off the ladder, or you can say the steps, Sidiya, and he died. Humayun died not in a war or a fight. Now this Sher Shah Suri is a big name because he started from a very small place, that is Bihar, very small place. He was a manager of his uncle, and then he fought. He actually Loha Lena. He took over Mughal emperorship and he defeated Humayun. You can understand that this 15 years he governed, and all the good things, administration policy he started, Akbar took it later on. Now coming to Akbar the Great. Now Akbar the Great, why we call him Akbar the Great? Because first of all, in just 13 years of age, he became the emperor, and there was a Sangrakshak, there was a you can say regent, a person who is a guardian. But in 1550 to 1570, Akbar was ready to rule the empire, and that means previously only a regent Bairam Khan would take care, and there was a fight also of Panipat related to the Bairam Khan. But military campaign were lost against the Suris. Then Afghans, other Afghans, and then Malwa and Gondwana, these areas were captured. And there was Mirza Hakim. He was the half brother of Akbar, and he was always revolting against Akbar. And other Uzbeks also were coming. And this Sisodia in 1568, the Sisodia capital of this Chittor, it was captured, seized, and finally 1569 in Ranthambore. So Akbar, whenever he used to defeat, he used to take care of this thing that he never bad behave with them. 1570 to 1585. Now there were military campaigns in Gujarat. After that, he went to Bihar, Bengal, Odisha, Bihar, Bengal, Odisha. And finally, the revolt of, Mirza Hakim was in between 1579 to 1580. It was, complicating it. Now, 1585 to 1605, the expansion again took place and they took over Kandahar from Safavids. Also, Kashmir was taken up, this Kashmir, and then Kabul because Mirza Hakim died, and then Berar, Khandesh, and parts of Ahmednagar. When they went to the lower part, that is Deccan. Now, these are two pictures. One is young Akbar, one is old Akbar. Now, here, the Rajkumar, his Rajkumar or his prince was Salim. And this Salim, Prince Salim, he was he rebelled against Akbar. And this Salim became the future Mughal emperor called Jahangir. That is happening in the last years of Akbar reign, Akbar Shasankal, Akbar Samrajya. So now Akbar, he started very good, very new policies, religious also and administrative also. Mansabdari, Jagirdari system, all these Zamindari system. And whenever he used to defeat someone, they would give them autonomy sometimes, and they will never no bad behavior. So that is why every other Shasak or chieftains, Sardars, they started respecting Mughals, that is the Akbar. And he also had a religious policy called Sulh-e-Kul. Sulh-e-Kul means only universal peace he was raised, because the people who are under dogma influence, they will be bigots. That is, who will just believe in everything, whatever is being said, will be Kattar, and they will harm their Samrajya. So Sulh-e-Kul, universal peace, that is how he is so much respected. Now, one more thing is Abul Fazl. He has written Akbar Nama, and then in that is 3 volumes. The third volume is Ain Akbari. Everything is written there. Now, coming to Jahangir. Now, he actually also propelled Akbar, what Akbar was doing. And the Sisodia ruler of Mewar here, Amar Singh, he also, after a long resistance, he accepted the Mughal service. And there are certain less successful campaigns. Sikhs, Ahoms is actually northeast area. Ahmednagar, they tried, it was less successful. Now, there was also a story along Jahangir. Now, Prince Khurram, who will become Shah Jahan in the later part. Now, he also rebelled against Jahangir. There is one more thing, Noor Jahan. She was previously Mehrun-Nisa, wife of Jahangir. So Mehrun-Nisa, after marriage, Noor Jahan she became, and the Sikka, the coins, were showing that one was of Jahangir name, one was of Noor Jahan name. So that is how the importance of Noor Jahan in the Shasankal, in the administration of Jahangir is seen. Now coming to Shah Jahan. Now Shah Jahan, how do we know him? We know him about Taj Mahal. All the tourists which come to India, they will go to Taj Mahal. This is the wonder of the world. Now this is the area. He continued this Deccan Mughal campaign, and there was an Afghan Abhijat, big person, noble, Khan Jahan Lodi. He rebelled, and he was actually defeated. And then they campaigned against Ahmednagar. The Bundelas means Jhansi, Gwalior, not Gwalior, but Mahoba part of Bundelkhand, and there was Orchha just near to this, they captured. And in the northwest, they campaigned for bulk from the Uzbeks. It was unsuccessful, and also they lost Kandahar to Safavids. In 1632, Ahmednagar was finally captured, and Bijapur, there was a treaty. So forces sued for a peace. So Bijapur, there was a treaty. In 1657, 1658, and there were problems in his descendants. That is, one was Akbar, another is Dara Shikoh, and others also. So Aurangzeb finally killed all his brothers. Aurangzeb, the kid of Shah Jahan, Dara Shikoh also, Akbar's brother, but this Aurangzeb brother, Aurangzeb killed everyone. Okay. So this Aurangzeb, we are talking about 1658 to 1707. Unlike Akbar, he is somewhat very rigid and cruel. That's what we understand. So this is the Ahom region. In the northeast, Ahom region was defeated in 1663, but they again rebelled in 1680s against Aurangzeb. This is the northwest part, the Yusufzai and the Sikhs. Against them, it was temporarily successful. They were Aurangzeb and Mughal Empire. But the internal politics, the idea of succession has changed everything. The Rathore Rajputs of Marwar, they also rebelled. The problem was when Akbar was there, whenever he used to defeat, he used to respectfully treat his opponent. But Aurangzeb, whenever he defeat, he insult those people, and he will not give the autonomy or anything land later. Means just to take land, he will not do it. One idea is of great Sardar Shivaji, great Shivaji. Now Shivaji, he was being insulted by Aurangzeb, and then he escaped from Agra and he declared that I am an independent king. And then he had all the campaigns, that is the guerrilla war, that is the Chhapamari Paddhati. He was always fighting against the Aurangzebs and the Mughal Empire. Okay. So Prince Akbar, which is coming after Aurangzeb, he also started rebelling. Okay. From he's getting the support from Maratha and Deccan Sultanate. Finally, he has to run to Safavid Iran. Now, when after this Akbar's rebellion, Aurangzeb he sent the armies for Deccan Sultanates. So Bijapur he got in 1685, Golconda in 1687, and from 1698 he actually personally went to this management of this campaign against the Marathas in Deccan, because these Marathas were doing guerrilla warfare, Chhapamari Paddhati. So this is, Jat, Sikhs, Sattami, this northeast Ahoms, Deccans in Marathas, they all were rebelling. And finally, his death, there were conflict among his sons. That is how he was the last known one. Now we will talk about what were the traditions of Mughal succession. That is, those descendants which are coming from the ancestors. What is the idea of succession or getting money and the power? So there are two words you need to understand. First is primogeniture. This question are being made by this, so you need to understand very well. It's primogeniture, first word. Second is copercenary. So these are two words. Now, what is the idea is that whenever you have a dad or a pitaji, now it may be a raja, it may be a king, or it may be a normal person. Now he has certain kids. Now when in the age wise, the eldest is the first one and the last one is the youngest one. All the money, power, shasan, reign, everything is given to the eldest one. Only and only the eldest one. Others one don't get anything. That is called primogeniture. That is, all the inheritance is what eldest son is getting. Everything is getting. As I said, money, ornaments, the power, that is primogeniture. So Mughals were not following it. Please understand, Mughal not following it. Second is copercenary. Copercenary means whatever the father has, say he has 4 rupees, 1 will be divided to each of them equally. If he is a big emperor, so he has around 8 subas or 8 prans, it will divide 2 in 4 equal parts. That is called copercenary. And copercenary, now Mughals, they were following copercenary way of succession. Okay. Now coming to Mughal relations with other rulers, from Babur to Aurangzeb, they were a very good emperor who had a very good relationship with others. It may be Rajputs, it may be other Deccan or South. So they were talking properly, they were giving respect. And Aurangzeb, we know he was not like that. So what happened? This was a big empire and they wanted more. So Mughal Empire, whosoever is not willing to accept the Mughal Empire authority, Mughal ruler authority, Mughals were trying to do this. They were forcing them to do it. They were attacking or pressurizing them to follow their rules and get their identity. But Mughal rulers, in the course of time, they became very stronger. When an emperor becomes so strong, the empire becomes so strong. So the smaller ones, what will they do? They will accept the authority anyhow. So I'll give an example of Rajputs. So Rajputs, they were very much known for their power, warriorship, valor. They were known as of good fighters. And because Rajputs at that time, I told you these are all the empire, and they accepted Mughal emperorship. Okay, and they willingly accepted. Now, what you will do when you have a friendship? You will call someone for dinner, or you will marry your kid. That is a relationship you'll be making. So roti beti ka rishta. So Rajputs girls were quite beautiful. The Mughal Khandan, Mughal emperor also, the women were beautiful, men were beautiful, handsome. So there was a roti beti ka rishta. Roti means food, beti means relationship. So this is how the Rajputs, they got high positions, very high ranks. We'll talk about the ranks just now. So this is the example. I'll give an example here. There is a proper genealogy, there is a proper chronology, there is a proper relationship being made. Now coming to Jahangir, and see, Jahangir's mother is Jodhabai, and she was from Kutch region. She was the daughter of Rajput ruler of Amber, which is present day Jaipur. Amber is Jaipur. Okay, so Rajkumari, that is the daughter of the king. So we have Jaipur, Rajput ruler, daughter is Jodhabai. Jodhabai, this Amber, this is Jaipur region. So please remember, Jahangir mother is Jodhabai, and who is actually the wife of Akbar. So Akbar's wife Jodhabai was Rajput. Now coming to the second one. Now Shah Jahan mother, she was Manmati Bai. Shah Jahan mother was Manmata Bai, and she is coming from, she was a Rathore princess. That is the ruler, Rajput ruler of Marwar, Jodhpur, Jaipur, Jodhpur. So the ruler, the kid or the daughter of Rajput ruler of Marwar, Jodhpur is Manmati Bai. So Jaipur, Jodhpur. And this is Manmati Bai. So Manmati Bai was the wife of Jahangir. Okay, the kid was Shah Jahan. Akbar's wife Jodhabai, the kid was Jahangir. Let me just show you so that it remembers. See, these are all the various other marriages took place. So Akbar, Jodhabai, Jahangir. Jahangir, Manmati Bai, Shah Jahan. And this Jaipur, Jodhpur, these were rulers, and they voluntarily accepted Mughal rule, and they were given high positions. There is one more Rajput Khandan, that is the Sisodia Rajput. They deterred, they refused to accept the Mughal authority for a long time. But once, because Mughal rulers were strong, so finally they got defeated. But when they got defeated, Mughal Empire, Sisodia, they resisted. Finally, we have, I'll just give you a name of Akbar. We have various rulers like this. Now when Sisodia Rajput lost, Akbar didn't insulted them. They gave him respect. A Rajput which is not following your orders, they know that you're going to eventually defeat them. But still, after being defeated, the Mughal emperor, they gave respect to this Sisodia ruler, these rulers of Rajputs, Sisodia Rajputs. So that is a kind of a big balance. They were defeating it, but not not humiliating them. That is defeating and giving them respect to the opponents, to the kings whom they defeat. So that is why kings, chieftains all over there, or the areas which were not in the Mughal Empire, they also started respecting the Mughal emperors. Because of this, a proper balance between defeating and not humiliating. But there were others also. Aurangzeb did the other thing. He insulted Shivaji. Shivaji came to accept Mughal authority finally. He said, okay, I'm going to accept it. But Aurangzeb, rather than giving him respect, he was being insulted, right? So that is how Shivaji got angry. Then it was guerrilla warfare, chapamari paddhati. Shivaji, he fought against Mughal empireship. Coming to Mansabdars and Jagirdars. Mansabdar and Jagirdar, Mansabdari policy, Vyavastha, Jagirdari policy. Now you need to understand this very well because this was landmark. This was the policy, landmark policies. Now, by the time this Mughal Empire, they grew, that area grew. Previously, the main office bearers or those who were in the high-ranking positions, they were Turanis. Previously, it was Turanis. First, when I heard this word, I thought that it is Turkey and Irani combination, but it's not like that. So Turanis, Turkish people, Turkish nobles, Turkish Abijat, Turkish Kulin, these were the main office bearers. Okay, they were given the highest authority. But people thought, and the emperor thought, they were Hindu, Muslim, Indian Muslim, Rajput, Marathas, Afghans. There is a mix of everyone. You cannot just have these Turanis every time to rule them. So what they did, emperors, what they did, in the office or in the Mughal service, like they were started giving job. Like Indian government, what they do? They recruit Indian administrative service people, IAS people, PCS, IPS, okay, and all the government officers, big government officer, class 1 gazetted officer. So they also recruited or given the position or the appointment to all the diverse people in the Mughal service. It was, right, we have Indian administrative service, previously it was Mughal service. You can relate it like that, okay. So the name given to this high-ranking position people were Mansabdars. These were Mansabdars, okay. Mansabdar means there is a person who hold a rank, who hold a position, who holds a mansab. Mansab is not an area, mansab is nothing, it's just a rank or a position. Like you are an account officer, you are a, say, member of parliament, so you have a rank. You are a lieutenant colonel, you have a rank. For example, general manager, and there is a manager. So general manager is a higher position than manager, okay. He holds higher mansab, higher position, higher rank. Now this position, rank became so important that this is a ranking kind of thing. So what happens, that the rank, the salary and the responsibilities, rank, salary and military responsibilities is determined or evaluated by a numerical value. And numerical value, that is military responsibilities, how many soldiers you have or cavalry, etc. So this rank, salary and military responsibility is devised, evaluated by ZAT, Z-A-T, ZAT. That means, if you are a Mansabdar, you will have a rank like a general manager. He may have 1 lakh salary. A manager will have 50,000 salary. Okay, general manager has a rank. He has a salary. He has a responsibility. He has, say, 4 regions under his control, and manager will have just 1 area in the control. So rank, salary, and this MR, that is military responsibility, combined, there is a numerical value which defines its rank, salary, and MR. A Zat or Zat, who is at what position? So what will be the position? So if Zat, I'll just give an example here. It's given here Zat ranking or Zat ranking. So nobles, if you see, nobles or Qaleen or the Mansab, if they have a Zat of 5,000, another one has 1,000. So whosoever has 5,000 Zat will have higher rank, higher salary, higher responsibility. The person who is having Zat 1,000, he will have lower rank, lower salary, lower military responsibility. They both are Mansabdars. 5,000 to 1,000 person. But they have different ranks, salary, MR with respect to the Zat, because Zat is different. So this Mansabdar have to keep this cavalry, or you can say the Ghursavar or cavalrymen. That is, they will bring these horses and they will be sealed for permanence. Permanently they will be sealed. Ghode, cavalrymen, saver, there will be a mark so that, okay, this belongs to this Mansab or this Mansabdar. There is a symbol kind of, like we have a seal right now. Okay. Then Along with this, all these cavalrymen, all the people, soldiers, they need to be registered. That is name, what is their name, what is their address, etc. All they have to be registered. So when the seal is complete, registration is complete, then only the military, this mansabdars will be given salaries. They will be given salaries, but they will not get the salaries in cash, in coins. Every mansabdar will be given an area, and whatever tax, revenue, money comes out of that land, that will be the salary of this mansabdar. Mansabdar will not get cash, he will get a land, and this land is called as Jagir. Jagirdar. He will become a Jagirdar. So this is Jagir. So previously we have learned about Iqta in Delhi Sultanate. Now in Iqta, it's quite similar, but in Iqta, the Iqtidar or the Mukti, he will live there. But in Mansabdar, he will not live there, means not live at this Jagir. He will be doing the military responsibility somewhere else. But his servants will collect the tax. But in Iqtidar or Iqta, the Mukti will collect the tax by his own from the land. So there is a difference. But Iqtidari and Jagirdari is a difference. Iqtidari, the person, Mukti will stay here, Iqtidar will stay here and will collect the tax. In Mansabdari, the Mansab will not live there. Some other person will collect the tax. Now, in Akbar's reign, what will happen? I'll give you a number also. There is a number of 29 and 79. In Akbar, the Jagirs were given in such a way, that is, if someone has a Zat of 5,000, the other one is having a Zat of 3,000. So 5,000 will get by default higher salary than 3,000. So the area will be smaller, and the resources will be less in 3,000. This area Jagir will be less. So there was a proper way of assessment of that area, of that piece of land, that will be ultimately given to the Mansab, so that he gets the salary out of it, round about equivalent salary. See, when Akbar was there, there were 29 people or Mansabdars who were having 5,000 Zat. When Aurangzeb came, it was 79 Mansabdars who were having the Zat of 5,000. So there was a difference. So when we have this 79 Mansabdars and having the 79,000, you have 5,000 Zat. There will be people of 4,000 Zat, there will be people of Mansabdars of 3,000 Zat. So everyone has to wait for the Jagirs. They were not getting the land. If they don't get a land, how are they going to take care of their cavalrymen, their raw soldiers, their money? Okay. So if somebody gets the Jagir, what will they do? They will try to extract everything out of it. That is, from where do you get the money? From Garibs, from poor. And who are the poor? Peasants, farmers. So that is how the peasants suffered a lot here. They suffered tremendously. Now I'm going to talk about Zabt and Zamindar. Zabt and Zamindar. Now I just told you that in any shasan or any governance, the farmers or the land or the agriculture are the main source of revenue. That is the produce, that is the cultivation they get, the taxes levied upon them, that is the main income. So there was an in-between person. He may be the big person, he may be a local chieftain Sardar, he may be Mukhia, headman. So he will take the money from the peasants, they will take the money from all the area which belongs to him, and it will give it to the Raja, it will give it to the emperor or to his khazana. Now the in-between person, he may be a headman, local chieftain, or any influential person. They all were called combinedly as Zamindar. I hope you understand from where this Zamindar has come. Zamindar are all the people, it may be headmen, powerful people, local chieftain, who used to take tax from the peasant and then transfer it to the king or the emperor. Now there was Akbar, in royal court we have Toderman. He is one of the Navratnas. So in Akbar, he was in his royal code, in royal code of emperor, he was revenue minister, Rajasva Mantri. Todarmal was revenue minister. Now Akbar told him that, okay, you do one thing. You try to analyze and survey the 10-year, that is 10 sala, 10 year, 1570 to 1580. What was the crop yield? What were the prices? And what was the region they were cultivated? That is, who got what, which crop grows at which place is not good for the growing, which place is not for cultivation. So this is whole survey has to be done, and that is being done by Todarmal. And Todarmal, this is, say, if we have certain crops like paddy, chawan, we have gehu, that is wheat, we have peas, say chana or peas, that is the grams. Now what they did, they went and surveyed every place. For example, this is a place. Now it may happen that somewhere it is chana, somewhere it is gehu, somewhere it is the other one, that is chawal or cotton. Say, let us introduce something else. Now if you see here, there may be some place in this chana area where we have the land is not good, or it is drought affected area. So if you apply tax on each area, that is, the cotton is a cash crop, so you cannot have the same tax what is on the paddy on the cotton. Okay, the place where there is no growing, cultivation is not possible at all, why do you have to put a tax on them? They can't give you anything. So they divided the whole land into different circles, prant. They divided the whole area into different revenue circles, and in every area, I'm giving an example like the wheat, like barley, like cotton, or whatever was there, they gave a proper rate. There was a list for each area, like 50 for this, 60 for this, 70 for this. Right now we have MSP, in agriculture sector, we have MSP. Like this, every crop was given a number that this is the price you're going to get, or this is the price you're going to pay. Sorry, not get, but you have to pay. And this amount you have to pay. And this list, the idea of dividing the place into different parts and a fixed list for that particular area is zabat. Okay, did you get the idea? Every province was divided into revenue circle. They have own schedule of rates, revenue rates for individual crops, and this revenue system is zabat. And this is the money they are going to take. If you are growing paddy in this area, you have to pay 50. If you are growing, say, wheat, you have to pay 60. Now there are places which cannot be surveyed. The place which cannot be surveyed. So for example, at that time, Gujarat, Bengal, and there are various areas you cannot survey. Okay. So that assessment, wherever this zabat system cannot be applied here. Zabat system cannot be applied here. So the places where zabat system was there, the revenue was very good. The taxes were very good. See, Zamindar was taking money from the peasants, and they used to take all this money from the peasants, and peasants are, what do? They don't have power. So they started rebelling against Zamindars. Maybe the Zamindar is taking 100 rupees, he's just giving 80 or 60 rupees. There is corruption also. So because of this corruption, because of this extreme pressure on the farmers, there were revolts, there was rebellion. Sometimes the Zamindar and the peasant, they get combined together, and for example, they have same caste, say Kori, and then they will revolt or rebel against the Mughal emperor, especially the local authorities. They will rebel against them. So basically, this different revolts, rebellion of peasants, this created a problem, and that was seen, at the end of the 17th century. Okay. So this is about Zabt and Zamindari. Now we talk about Akbarnama and Aine Akbari. Now here you see a man who is called Abul Fazl. He is giving a book to the great Akbar. This book is called as Akbarnama. This book is called as Akbarnama. And this book is written in 3 different volumes. Abul Fazl, one of the member of the royal court of Akbar, one of the Navratna. So he wrote the book in 3 different volumes. So what has been written? the Abul Fazl has written, the first volume is about all the Akbar ancestors, his purvaj, his forefathers, all the relatives before Akbar. And the second volume has all the ghatnaye, the events in the Akbar's reign, Akbar Shasan Kal. What are all the events, special events that happened? And the third volume, which is the most important volume, is the Ain-e Akbari. Ain-e Akbari. How was the Akbar's administration? How was his policies? What kind of army he has? How the revenue is being collected? What was the tax system? And the geography, the empire, the lands of this empire, Mughal Empire. This is called as Ain-e Akbari. Ain-e Akbari. Let me tell you again, Akbar's royal courtier, Mr. He's Abul Fazl. He has written, and the first one is about the ancestors, second about the events, and third one is about all the policies and the way administration was done. Okay, so this was the 3-volume book written by Akbarnama and Ain-e Akbari, and this book is the main source of today's historians. All the idea we get from here. What was the culture? What is the Sanskriti? All these things is given here. The most important thing here is, in the third one, Ain-e Akbari, it was factual data, statistical data, tabular data in the form of the number, about the crops, about the yields, about the prices of those crops, about the amount being given as a salary, that is wages, about the revenues. So crop, yield, prices, wages, revenues, all these were properly in the number form written in Ain-e Akbari. Ain-e Akbari. Okay. So this is why this book is holding that much of importance for the historians. Now coming to Akbar's policy, as I told you, Abul Fazl wrote Akbarnama, and the last volume, it's not Abdul Fazl, it's Abul Fazl. Abul Fazl. So Abul Fazl, in his 3 volumes of Akbarnama, the third volume was Ain-e Akbari, and this book was dealing with Akbar's administration, army, revenues, geography. Okay. So there is a word Kotwali. You might be having a Kotwali near you, Kotwal. So this word has come from this information only. Same word is still in 2021, it's still under use. So whole of the empire, he is right, Abul Fazl writes that it was divided into different provinces, right? We have different, states and districts. Like this, it was divided, whole empire is divided into provinces which were called as Subas. Suba. Different provinces, empire was divided, called as Subas, and one will be the Subedar. The person who governs or who is holding all the responsibilities of this area is Subedar. He will do all the political as well as the military functions. Political as well as the military functions. Right now we have Mukhya Mantri, right? We have Chief Minister. Same way. The military, because it was all about fight, power, warrior, all these. So military was also very important. So political and military functions were assigned to a leader of the Suba, that is Subedar. Now, one person cannot do it, so there will be some people who are going to support them. The first one, see, there are certain names you need to keep in mind. Wazir Diman, he was the head of the revenue department. Bakshi, he was the head of the military department and the paymasters to the Mansabdar. The Qazi, he was the chief judge. Chief Sadr, he was the supervisor of the royal, the household. Then we have Wakil, he was the head of the advisory board. So there are certain names. In a province, let me tell you that there is one person who is called as Diwan, and he was actually financial officer. Right now we have account officer, or all the financial related, or we have a financial department today in every office. So we have financial officer, he was Diwan. Okay, Diwan. Along with this, we have different kind of people, diverse people were living, different castes were there. So there may be some peace, law and order, certain things will happen. In order to maintain this peace and order, law and order in this Suba or province, the Subedar was supported by their other officers also. Other officers. So what were they called? What were they called? We have the other officers. Let me name these officers to support this peace and order also, because peace, law and order. First thing is financial master. Financial master was Diwan. Financial master was Diwan. Subedar, then we have financial master Diwan. Then the military paymaster, that is the payment who is doing, the military paymaster, responsible for paying and keeping records, is Bakshi. Military paymaster, Bakshi. Okay, that is, he was responsible for the payments of, depending upon the soldiers, etc., to the Mansabdars and provinces. And that person who was responsible, or who was a minister or the chief of religious and charitable patronage, that is dharmic or dharmarth, dharma or dharmarth, religious and charitable patronage, he was called as Sadr. He was called as Sadr. Sadr. And military commanders were called as Faujdars. There will be, like Senapati, there will be military commanders also. So we have military commanders called as Faujdars. Faujdars. These are military commanders. Similarly, we have police commanders. We have station police officer, station house officer right now, SHO. So the town police commander will be called as Kotwal. This word I was mentioning, Kotwal. Okay, police commander was Kotwal. Kotwal. So these were all the officials who were helping the Subedar to run that province efficiently, and the way Aine Akbari presented in a very good governance way, which was an example. Now let me tell you about Jahangir. Now Jahangir, she is Mehrun Nisa. Before marriage, she was called Mehrun Nisa. After marriage, she was called as Noor Jahan. Noor Jahan. Mehrun Nisa, then Noor Jahan. And they got married in 1611. And after that, she became Noor Jahan. And she was very extremely loyal, loving, supportive to Jahangir. So Jahangir, he had certain coins. That is, one side titles, both the titles, name of Jahangir and name of Noor Jahan. That is, there was an inscription proper, like struck in the name of the Queen Begum Noor Jahan. So how much infiltration, how much effect, how much Noor Jahan has impact on the Jahangir style of administration, the Mughal emperor, it is seen by the inscription he has given. So you see the document, it is an order, Farman of Noor Jahan. There are certain seal, square seals for the states. There is command of her most sublime and elevated majesty Noor Jahan Padshah Begum. So she was there. Now Akbar, the Abhijat were the nobles, the big people. They have big armies. They are commanding large armies. So all these big armies, that is why they were getting a lot of revenue. They have access to a lot of money, revenue, tax, kar. Now those people who are so much influential and powerful, they will send the money. They have an empire, so they can spend the money. So they will make their own network. They will have their own, an independence, right? So if a person who is very outskirts to the empire, Delhi or Agra, now these will have their own network. They will want to get independent. They will have their military power and wealth, etc. So because of their self-interest, in order to get powerful, in order to grab land, in order to grab the big area, this is how the downfall, or you can say shaking of the empire took place. Let me tell you, very important thing, Fatehpur Sikri. And this was made as the capital, but soon it was changed, Fatehpur Sikri. So, there was it is not actually a masjid, but it was a Ibadat Khana. Ibadat Khana. Now, Ibadat means praying, like namaz, like puja, archana, like praying to the God. This Ibadat means this one, and Khana means a part, a place, like a gym khana. It's Ibadat Khana. So what he did in his Shasan Kal, in his reign, there were different kind of people, diverse people. So there were different religious people and their leaders also. So he called these different religious leaders. That is, he called everyone. He left no one. That is ulema. That is the Islamic scholar, religious scholar, Islamic religious scholar. He called Brahmins. He called the Christians, the Catholics at that time, especially the Portuguese, and the Parsis, Zoroastrians. So all faith, all religion, he called them, and there was a huge discussion, long discussion. So Akbar wanted to know what is the good thing, what is the custom, what is the culture, what is the idea, what is the background, everything about these religion. So what he got out of all these marathon discussion was, this is a picture I'm showing, that it is going on in the Ibadat Khana. So what he concluded, the conclusion was, that is why everyone was thinking that this religion, my religion is best, other religion may not be good, it's bad. So there was matandata. Matandata means dogma. That is, if I say you something, you follow it without logic. If I tell you that the earth is square and you just believe it, okay? Today's we have majority government. Whatever they say to their people, they accept it. They don't have logic. They don't put any logic in front of it. And especially in the one religion, they channelize people. So this is dogma. That is matandata. People just follow. They don't have any logic. They don't show any logic. And these people who are matand, they are dogmatic. They becomes bigots. They become bigots. That is, they become kattar. That is, you have seen people, there is a trend that there is a major community in our India. It is just trying to, do everything with the minority community. They will say anything to the minority community. They will say any word. They will kill them. Whatever is going on. So these are because they have become bigots because of the dogma. That is the religious people have taught them that this is right, this is wrong, and that is how they are thought. So Akbar thought, I have big empire, this much big empire. If people are fighting, if the people because of religion they fight, what will happen to my empire? So he had this idea. So he thought what to do. He has to do something. So he did. He created or he formulated. He devised a kind of religion. It's not just a religion. It's called an idea to live. That is Sulh-e-Kul. Sulh-e-Kul. That is, if two persons have a problem, they will come and do sulah. That is compromise. Sulah means a compromise between the two people coming together and accepting each other's idea in a very, conducive way. So Sulh-e-Kul, sulah means universal peace. It's universal peace. In my empire, in my land, every religion has to, everyone you has to believe, respect the other one. If you have a bhagwa vastra, orange you are wearing, you don't need to kill the green wearing people. That's not religion. Religion is respecting others. Religion is all about respect, all about peace, all about honesty, all about justice, all about peace. So this is how the Akbar idea came into being, that honesty, justice, and peace should be the basis of a religion or any religion. Other things, whatever religion says, or any dogmatic thing it says, you don't need to become a bigot. Okay? So don't point any community, don't try to say that this community does not belong to it, this India, just send them, and all these things are not good. So this Sulh-e-Kul and Abul Fazl was very helpful in framing a vision of this governments, all the governments around Sulh-e-Kul. That is why everyone was happy. Every religion person was happy in this. Now we have a Mughal Empire. Whenever we talk about this, 17th century and after, the Mughals, we have economic power, we have economic prosperity. It was commercial prosperity. People were living good life. They were doing trade. They're having good money, especially the bigger ones. So what happened here? When the international traveler came, there were various travelers, came here, and they told that people are living in a good way, good life they are living, lavish life they are living, and that was one of the points. That is called, they call them as India's Soni ki Chidiya. Akbar under Mughal reign, it is Soni ki Chidiya. But one side they saw that there is one community, or there is one part of the other part of the coin, There are people who don't have enough food to eat. In India, where's Ambani? He is the fourth richest person in the world. In India, we have the person who is fourth number, highest richest. But there are people who are eating their own waste. They are forced to do it. Can you imagine? And that travelers, they said this thing, that there is a vast distance difference. So we have what is the reason? The reason is, what is the reason? The reason is, see, the documents from the 20th year of Shah Jahan reign, Shasankal, it tells us that the highest ranking Mansabdars, that is heaviest Zat they were having, they were only 445 of 8,000. That is, you can just take the percentage. What were they? They were only 5.6%. That is, 5.6 highest level people, they were getting around 61.5% of the revenue of the empire. I just want to make it easier. So I'm taking 5.6 as 5 and 61.5 as 62. So if the Mansabdars are 100, assume it 100, 5 Mansabdars, if 100 rupees is coming, 62 rupees is going to only 5 Mansabdars. Okay? If there are 100 Mansabdars, only 5 Mansabdars are getting 62 rupees from 100 rupees. Other 38 rupees, only this remaining 95 was getting. Only remaining 95. So that was the difference, that only few people were having lot of money, lot of alishan living, and that is how travelers said. Mansabdars and this Mansabdar, and the king, Mansabdar and king. If somebody comes, that is the artisan or a farmer come, and they are big farmers and big artisans. They are getting money. So these artisans may be taking this culture from somebody. This farmer is also getting some crop and etc. thing from somebody. So the middleman is getting more money. So money and money they are getting. But what about the lowest level people? That is why there was a vast difference, or there's a difference in the level of the last person who is standing in the queue. That is why what happened? There was slowly and gradually, Mughal emperors slowly declined because at that time Hyderabad, Awadh, and there are other dynasties which came up, and because of the failure, because of the problems which existed of the asamanta, of the inequality between the rich and the poor, that is how Awadh and Lucknow area you can assume to be. So this Hyderabad and other region came into being, and we'll talk about the other discussion, that is Mughal emperor in Delhi as the master, what happened later on. We'll talk about that later. Now in this same period we will talk about the kings and queens of other area. So the most important is here, he is called as Sultan Suleiman. Now if you see, this is the Ottoman, basically the key point, center point is Turkey. Now he ruled from 1520 to 1566 on the Ottoman Empire, Ottoman Samrajya. Now he became so powerful. First of all, he expanded, or he defeated, or he went to Europe, then captured Hungary, Austria, Baghdad, Iraq, North Africa, Morocco. All these, they acknowledged the authority, Ottoman authority, and they restructured the already existing navy. That is why they had problem or competition with Spain in the eastern Mediterranean Sea, and then Portuguese in the Arabian Sea. Now this person, he is called as a lawgiver, al-Qanuni. That is, he made good laws, Qanun. That is, he had made the Qanun in order to protect the peasantry from forced labor and extraordinary taxes which are levied always on the poor person, like the peasantry. So his reign was remembered as a period of ideal governance. He was called as Suleiman Qanuni. Sultan Suleiman was also called as Suleiman Qanuni. Okay. Now in the same period we have Queen Elizabeth from 1558 to 1603 from Britannia, British, England. Then we have Safavid ruler of Iran. I told you about that. We talk about different Mughal emperors. So Safavid ruler of Iran, Shah Abbas, And there was a bad people also. So controversial Russian ruler. He was called Tsar Ivan IV Vasilyevich. And he was called as Ivan the Terrible. Ivan the Terrible. So this is from 1530 to 1584. So this is all about this chapter. Thank you so much and take care of yourself. This is chapter number 5, rulers and buildings. Rulers and buildings. The first thing first is the Qutub Minar. It's a minar, that is a structure, a imarat, a building. This is a heritage, national, international. And there is a word in a Qutub Minar, that is Qutub. This Qutub has come from Qutubuddin Aibak and also one of the Sufi said. Now Qutub Minar has 5 floors. It's 5-floor minar or building. Now Qutubuddin Aibak is one of the slave of Muhammad Ghori. Muhammad Ghori came to our subcontinent and he left Qutubuddin Aibak, and that is how we talk about slave dynasty. Now he started building it. First floor is built by Qutubuddin Aibak. After that, the four other floors were made by Sultan Iltutmish. Now, Iltutmish made it around 1229, and he completed the rest 4 floors. And because this is a minar, this is a building construction which is quite straight. Its taper means the width in the bottom is higher than the upper part. Now this is straight one. So whenever there was a mild earthquake, lightning or other man-made situations, there needs some repair all the way along. So we have Alauddin Khilji, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, Firoz Shah Tughlaq and Ibrahim Lodi. They all repaired the famous Qutub Minar. Delhi, Mehrauli, there is an area where you also see this 300 kilo one iron tower. So 1199 Qutubuddin Aibak, he started constructing this Qutub Minar. Now we know various things from here. First of all, this is the first chhajja or balcony. The first balcony. If you see here, if you go inside, there are stairs, round stairs, and these doors you can go up to various balconies. And these are the inside pictures I am trying to show you so that you feel how it looks from inside. And there are people who are jumping for suicide. That is how committing suicide. That is how it is closed for the normal public. Now here below the first balcony, there are some inscriptions, and these inscriptions are in Arabic. They are not in Persian. They are in Arabic. And these inscription, first of all, you see, most of the things we know by these inscriptions. And how to write, can you imagine how to write these inscriptions in this area? It's incredible. So first thing is that what the Mughals and the Delhi Sultanates have made, it's artistic. So when we talk about 8th and 18th centuries, there are 2 kind of structures being made. Structures means, all these things will come. It can be a tomb, it can be a maqbara, it can be a house, it can be a fort, it can be a sarai or rest house. All these we'll talk about them in a common word, structures. So 2 kind of structures were being made between 8th and 18th centuries. So this is a structure. I will divide it into 2 parts. First kind of structure being made were very safe. Very safe. They were protected. And they were huge. They were grand. Huge and grand. So safe, protected, grandiose. Surakshit, Sangrakshit, bade bade. And these, why and who made these? And of course the king and the Bachas made it. So all these, they made it from themselves. Okay, the fort is made for them, for the capital, for the Sainik soldiers, for protecting them. So forts, palaces where a king will live, forts, that is the outer boundary, strong boundary, and then we have garden, huge bagichas, flowers, grasses. So these are the various, garden is basically there are residences, and we will talk about the residences, garden residences, that is in between and in the corner edge. We'll talk about that. The second kind of architectures or structures were temples, mandir, masjid, mosque, tanks. Tanks means the water reservoir where water can be stored, rain or the river water. Wells they made. Wells means kuwa, that is a deep pit with a solid boundary, and the water can be taken out using bucket, etc. So they made wells, and along with this they made karwan sarais. Karwan or caravan sarais, it is written. It's simply the rest house. Like we have hotels, restaurant today, same thing. If a vyapari or a trader is coming from outside, where he is going to stay? Karwan sarai, rest house, hotels. So it was karwan sarai. And the final is bazaar. Bazaar, of course, people are going to buy their daily stuff. There will be trading going on, so bazaars. So these are the two categorization of the architectures being made by the kings and sultans and badshah at that time. And not only the king, the merchants, the traders, the vyaparis, they were also making these kind of structures. They also made temples, they made mosque, they made wells as well, mandir, masjid, kuwe, they made it. And when we have a big or rich kind of merchants, so the big mansions which you see today, people are making big houses for them, but we don't see it early in 8th to 18th century. Only we see after 18th century the havelis and the mansions, big houses, were only seen after 18th century. That is why we don't talk about this in the present discussion, because it only comes when we talk about 80. We talk about 750 to 1750 around, right, in between 1000 years. So this in between, the mansions is not being seen. So whenever these structures are being made, there has to be some engineering involved, some civil engineering, some artistic, some say architecture, or some interior decoration kind of thing. So engineering skills and constructions were very important. Okay, because different architectures, different style, different places have different style. People are also different. So there is a word which is going to come is superstructure. Superstructure. Previously there were not multi or high-rise buildings. There were ground floor and first floor or second floor. That is the highest. So we have the ground floor, and above whichever is the structure or the place is called superstructure. Superstructure. Now this monument, you can say that what kind of artisanship is used. It is curved, it is angular. If you see, these strips are angular and curve also. Some are sharpened like triangular shape, some are rounded. If you see very closely. So we have the round also and the curved and angular structure. So a monument can easily tell us what kind of construction technology has been applied or being used. For example, just take a house, simple room, hut. So what you will do? You will have four say pillars, these lakdi or wood or bricks, and then you will put some on the. Let me show you in the 3D. Put some wooden beams here, wooden beams or wooden structure, or you can have some chapper, or you can put some tin or some say big stones, flat stones. No, if this is a small room, it's good. But what about this room when it is going to be big, large room? You want 50 people, 100 people, because when you have a king, when you talk about king, it will have a royal court, it will have a royal darbar. So we needed at that time superstructure, say special structures. So special skills, sophisticated, elated, highest kind of skills were required. So when we talk about 7th and 10th centuries, the architects or the people who are doing Vastu Kala, construction, engineering skills, they were adding more rooms, doors, windows to the buildings. That is roofs, doors and windows. And these were being made by what structure? So there are two technologies. One is trabeate. Trabeate is what I told you, that you have to make a very, very big room, huge room, where you will have the king and 50, 100 people. All these and all those stuff also will be put in there. So what we'll do? Some columns, these columns and beams. Columns are vertical, beams are horizontal. It can be wood kind of, or some stone. So these three which you see here, these are vertical. These are called columns. And this is column 1, this is column 2, this is column 3. and on this we have the straight or the horizontal beam is being written, and these beam are placed over it. These are beam. So on the column we have beam, straight cost, vertical column, horizontal beam, vertical column, horizontal beam. So this kind of structure is called trabeate, or also called it corbelled or trabeate. They have slight difference, but you don't need to understand here right now. Just understand that trabeate and corbelled is this structure. The 8th and 13th century, between these trabeate style were used in the construction of various temples, mosques, tombs, buildings. Tombs are maqbara. Maqbara where people have their graveyard. It's kind of graveyard. Then the big buildings, as I said. And one more thing is baulis. Bauli are very large stepped wells. That is, in the well you cannot go inside. You can just take the water out. But in bauli you can go to the water and bring the water. See, these are step structure, baulis. They are step structure, means say if you are standing here, then the water is here. It is specifically sometimes used for the rainwater harvesting. Water is coming in the rain and that is filled, and that may be used for later purposes. So sometimes it is open, but sometimes it is closed also. So when it is closed, it will use the trabeate architecture. That is, two vertical columns, and then we have a beam passing through it, and in between they are see, I'll show you a structure. This is a masjid called Quwwat al-Islam Mosque. Quwwat al-Islam, 12th century I'm talking about. This Quwwat al-Islam, if you see, these are two bases, and we have a straight column of this beam passing it. So we have two columns and a beam. And other architecture is rounded, and sometimes it is not sharp at the above. That is why we have difference of trabeate and corbelled. Otherwise they are same. Now in this time which I'm talking about, certain technologies also changed, styles also changed, kalakari changed. So there were two kind of change. First thing is, I'm talking about 12th century, right? Means 1100 to 1200. There was a arcuate, dhanushakar, chapakar, arcuate in the form of an arc, in the form of a semicircle. This kind of structures was being used. So we had a base. Okay, now we put these stones and other stuff. So these stones are being placed like this. Okay, they all are very cautiously being placed, and finally in between, when they go up, there is a wedge, there is a stone. That stone is called a cornerstone. This is a wedge, this is a pathar, this is a stone. It's for fasaying, it's for holding up. It is not the part of those structure which we put. It is just to fix those. I'll take you to more detail here, because it's very good to understand this. This is called the arcuate. Now whatever the base is, you are putting these stones in this form. Okay, whatever stones. Now here the A which you are seeing, this is your fasaying. You are just inserting it with force, and when you forcefully insert it, it's a keystone. If you take it out, all the stones will fall, all the structure will fall. Okay, that is why it is called Indradhanushi. It's called Chapakar. It's called circular, half circular. It's called arcuate, half semicircle, right? Keystone. It's very important. So Mandir, Masjid, all this, they started using when you enter these, you will see this kind of structure, which is the arcuate structure. And it looks so lavish, it looks so good, that when you are entering a trabeate structure, but it's so awesome to when you enter arcuate. Second thing was limestone cement. Limestone cement was used, and this was a very good and superior quality cement. That is, the stone chip hardened into concrete, very small pebbles, you can say, small stone chips were used to form a concrete. And when they were used, large structures can be made very easily and in a faster manner. Let me show you a picture. Here is a picture. This is a painting from Akbarnama, the biography or autobiography of Akbar. Actually, it's a biography. So here it's showing a water gate at the Agra fort. This is a picture which is showing how do we know that high quality cement were made, stone chip hardened with concrete was made, and it was being created so easier and faster. Coming to building temples, mosques and tanks. Building mosques and temples. Mandir, masjid, water reservoir. So there are certain names which are going to come. First thing is, why temples and mosques were made with so much valor, so much interest, so much of enthusiasm. First of all, it is the place of worship. We know every one of us is very emotional about God, right? Political party also use it, So we have this worship place. So if a king, he wants to show his power. He wants to show his wealth. He wants to show that he has a love for his God. So power, wealth, and the love to the God, the devotion to the God. What he is going to do? He is going to make the temples, because the Raja is normally coming from the Kshatriya world, and the Brahmanas are above them. So they always show their love, interest, devotion, dedication by this. So this mandir, this temple you see, excuse me, is Rajeshwara temple. This is called RRT, Rajeshwara temple. So here is the inscription properly being given here. And this was built by King Rajadeva. Who made it? Rajadeva. He made Rajeshwara temple. The god name is Rajeshwara. Okay? Rajeshwara temple by Rajadeva for Rajeshwara. He made, not this one, but many temples. But this is a special one we need to, ponder upon. Let me tell you again. Rajeshwara temple made by King Rajadeva, a Chola dynasty, and the god was Rajeshwara. Now you see all the names are quite similar. Why the name was similar? The Raja or the king wants to show that I am a kind of god. I am representing God. I am the face of God. I am the incarnation of God. Okay? That is, the ruler and the god, they are same. He wanted to show, the king wanted to portray that he want to appear like a god. He want to show that he is a god for those, for his praja, for his emperorship, that this, one god, that is Rajadeva, is honoring, is respecting, is devoted for the other god, that is Rajeshwara. The one god is having a deity which is another god. So Raja and Bhagwan. So king has his own men. The Bhagwan, or there are more than 30 crore gods. So a Bhagwan or a deity will have their small deities. So one Raja, very mantris and all these courtiers, and the Bhagwan also have their own. So when this Rajeshwaram Mandir was filled with Raja, when they were doing the puja archana, that is rituals, it is being seen that he is actually like the god with all these smaller gods, and he has brought this god nature, this god from the upper asman to the people out there. That is, he is doing the just rule for God of the gods on earth. But the Muslim Sultan and the Badshah, they never claimed that they are God. They never claimed. Like the Rajadeva, he claimed that I am a god. But in Islam, it's very clear that there is only one God, and he is only the one God. But if you see the Persian court chroniclers, they have written it clearly that though the Sultan was not a god, but he was a shadow of God. He was a shadow of God. Shadow means parchai, pratibimba. So if I can tell you, there is a difference. See, Quwwat al-Islam Mosque, it's clearly being mentioned in the inscription that Alauddin Khilji was given, or he has become a king because he has the quality of Hazrat Musa and Hazrat Suleiman. That is, in Bible if you go, that is Moses and Solomon. Moses, Solomon, in English we say, in Arabic and Urdu and Hindi, Hazrat Musa, Hazrat Suleiman. So these were lawgivers, great lawgivers of the past. They were the just people, means just, they'll do all with the just, people would respect them. So that is how they have said that Alauddin Khilji was actually representing the Moses and Solomon. I hope you got the idea. Okay. So this is how the difference of Rajadeva and the Muslim sultans were there. Because everyone knows that the greatest lawgiver and the architect was God himself in Islam. Muslim, only Ishwar Allah. So no one can claim that we are Allah. Only one God. And then also God, we don't know, there is no picture. Muslims have no pictures. So only one God is there. So you also see the plan of Jama Masjid built by Shah Jahan on the left. This is the capital in Shah Jahanabad. Okay. Now there are two types of mandir. Very important. Difference also we need to know. Two types of mandir. If you are preparing for IAS or other exams, this is very important. First temple is at North India. Khajuraho, you know that you can understand this is a Khajuraho complex. South India. This is North Mandir and South Mandir. North Mandir is made by Nagar architecture. South Mandir, the architecture used is Dravidian architecture. It's a Dravidian Vastukala or architecture. The first mandir or temple you see is Kandariya Mahadev. The name of the temple is Kandariya Mahadev. The name of the second mandir or temple is Rajarajeshwara Mandir. Rajarajeshwara temple. Now the Kandariya Mahadev Mandir is where? Is at Khajuraho complex. Okay? And it was being made by whom? The Khajuraho is the place that is also a UNESCO heritage. Now Rajarajeshwara temple, it's at Tanjore or Tanjore. The important thing is Rajarajeshwara, it's a Chola dynasty. Chola dynasty made it. So it was made under Chola dynasty. And this North Indian Kandariya Mahadev was made by 999 Chandel dynasty. Chandel dynasty. Who made it? Dhangadev. King Raja Dhangadev made it. Dhangadev, Chandel dynasty. Right? Raja Dhangadeva. Now let me show you the architecture. First, let me tell you one more thing. That the Shikhar, see in South India it's called Shikhar or Viman. Shikhar Viman, that is where the deity is, the Garbhagriha. Here it is called, north we call it Shikhar. Now if you take the height, if the height is 50 meters, this height will be 100 meters. That is, the height of the Shikhar of Rajarajeshwara temple is twice higher than the Kandariya Mahadev temple. Right? So the Garbhagriha where the deity or the main Bhagwan, main god is being put, because the Kandariya Mahadev is a Shiva temple, Lord Shiva temple. And see, now I'll take you inside. Let me take you inside now. First thing first is the entry, and the entry is quite magnificent. It is quite ornamented here. That is, when you enter, you'll feel so good. When you go inside, there is a mandap. This mandap, Mahamandap, and here all the people would meet. There will be dance performed here, because it is Shiv, so Shivji kind of dance will be there. When you go more inside, it will be Garbhagriha. Garbhagriha, that is main deity, Lord Shiva, Shivling, etc. will be put here. This is the main deity. Now this is a Khajuraho campus, and only the Raja or the king or the very close people could come here. Others cannot. Now come to this place. Here we have this as Rajarajeshwara temple, very high. Now this 90 ton stone, how did they arrive here? How did they came here? How did they come here? Sorry. So we have, see, this is a temple. So from 4 kilometers, there is a path being made. Not because the elevation cannot be so height. So it's very long, short elevated. It goes up and then it goes down, so that this comes to the top of the Garbhagriha. So this is 4 kilometers long, and this 4 kilometers there is a proper, because at that time there was no crane. How to take this big heavy material up? So there was a proper technology used, or a kind of advent. So how do we know this? There is a proper village called Charupallam, and this Charupallam village is called as village of the incline. That is how that incline, that big boulders through the rollers would come, and this will be dropped down to the top of this mandir or the temple. I hope you got the difference. Now, all these dynasties, whenever they came to the power, they were basically interested in worship places. They wanted to show that they have a very close relationship. Hindus with Sanatan gods, Muslims with Allah, like masjid, mosque, maqbara, etc. And they also gave patronage to the people who are learned, vidwan, pious, clean people. They gave the patronage. And there is one more word has come, and you'll see it everywhere. That is ab, A-B, ab, not ab, it is ab. Ab, abadi, abad. How do we know this? So wherever the water is there, people will live. That is how we call it as abadi. This ab means water. Punjab has come from where? Panj means 5, ab means water. So 5 water, these bodies or the rivers, that is how Punjab word has come. So Aab means water. So whosoever is the king, if the people have to think good about him, that means the Raja is very good, he is doing well, that means the water will never be a problem. There will be no scarcity of water. So he will always do something for the water. There will always be rain, or if the rain is coming, he will withhold the water. That is how the king will be praised. So whichever good empire are always near river. So they would make what? Big reservoir. The kings and Badshah will make big reservoir or hose. Water can be kept there. They will always be praised. So we have Sultan Iltutmish here, and he was praised because he made hose Sultani. This is Delhi, Kohana, Jahanpana and Siri. These are 3 places which were being made by whom? Delhi Sultan. And Hauze Sultani was made by Iltutmish. It's also called as King Reservoir. There is also Hauze Shamsi, right? So this is King Sultan, and this is a huge reservoir of water. So when the water is there, people are happy. That is how he is so highly, Iltutmish is highly regarded, right? So Raja making a reservoir, tanks, and you also see these reservoir tanks also will be made where the temples will be there, mosque will be there, masjid will be there. Okay, everywhere you will see water. For example, Harminder Sahib, and this is a holy sarovar. There is a holy sarovar. People used to take dip. This is in Amritsar. And Iltutmish we have Hauze Sultani. If you go to Taj Mahal, you will also see this water. Also the tomb of Humayun. Now, why were temples destroyed? What was the reason? So, as we discussed earlier also, whosoever, the big kings, big emperors, they wanted to show their power, the wealth, their strength, the money, the resources, whatever they want to show. And also, there is one more thing. That is the love for the God, devotion to the God. So they make temple. So all these gold stuff, that is the temple will have gold deity, and other decorative items will be of gold and other precious material. So if a Raja or a king, there is one more king, when the one will attack the another, this attack will mainly to get the money, to get the resources. So the temple were having all the resources. Same thing otherwise also, when the temple will be attacked, it will be destroyed. But of course, you want to take everything out of it. I'll give an example. There was a Pandyan king. There was a Pandyan dynasty, and there was a king called Srimara Sri Vallabha. His name was Srimar Sri Vallabh. In English, we always add a at the last. He was Srimar Sri Vallabh. Now, he was a Pandyan king. What he did, he sent his troop. He is Srimar Sri Vallabh. And this Pandyan king, this region I'm talking about, he sent his troop to Sri Lanka. And he said, just go there and get whatever you can. All the precious items like the gold, etc. Now, these were Sinhalese rulers. In Sri Lanka, there is a majority of Sinhalese people. So there they went, and when they went, this King Sena I was ruling it. So King Sena I, in his regime, Sri Vallabh made an attempt or attack. So there was a person called Dhammakiti, and he was actually a Buddhist monk. Majority of people in Sri Lanka are Buddhist. So Buddhist monk, Dhammakiti, and he was a chronicler. That is, the people who write about some events. So he said that when this Sri Vallabh troop or Sena, they attacked, they took the statue of Buddha, gold. So Buddha, statue of Buddha and gold, and also they destroyed the monastery and took all the golden images from the monasteries. Monasteries is, you can say, a religious place for the Buddhist. So he wrote it down, everything. So what happened? Sena II came, and there was a blow to the pride, so they took the revenge. They avenged. So now Sena II, he ordered the his this general to go back, to come to India, to come to Pandyan regime, and try to get whatever gold statues that have been confiscated, or you can say by attack it was taken. So whatever has been taken by the attack, just get it. Now I'll give you one more example. Chola king. Chola king, we had Vijayalaya, then Rajaraja 1, Rajaraja 2, like this. So we have Chola king Rajendra 1. You have to remember him. So now when he was there is a similarity between this Mahmud Ghaznavi and Rajaraja. I'll tell you just now. So Rajendra 1, what he did, he started from this Chola region and he attacked various temples, and he seized or grabbed various instrumental things, or you can say precious deities, statues. So what did he get from Chalukya? He got sun pedestal. Okay, sun pedestal. This is Chalukyas, and from and also a Ganesh statue, and there are various Durga statue also. He took it from there, or his Sena took it from there. Now we talk about the Eastern Chalukya. It's Nandi statue. Nandi in Hindi is called Sand. So Nandi statue. And then from Nandi statue, so from Chalukya, Eastern Chalukya, from this part of Kalinga, which is present day Odisha, he took Bhairav and Bhairavi. Bhairavi is what? Shiva Parvati. So he got Shiva and Shiva, Parvati, from this place, Kalinga, which is today's Odisha. And he also went to Pals, that is the Bengal area. Right now, Bengal area. So he took Kali statue, Kali Mata, Kali Devi statue. So many places he attacked, different temples, and he seized so many golden and precious material, Pratimay Akriti or sculpture. He did for what? Because he built a Shiva temple. He built a Shiva temple in his capital. And whatever he has got, all these statues which he seized, he filled it with this all. His Shiva temple was filled with all he seized from different part of this subcontinent. I hope you got the idea. Why did he do that? But on the other hand, Mahmud Ghaznavi and this Rajendra I were contemporary, means of same time. Now everyone knew that the temples are the richest place. If you go to some capital, some regime, just go and grab all this stuff which is in the temple. So if you see the Brahman Ran Vyavastha, Kshatriyas are below Brahmans. They are below Brahmans. So in order to oblige Brahmans also, the Kshatriya, which are the warriors, so they make temples, and temples are more respected. So Mahmud Ghaznavi from the Ghazan area of Afghanistan right now he came to different places, and he came to Gujarat. This is the temple, Gujarat Somnath temple. He is Sultan Mahmud, Mahmud Ghaznavi, Mahmud Ghazni, all are the same name of a same person. So he also did the same thing which Rajendra I has done. He also destroyed the temple, and they targeted the dynasties which are already defeated. They attacked the defeated rulers. Okay, this is very important. They attacked and looted those places of worship of defeated rulers. So all these places are defeated rulers, right? Because if they attack any regime which is powerful, they won't be able to get it. So there is a difference between Rajendra I and Mahmud Ghaznavi. Mahmud Ghaznavi, he came only to get the statue for money, for the wealth. He was not an important ruler, but when he came here and he destroyed the Somnath Mandir, he presented himself as a good hero of Islam. So there was a Islamism which was involved. Though he and Rajendra I both were destroying the temples, but Mahmud Ghaznavi only wanted money. But Rajendra I wanted all the deity, gold deity, etc., so that he can put it in his temple. So this Mahmud Ghaznavi, he actually used this all money and resources to develop his capital, Ghazni. So Islamic ruler, he was not a very important ruler, and he presented himself that I did this and I am a great hero of Islam. Okay. So these are the difference between Mahmud Ghaznavi and Rajendra I. Now coming to gardens, tombs and forts. Gardens, bagicha, tombs are Maqbara, that is wherever the big people at that time were put in the graveyard. And forts are big boundaries or big boundary area to safeguard their capital or the place or the palace. So in the Mughal era, we are talking about 1526 to 1707, Babur, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, and especially we'll talk about Shah Jahan. And they were taking personal interest. They were taking personal interest in it. So they wanted to understand, they wanted to be a part in literature, art and architecture. And let me tell you about Babur first. Now Babur was the first main Mughal ruler. And in his autobiography, it's clearly written that he was so much interested in the planning, laying out of gardens, formal gardens. So there was a new way of making the gardens. That is what called as Chahar Bagh. Various places it is Char Bagh also written, but let us call it as Chahar Bagh. Chahar or Char has come from 4, or you can say the symmetrical form. So we have an area which is walled, it will have a boundary, and it is divided into symmetrical shape, that is rectangular or square. We call it as a canal, water canal. So you know, symmetrical areas divided by the flow of cutting canals, or cutting means they are passing through one another. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4. Mainly this is 4, but we don't relate Chahar with Char normally, because we'll say see places where it is not 4, it is number of we relate it with symmetry. So in 1590 there is a painting, and if you see, this is Chahar Bagh, and here these are the water canals in between, which are crossing each other, or which are passing you can say as a vertical and horizontal lines. So this vertical horizontal lines of canal, here it is Babur, he is supervising. Babur is there and he is supervising. The map is also there being shown to him. So he took special interest. And as I said, it is called as Chahar Bagh. You can relate it with 4. You can relate it with the rectangular or square parts, which are quite symmetrical. And this looks so nice, because whenever a symmetry is there, it looks nice. So every area of Mughal is, you see, you will find symmetry. So let me just take you to different places. Char Baghs were constructed by Jahangir and Shah Jahan in Kashmir, Agra and Delhi. So let me tell you about Humayun's tomb, Humayun's Maqbara. This is a UNESCO World Heritage also. Now if you see here, there are water canals running horizontally and vertically, crossing each other. And the formation is here. This is Mughal Char Bagh, and we are talking about this Char Bagh or Chahar Bagh. Char Bagh is simply 4. In Hindi it's 4. You know, so division is quite symmetrical. So these are vertically and horizontally cutting canals. Inside we have the Humayun's tomb. Now coming to Shalimar Bagh, we have Shalimar Bagh, Nishat, Chashme Shahi in Srinagar. So these are stepwise. Means you go, then you will have step, then you go up, then step, then you go up. Finally you reach the highest one. So all these have water passing in between and the crossing water canal. So these are water divided, the region divided by these water canals, and they are symmetrical. This is Kashmir, Shalimar. If you happen to visit, then you should go to Nishat and Chashme Shahi also. And the most world's best creature. Now Lal Mahal Bari. Now this also, Lal Mahal Bari is an example. So this Bari, I want you to please give me in the comment that what is this region, Lal Mahal Bari, okay? And just let me give you an idea. It is at a place or a state called starting from R. Remember R, okay? Give me the answer. Now this is Taj Mahal. This is the world's best creation, I must tell you. And here we have the same style of making Chahar Bagh. And there is one part which is different, that we'll discuss just now. Here we have Ram Bagh, which is very near to the fort, Agra fort, and it also shows this Chahar Bagh formation. Here, same thing I'm showing you. This is the Humayun tomb and water channels vertically and horizontally. Now here one more thing. In the Akbar reign, the architects, those people who are actually making these imarat or buildings, etc., they got an inspiration, or the Akbar got the inspiration from its Central Asian ancestor. You know, the genealogy from father is from Timur or Taimur. Taimur was from Iran, Iraq, Turkey region. So all those tombs being made at that time, if you see today also the Turkey, all these formations are quite similar. So this idea has come, and that inspiration has come. So something are very special here. This tomb, first of all, the Gumbaj. This is quite big. That is called central towering dome. It's a huge kind of dome structure. You see here in Taj Mahal, Humayun tomb, everywhere. Then the entry gate is quite big. Both in Taj Mahal, both in Humayun tomb, you see a very big entry, and that is called as entry gateway Pishtak. This entry is called as Pishtak, and this is the gateway Pishtak. And these are some distinguishing factor or feature, or these are important factors of the Mughal architecture at that time, inspired by the Taimur region. Now, what you see here is that I'll just a Chahar Bagh is there, big Chahar Bagh, and in the center the Humayun tomb is there. But I'll give you another example also. So whenever we have the center in Humayun tomb, we have central room, and it is surrounded by 8 rooms. In Humayun tomb, we have 1 room, and it is connected or surrounded by 8 rooms. So these 8 rooms are called 8 paradises. So this is the Humayun tomb I'm talking about. 8 rooms are it's actually it's a front view. If you see the top view, you'll see that 8 rooms. So these 8 rooms are called 8 Swarg or 8 paradises or Hasht Bihasht. These 8 paradises is representing Hasht Bihasht, or 8 paradises, Hasht Bihasht, 8 rooms. Okay, means a central hall which is surrounded by 8 rooms. That is relating it with the paradises. And as I said, these were made up of red sandstone, Lal Balua, red sandstone, and the edging was with white marble. White marble, Total Taj Mahal was made by this beautiful marble, white marble, Sangmarmar. Now I am taking to you to the Shah Jahan reign. Shah Jahan Shasankal or reign. This Mughal architecture in Shah Jahan reign, it was being fused together with various other architecture. So there was a remixing going on. Cross-fertilization, remixing, fusing. One more special feature of this era of Shah Jahan was he made two different kind of constructions. First is for public, second is for private. So this is Diwan-e-Aam, where people would come, normal people would come, and the emperor or the king would meet them. So the Shah Jahan is sitting. There is a bag wall. I'll show you about wall, what importance it has. First of all, the private and public construction. The private was called as Diwan-e-Khas. Khas means very special or very important. And this part where public would come, that is Diwan-e-Aam. Diwan-e-Aam, everyone can come. So this is a very big courtyard, big room, big area where everyone can come. And these are around 40 pillars. It's called 40 pillared halls, also called as Chihil Sutun. This Diwan-e-Aam of Delhi I am showing you. This is Chihil Sutun. Basically, we are talking about 40 pillared halls where lot many people come there, a very big courtyard. And there is Diwan-e-Khas also. And this Diwan-e-Khas, this is not the structure we find in Diwan-e-Aam, because only the king and other very important people would come and they will discuss various matter, right? So Diwan-e-Khas and Diwan-e-Aam has this difference. So see, I show you Diwan-e-Khas of Fatehpur Sikri. You will find it in Delhi also. Diwan-e-Aam I am showing you of Delhi, and Diwan-e-Khas in Delhi is also there. And in the picture of the NCERT, you will see Diwan-e-Aam of Delhi. Diwan-e-Aam of Delhi, and I show you the 40 pillars also, Chihil Sutun. Now the Shah Jahan, especially he did his construction was mainly resembling a mosque or devotion, or there is a big Qibla, where is Qibla, where the direction in which the Muslims offer their prayer. That is wherever direction they have, Makkah, Medina, Saudi Arab. So whoever is sitting, for example, here people are sitting, they will sit in such a direction facing the emperor, such that the direction should be in Qibla. So it's a kind of a direction faced by Muslim when they are doing prayer, namaz. They are doing namaz. Okay. So it's like a god. He is representing a kind of god, resembling a god, and for him everyone will be equal. and there is a court in session. So in order to just say summarize or give an appearance, Nyayapurna Vyavastha, justice. So this is the architectural features of Shah Jahan. There is one more important thing is about the royal justice by the emperors. Now the justice is going on in Raja Darbar or imperial court, and when we talk about Shah Jahan, how he presented, how do we know it, what kind of justice he wanted to give, what kind of presentation he wanted to portray. So here is Shah Jahan, he is sitting on a throne, that is Sinhasan, Gaddi. Now this is the throne, famous peacock throne is also there. So what we have here, you see something is on the background also, means the wall. So there is Petra Dura. Petra Dura is not something like, the only thing is this is marble. Petra Dura is simple marble, say white marble, and here we have different colors of patches or formations or patterns. Now this is the back side of the throne. Here the emperor used to sit, and on the back there is a wall, and this wall has this Petra Dura. It was made as Petra Dura, and here there is a picture. Now let me tell you about picture one again. There is a white marble, and there are different kind of pattern. There are birds, there are trees, different kind of, you can say, pictures are being made. They are formed. Okay, so there are different formations. But on the back of where the king or the emperor would sit, there is a figure, and this figure is of a Greek god. It's a figure of a Greek god called Orpheus. This is, see, once again, this is Shah Jahan, or the emperor sits. On the back side there is a wall, and this wall has Petra Dura architecture style, and here we have a god which is playing a flute, a lute, that is a veena. In Hindi it's veena. So he's playing a veena, and here there are different ferocious, very dangerous animals, and they are sitting in harmony, because the note, the music this veena it gives, it's so calm that everyone will sit. Ferocious animals. So with this Petra Dura, that is the back style, and here I told you about the Red Fort, Delhi, behind the emperor's throne. There are different kind of Petra Dura formations or styles, and there was a god, as I just told you, his name is Orpheus, and he's playing a lute. Lute means veena, and this music is so soothing, so good, so calm. It's so calm that the ferocious beast, that means the dangerous animal, they come together and they live together. So they become so calm. So the idea of this Petra Dura or the Orpheus is that the Shah Jahan or the emperor will treat everyone, whether the poor or whether the rich, everyone as equal in his eyes, and everyone should live in harmony, in peace, in love, in togetherness. Now coming to the early years of Shah Jahan Kal or reign, the capital was Agra. Okay, and the nobility, the big people, the closer to the king people, they have constructed their home on the banks of river Yamuna. Yamuna is in Delhi also, Yamuna is in Agra also. Okay, so here the big people or the loved or the closer people, they have made river Yamuna, and there was a formation I told you, Chahar Bagh, and this format is somewhat changed. There is a slight variation to this Chahar Bagh, and here what will happen? It will be Chahar Bagh. Previously we have known that the houses or the tomb will be made at the center of this Chahar Bagh, center of the Chahar Bagh. But in this kind of, when we talk about Shah Jahan and river Yamuna, Agra, this formation or this house is on the bank of the river on the last point. That is, this is a river. Okay, I am talking about Agra. There basically it's not on the center, it's on the edge. So this is a house, say, of some nobility. Now Chahar Bagh is like this. There is a formation, there is a symmetrical division taken by the canals or divided by the canals, water flowing. Okay, now here Humayun tomb was in the center, But if you talk about Taj Mahal also, if you talk about any house of the nobility, this house was facing the river and at the edge of it. Means it will not, the house will not be at the center. It will be somewhere which is on the edge, near to the river. And this formation is called a riverfront garden. This was called as riverfront garden. Okay, I'll give an example here. See the Taj Mahal. This is the top view. But before that, let me show you. This is a river Yamuna, Ramuna Nadi. Here we have Taj Mahal. I'll talk about this. But these houses, these are of big people, nobility, and the houses were always on the edge of the river. That is river facing. Everyone likes river. Everyone today also, earlier also, they love water. So that is how this all banks were covered or taken by the big nobility or the people who are closer to the king. Now this Taj Mahal, it's a very big achievement. This is the place for which all the foreigner comes. If any foreigner will come, he or she will definitely see this Taj Mahal. It's made of white marble. Okay, it's mausoleum. What is mausoleum? It's a white marble, a graveyard basically, right? And a kind of museum with a high elevated formation. So if you see, it's not in the ground. There is a platform, and this platform on which this Maqbara or the tomb, it's a tomb only of Mumtaz Mahal being made by Shah Jahan. So there is an entry. This is the center point, and here is Taj Mahal. And I told you that this Taj Mahal is not in actual Chaharbagh format. It's riverfront because it's just closer to river Yamuna. Earlier, it was always centrally located. Means all the formations of Chaharbagh is centrally located. So it's a riverfront formation. I hope you got the idea. Okay. Now this is Taj Mahal. It was completed in 1643. There is a myth that Shah Jahan has cut the hands of who all have made this. That's a myth. Don't believe it. Now I'm coming here. I'll talk about this Shah Jahanabad, which was the Shah Jahan's capital. It's basically Old Delhi. So when it came to Shah Jahanabad, or Shah Jahan made its capital as Shah Jahanabad, this Shah Jahanabad or the Old Delhi, he controlled the access to the river Yamuna, controlled the access. So earlier what we saw in Agra, every nobility has houses which are near to Yamuna. But when he came to Delhi, that is the Old Delhi, Shah Jahanabad he called it, and the river front also was very important because river is always important. But he only gave the access to very favored people, favored nobles. Not everyone. You can imagine, you can just judge it by this, that the eldest son Dara Shikoh, he was given the access. All other were not given the access. Because all the Rajshahi, all the kingdom, they are only near rivers. We have already seen this. So he has just given the access, Shah Jahanabad, river Yamuna, only to his eldest son, Aurangzeb's brother, Dara Shikoh. That is how he restricted what he never did back in the Agra place. So this is the Shah Jahanabad. Don't worry about this. This is only Delhi, Old Delhi. This is a 1850 map of Shah Jahanabad. Shah Jahanabad because it has Shah Jahan being made, the name because he made. So these are the certain pictures of 1850, Old Delhi pictures. If you go to Old Delhi metro station and all the Chani Chowk area, Jama Masjid. So here this is the main Mahal etc. and palace etc. This is Yamuna front. But the important place is this river, near river. Only Dara Shikoh was given access, and others very important. This is Jama Masjid. If you have been to Delhi, or people from Delhi already know this is Jama Masjid. That is Old Delhi area, Chandni Chowk area. Here you see the Chaharbagh formation, symmetrical kind of formation, symmetrical. Mughal gardens, etc. There are so many good places to see. When we talk about regional empire, when the construction increased, the construction 8th and 18th century in between, and so I'll give an example. If a Hindu and Muslim, they marry, men and women, they transfer their culture. Now everyone knows that what is the good about them, and they respect each other, and culture is being transferred. They share, and this is what should happen. So we have, Mughals came, and there are other people also. So there was a mixed. So Mughals and other architecture, Dravidian, etc., Chola, Chalukya, Pandya, they all remixed. I'll give an example. So Vijayanagar was a great empire dynasty. Vijayanagar dynasty. Now here, this is the elephant stable at Hampi. Hampi, which was the capital of Vijayanagar. Now the architecture was taken from where? The architecture was taken from Bijapur and Golconda Sultanates. So this kind of architecture was taken. Okay, it was being taken from. So that is the example of intermixing or taking or sharing. This is Mathura's Vrindavan temple, one more example. And all the mandirs, all the temples, if you see the inside, this is a Govind Deva Vrindavan 1590. And the temple was constructed out of red sandstone. And if you see, there are intersecting arcs that made the high ceiling roof. And this style of architecture is coming from where? It is coming from Iran. This is Khurasan, northeastern Iran basically, Khurasan. And also was used in Fatehpur Sikri. So Fatehpur Sikri, Mughal, Iran related to Delhi Sultanate and the Sultans and the Mughals. So these formations are seen in the mandirs. So there is an intermixing of culture. In India also we have different culture. Hindu, Muslim, all they live in peace. Right? Everyone is, the architecture makes, the people makes, the food makes. Right? This is called cross-fertilization. The cross-fertilization means different artistic form and architectural styles, they are mixed, they come under one roof, people follow it. Okay, I told you Trabeate, Arcuate, etc. And they were blend. That is this creation of large empires, different regions under the different rule. That is how the cross fertilization happened. So a special style was being formed out of combination. There is a style. See, here is a chat, here is a roof. Now, if you go to a roof, there will be what? There will be hut, thatched hut, ghas, foos, etc., grass, etc. they put. So this is a very big structure which I am showing you, but the roof is very special. It looks like a hut, thatched structure, roof. So the Mughals were so into or intelligent, or you can say the architecture style, they wanted to combine. The Bangla dome was so much appreciated by the Mughals. This Bangla dome, that is the thatched roof structure, this was so much appreciated, they took this and they used it in various creations, various architectures they used. Okay. Along with this, if I take you to Akbar's capital, Akbar capital was Fatehpur Sikri. It's near Agra. And this is the Ibadat Khana and Jodha Bhai's, all these places we have seen. So this is the picture I am showing you of Jodha Bhai's place it was being made. And this was, see, there is a pillar. Normally what we do the Trabeate, etc. But this formation which I am showing you, this has a special significance because this architecture has come from Gujarat. It has come from Gujarat. Okay, that is what the intermixing means. This is Jodha Bhai's palace of Fatehpur Sikri having the Gujarat region. Please remember, love always comes first. Other things never exist. So the Gujarat, Malwa, etc. This Gujarat, Malwa architecture styles were also being added, made, and that is how the blending was done. Even after the Mughals, when they declined, their styles still remained. Now let me tell you about Ncert church. This is the church. So previously the church were very heavy and were not so high. But after 12th century, I'll start with France. There was a new style which came, and it was being made, high pointed arches were made. These are minars kind of thing, high pointed arches, and this style, this architecture was called as Gothic. So these were having high pointed arches. They were using this you say these are the pointed arches, and inside this you have this stained glass, painted seeds from the Bible, the different colors, different glasses, stained glasses, and Bible. All these Bible drawings were made. This content is taken from the stories from there. So also we have tall spires and bell towers. Always you'll find bell in the church. So I'm showing you the picture of Notre Dame in Paris. This is a very, very famous Gothic architectural style church. Okay, This was constructed through several decades in 12th and 13th centuries. So it was a fire long back, but now it's being made up. So this is all about this chapter. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself. This is chapter number 6. Towns, traders, and craftsperson. Towns, traders, and craftsperson. So what we are discussing here is what kind of towns were there, what trading was done, and which craftsperson or which crafts were pertinent at this time. Which time? We are talking about that 750 to 1750, that is around 1000 years, that is 8th century to 18th century we are discussing. So there are certain landmarks, because I will be talking about 12th century, 14th century, 18th century like this. So from 1000 to 12,000 is the previous or pre-medieval era. From 12,000 to 1526, this is the era of Delhi's Sultanate. Delhi Sultanate, we have Muhammad bin Tughlaq Alauddin Khilji. Then 1526 to 1707, Mughal Empire, Shah Jahan, Aurangzeb, Jahangir. So whenever I talk about 17th century, we are talking about 1700 to 1800. So I say 14th century, so 1300 to 1400. So which Sultanate was there, whose regime was there, whose empire was there, that will make various things quite clear. Contemporary thing. Okay. So in this medieval period, if anyone from outside, he comes to our subcontinent, so what kind of towns he will see? That is, there is a difference between a town and a village. That is, town or a city, shahar, town, nagar, city, I am taking it as a one word. So in city, you will see more urban settlement, more houses, big houses. In village, there will be not high-rise buildings, but there will be houses, not very well-built houses. The city will have all the tradings, merchandising will be there in the city, and the transport will be very less or very high in city and very less in your village. Okay, so when we talk about a town in the medieval era, what kind of cities were there, what kind of towns were there? So there were mainly 3 types of towns. The first one was the temple town. The town which developed because of a temple, or the town which was urbanized, or there was an urban sprawl because of the center point, key point as a temple. The second one is administrative town. What does administrative means in this context? Administrative town means, say if Mughal they have big empire, or any one you take, they have big empire. Now, in order to take care of this big boundary, this big geographical region, there has to be some points called as the administrative points. So Delhi and Agra, if you talk about Mughal era, Delhi and Agra were the main administrative points. Okay, so these were called as capitals also, but they were prashasanic towns, administrative towns. And before I talk about the third, let me tell you one more kind of is possible. Commercial, where trading is going on, where trade is going on, buying, selling is going on, exporting, importing is going on. So it's not a temple town, not an administrative town, but the main thing which is going is trading. That is the economy. Economy is the main thing which is going on there. So this kind of town where mostly commercial activities were going on, and this is called as port town. Because the third town which is coming is actually a port town, but it is not only the port town, it is also a commercial town. Let me show you here from the in our western part. Western ports, we have Surat, western port. If on the eastern port, we have Masulipatam, Surat and Masulipatam. So commercially, they were not only the ports, they were the entry point from the west and from the east, and they were also having a lot of commercial activity going on. Commercial activity, that is trading, import, export, coming in and selling out of goods. right? And there were different towns or cities, they were doing all the activities. For example, there were certain towns where have combined functions. That is, they were administrative towns, there were also the temple towns, commercial activities were also going on, craft means different sculpture being made. So I will talk about a place or a town in this 18th century, and before that I'll tell you about the centuries. I'm talking about Chola. So Chola dynasty, the capital was Tanjore, or called as Tanjavur here. Tanjore. Okay. So this is the Chola dynasty capital, Tanjore, and it was around 1000 years ago we are talking about. And where it is located? Very fertile land, water-filled land, that is the delta of Kaveri river. Tanjavur was at Kaveri river delta. So perennial river it is, 12 months it has water. And then we have this Rajaraja Chola. Okay? Rajaraja Chola, he made a temple called a Rajarajeshwara temple for his god, for his deity called Rajarajeshwaram. Did you get the idea? All the names are same. Rajaraja Chola, Rajaraja Chola made Rajarajeshwara temple, RRV I am writing, for Rajarajeshwaram the god he is devoted to. Okay. So this temple which you are witnessing is made by Rajaraja Chola. But who was the architect? The architect was Kunjaramallan Rajaraja Perunthacchan. Please, have a look. Kunjaramallan Rajaraja Perunthacchan. So how do we know this? Because he actually carved his name with all pride. He wrote it there that this is being architected, or I was responsible for the construction. And this temple is a Shiva temple. So we have a Shivaling. Ling means the genital of different animals, you can say. The shape of that is here, Shivalinga. Along with this is not only about this temple. I'm trying to tell you how the town was a temple town, it was an administrative town, it was everything. So there were mandaps also, that is pavilions, or you can say a courtyard kind of place where the king would sit here. A king would sit or stay, and he is going to order or give the directions to his peers, to his subordinates. Okay? And there were different places where army used to stay. That is army barracks, Sainik Shivir. So in one town we have temple, mandaps, and we have barracks. Almost everything we see here. Along with this, the same picture is all of Tanjore only. Picture is only of Tanjavur. So the markets were there, big markets, and they were selling different grains, food grains, like the wheat and paddy, etc. Grain was being sold, spices was being sold, cloth, kapda were being sold, and jewelry was sold. So water is there, but there were places where water was required, so the water was fulfilled by wells and tanks. The water was also coming from wells and tanks. Okay, wells means deep pit water, and the tank is a deep reservoir. So I am talking about Tanjore. See, this is also Tanjore. Every picture is of Tanjore here. Tanjavur, Tanjore. Now I'll tell you here about the weaver community, Bunkar community, and it was called as Salia weaver. What are they called? Salia weaver. And this, along with there are a nearby town is also there, Urayur. There is a place called Urayur. This is very near to it. And these bunkars or the weavers, they were busy in making flags. So wherever we have a mandir or a temple, there will be a flag, and also some ritual. Also we need certain kind of cloth. religious rituals cloth. So that was especially for the festival, etc. They were making it, and they were also making the dresses for the king. That is, for a very fine cotton was used to make, or for the king and the nobility. But the coarse cotton was used for the masses, for the public, normal public, mota kapas. So it was for normal public, masses, not for the king, because king and they were getting good cotton. So there is one more place, the question has been asked about this, Swami Malai. Swami Malai, if you see here, I am talking about Swami Malai. These Sthapatis in Hindi or Sanskrit, if you remember, it means Sthapit, means putting something or fixing something. So these Sthapatis or the sculptors, they are making what? Bronze idols, good quality bronze idols. And also bronze is tin and copper. If you combine tin and copper, bronze will be formed. Along with this, if you see any event or festival will always be started when you lit on a very ornamental bell metal lamp, that diya, okay, lit a light. So this and the bronze idols were being made near or in the place which is called Swami Malai. So a simple town was having so many things going on. I hope you got the idea. So business also, and religious stuff also. Now coming to the temple town and pilgrimage center, I was telling you about the temple town. Tanjore is a temple town. The Chola capital at that time was a temple town. So Tanjore, it's a temple town. We have various temple towns that we'll talk about. And when you make a temple, the fine areas or the areas which are surrounding it, all these will be grown because of the urbanization to cater the requirements which has come from the temple. So this is how the urbanization take place. This is how the urban sprawl take place around the nucleus, which is your temple, right? The temples are responsible for, at that time, they are directly responsible for economy also and society also. Arthavastha and Samaj. So the rulers, they used to build temples. Why? Because they want to show power and they want to show the devotion to their deities or their god and goddesses. Devotion. And what they do, they also give a big land and money to the temple people or to the temple, because the money was given for what? There were various karma kanda, rituals will be done, and in order to feed the pilgrims who are coming from outside for pilgrimage, then making preparation and management of food, then priest, if celebration has to be done like Mahanavami or Shivratri, so the people like pilgrims, they also come and give money. So pilgrims also give money. I'll talk about this bronze lost wax technique in the last. Okay, so I'm talking about temple authorities. Now the temple authority or temple were the center one. So the authorities of temple or the office bearers, they would use this wealth or money they have, because they have land that will be produced, and that produce will be sold, so they'll get money. So they were actually utilizing this wealth or money where? For trade and banking. Trade and banking. Banking means some interest, give money and then get the money back with some interest, right? So trade and banking was going on and done by whom? Temple authorities. And this is all around temple. So all around the temple, the priests, the workers, the artisans, the traders, everyone who are going to cater to the needs or fulfilling the needs which has come from the temple or pilgrimage, these people come here and they start living and residing. For example, take my example. If I have to go to this temple, so I am not from this town. First of all, I'll take train or a flight. Then I'll go to this place. I have to take a taxi or an auto. Then I'll go to a hotel. Then I'll go there, and here I'll do some rituals. So I have to pay some money. Then I come out. I'll take some souvenirs for my nearer ones. Then I come back. So there is a whole economy going on, right? There are so many people involved whenever I go and come for a pilgrimage. So at this time, certain towns were emerged like temple towns. This is called Vidisha, Bhillaswamin, Bhilsa or Vidisha. So three name, Bhillaswamin, Bhilsa and Vidisha, they are same. From between Jhansi and Bhopal, you will find it, Vidisha. And if you remember, our late minister, Sushma Swaraj, was MP quite a few times. Now on the right you see Somnath temple. This is at Gujarat. Gujarat Somnath temple, very famous temple. So here we have Vidisha, which is, you can, near this Bina and Bhopal in between. This is Somnath. This is Somnath in Gujarat. Okay. So these are two temple towns. Bhilaswamin or Vidisha, and second one is Somnath, which is in Gujarat. Right. Along with this, we have Kanchipuram and Madurai in Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, I am going to show you two places, and Andhra Pradesh, I am going to show you one place. So in Tamil Nadu, we have Kanchipuram and Tirupati. This one is Kanchipuram, and if you see all, please watch this. These are temple towns. You can see various temples here. And coming to the downward, right down, we have Tirupati of Madurai, and here we have Tirupati of Andhra Pradesh. Let me show it clearly. This is Kanchipuram, temple town of Tamil Nadu. Kanchipuram, Tamil Nadu. Right? Then we have Tirupati, this is of Andhra Pradesh. Tirupati of Andhra Pradesh. Here we have Tirupati of Madurai. Tirupati of Madurai. So, just remember like this. If I take out mandir or temple from this town, there will be no value of this sheher or town. That is the temple town. If you see Uttarakhand, people come here for Char Dham, Makkah, Madina. People go there for Hajj. Right? So I'll show you a place now, Vrindavan. This is for pilgrimage. People used to come here. It's Mathura, Uttar Pradesh. Then we have Tiruvannamalai. This is Tiruvannamalai, Tamil Nadu. This is a place where pilgrims go. This is a place of pilgrimage. Vrindavan, Tiruvannamalai. People come from outside. And this Vrindavan for Krishna Ji, Krishna Bhagwan. Now coming to Ajmer. You see here, this is a shrine of Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti Dargah. Shrine, Maqbara, you can call it as Dargah. So here, this is the Ajmer, famous, very famous, world famous in Rajasthan. Here we have Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti Gharib Nawaz. He came in Ajmer 12th century, at the end of this 12th century, and then when he died, this was made. And everyone of this country, no Hindu, no Muslim, everyone believes in this Dargah. And just near that there is Pushkar. Pushkar is a very beautiful place. It has a lake and there is a Mela, one Mela, Pushkar, and where overseas people come. So I'm talking about Ajmer, 12th century, and it was basically the capital of Chauhan kings, Chahman kings. It was the capital of Chauhan or Chahman kings, Ajmer, which is Rajasthan. And after this Mughal, overpowered them, it became the headquarters, Suba headquarter. Under the Mughals, this Ajmer became Suba headquarter, right? So this is how the importance of Ajmer was always there. And then came Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti. And when he stayed here, this whole area is only known for Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti. If you take out this Dargah from Ajmer, there is nothing. There is nothing, right? Then we have Pushkar. We have Pushkar. This also attracts pilgrims. It's a very beautiful, nice place. So I am taking now the network of small towns, okay, and then big towns also. We will just talk about network of small towns and big towns, okay. So let me take you to the 8th century from the 8th century, means 700 to 800. This subcontinent, if you see, there are dotted towns being shown, which are small towns. And these small towns, they have actually come out of large towns. In these towns, we have Mandapika. Mandapika is nothing but Mandi. Mandi is where the people would come from outside to sell their produce. Everyone will come to this Mandi. Whatever they produce, they would sell it. So Mandapika and Mandi are same, and still till date in 2021 we have the same name as Mandi. I hope you got the idea. Mandi is where the produce are sell. It was called as Mandapika, and still the name is Mandi only. And then there are market streets. If you see this picture, are street market, SM. So there will be a street, and in this street we have Hatta or Hart or Hatta. There will have different shops on the road also, and on the side of the road also. So this is the Hatta. Today it is called as Hart. So if you know, there are different streets where different kind of work is being done. For example, some were working artisans, potters, some oil pressers, some were sugar makers, some were making the tadis or toddy makers. It's just a wine from palm tree. Then we have smiths, then stonesmen. So there are different streets where different people were working, or they were combinedly working, or finding the job. So these were different traders also who lived in town. And in this Mandi, people from not only from the town, from outside town also, they will come. In the road also, if you see here, trading is going on, and on the side of the road. So this is all about selling and buying. So horse, salt, camphor, saffron, betel nut, pan, and spices. For example, the pepper. So people would come here to buy it. This may be a local article which is not available outside, somewhere where there are other people are living. So that is how the people would come to Hart, to Mandapika, Mandi to buy different stuff. And there is one more thing, as I told you. Let me just discuss it, and then I'll go back. This is bronze, bell metal, and the lost wax technique. What is this lost wax technique? First of all, bronze is an alloy, and it is made up of copper and tin. So copper combined with tin will be bronze, and it has a very sweet sound. If you see the bells of a temple and the Girjaghar, they are made up of bronze only. In Chola dynasty, these sculptures, statues, beautiful statues were being made, and the lost wax technique was used. How do they make it? First of all, they make this akriti or a statue using a wax. You know, your birthday, you always use that candle that is made up of wax. So this wax is used to make the initial statue, right? Then it is covered with the clay, mitti, covered with clay, and then it takes the shape of the wax, and then it is dried up. Then there is a hole being drilled, small hole, and then it is being heated. So when it is heated, all these wax would come out. This wax would come out. Only the internal shape will remain hollow, and from this hole only the liquid bronze is sent inside. So the hollow place is filled up by what? By bronze. Okay, this is how the bronze is filled up in this region, this area. Okay, and then after this clay is broken, and finally it is being cleaned and given a shape, a beautiful shape, which is lost wax technique. So I was talking about these towns. So the earlier Samans, which became zamindars later on, normally, gradually what they will do, they will make the town fortified. That is Kilabandi they will do. And whichever people are there, like the traders, artisans, or the articles, trading articles, they will levy taxes. They will force taxes on it, right? Because it is being fortified now. They are under their control. But they'll do, because the Samanta and the Zamindars were making their own They're making their own temples, local temples. So what they will do, they will hire these people, or they will give the right of taking the taxes to these local temple people. And now these temple people will be taking the different taxes from different people, and this is quite being recorded in an inscription. We have a proper proof that in sugar, jaggery, dyes, thread, cotton, coconut, salt, this areca nuts, butter, sesame oil, cloth, everywhere these taxes were levied on the markets, being taken up from the people who are in temples. This is an inscription of 10th century, inscription from Rajasthan. Okay. So almost everything, on everything, the tax was levied. So now we will talk about the traders, big and small. So Nagar Vyapari and craftsperson we are trying to understand. So we came here at traders. What about big and small? Because Vyapari or traders also we are talking about. What are traders? Those who take one thing, one product, and sell it. That is, from where they can get in a low price, they sell it in another place or the same place with some profit. So we'll talk about Banjaras, and the Banjaras will take some stuff from one place, go to other place where it is expensive. Horse traders, at that time, they would form associations. What is an association? That is, whosoever is doing this work or related, they will make a group, a samuh, and they will choose one of them as the mukhiya, headman. So whosoever is coming, like the headman is coming, this headman is going to deal with this warrior, means who is coming to buy the horse. So this group or guild or association, samuh, group, one person will be the headman. So this is because of the common interest, because everyone is doing the same job or related to the same job. So they form a guild. So the most famous guild, or you can say the formations, guilds in the South India. So the name I am telling you about the guilds, very famous, especially in the southern part, is Manigramam and Nana Desi. So these are samuh, these are association, these are groups of combined interest people. Manigramam, Nana Desi. So they were doing this trade where? In the peninsula region. What is peninsula? A part of a land which is surrounded by water from three sides, right? So first is the peninsula, they were doing all these trading. Also Southeast Asia and China. Southeast Asia means the part where Thailand, Burma is there. And China, of course, you can see. So they were doing immense, extensive trading, not only in the peninsula or Indian region or subcontinent, but also Southeast Asia and China. And there were other communities, they were trading communities only, means buying and selling the stuff with certain margin of profit. So these are Chettiars. See, these are Chettiars. And the other one were Marwadi Oswal. Chettiars and Marwadi Oswal. Okay, they were big communities. And one more thing, this is Gujarat. Always we think that Gujarati people are born traders. They are born traders. So these Gujaratis, Hindu Baniyas, I'm talking about Gujaratis, Hindu Baniya, along with Muslim Bohras. What are these Muslim Bohras? They are Muslims, but they have a different community of traders. You see here, they are very famous. So they were doing these Baniyas and Muslim brothers. So they were doing trading various areas like Red Sea, Persian Gulf, East Africa, Southeast Asia, China. So all these areas which I am pointing about, these all were, Hindu Baniyas and Muslim Bohras were trading. And what were they trading? The question will come like this. What is important in Indian subcontinent? Textiles and spices. Masale, textile and spices. So these were, specifically we are talking about these ports, and through these ports things go, through these ports things will come. That is the exchange. So when they go with textiles and these spices, what do they get? They get gold, or they bring gold and ivory. Gold and ivory, these areas are having a lot of gold along with the elephants. So Hathi Daat. So ivory, gold and ivory, they used to bring from Africa. And along with this, because there are different spices in different other countries also. So spices they were getting, the tin also they were getting. We talked about China's blue pottery in the earlier discussions. So blue pottery Chinese, they were bringing. This silver from Southeast Asia and China they were bringing. This is again Southeast East Asia and China, which I talked about the, the previous one, like the guilds were doing this trading. Now this coast is very important. West coast is very important. Why it is important? Because all these Arabs, the Persians, Parsis, the Farsis, the Chinese, the Jewish, Yahudi, and the Syrian Christians, Keralite Christians are Syrian Christians only. All they were coming or entering or leaving on which port? The left port, that is the west port. So the Indian spices and cloth are very important because these are all being sold here. Please remember, Indian spices, cloth, and they were taken by whom? The Italian traders. And the Italian traders would take it, and this is the rasta, this is the path I am showing you. So Italian would take it and then they would sell it to Europe. Europe is a very big market for these people. Okay. So we are coming in which zone? 8 degree we start. That is, we are in tropical region. And the tropical climate, we are rich in spices. Spices. So tropical climates, Ushna Katibandhiya Jalvayu, Ushna Katibandhiya. So we get what? Spices. Spices, we have pepper, kali mirch, cinnamon, dalchini, nutmeg, that is jayafal, dried ginger, salt. All these were very important and they were very important part of European meal cooking. Why? Because this European area is quite cold. That is why, and cotton cloth also. People used to wear cotton cloth in this the region. So two things: cloth, cotton cloth, and the spices were becoming very important. That is why the European wanted to come here, and that is how the East Indian companies of various different European countries, they came here in search of spices, doing trading, etc. This Kabul and Kandahar we will talk about. Kandahar was earlier called as Gandhar, which we call earlier. Now let me talk about Kabul first. Actually, I am talking about whole Afghanistan. This is actually a very rugged, mountainous landscape, very undulated. But still, the place where it is very strategic. It is related to India, related to China, Russia, the Middle East. That is why it was so strategically important. So that is why we are talking about Kabul, and that time also it was very important. Specifically, if I talk about 16th century, commercially very important. Trading was going on through this in Kabul and around Kabul and through Kabul. So first of all, the Kabul and Kandahar, they were in this Silk Route. Gandhar, as I was telling you. So they were linked to this Silk Route, which was very famous Silk Route, the trader carrying silk. Along with this, trading of horses were going on. Horse trading, this point was very important. So there is one person, Jean-Baptiste Tavernier. Jean-Baptiste Tavernier. He's the person I'm talking about. Now he actually wrote that in 17th century, Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, he was actually a diamond merchant. He was himself a diamond merchant. And he said only the horse trade at Kabul was 30,000 rupees. 30,000 rupees at that time, which was a very heavy amount. It was a big trade. And along with this, most of the things coming from this part to the subcontinent, Kabul, etc., like chilgoze, dried fruits, dates, khajur, carpets, carpets, kaleen, silk were coming. Even the fresh fruit were coming. Fresh fruit, it was also coming from there, from Kabul. And one more thing is the slaves. The slave trade was, slave trading was going on there. So that is how Kabul has a lot of importance. Coming to crafts in town, what does it mean? Means people who are skilled, they are doing crafts person. So if you go to Mandir say, and you have a very good craft here, so what this kind of craft if somebody says, oh, this is a candle stand, so you will buy this in order to use this candle stand, right? So this is this. I told you about candle because this is a candlestick. This is a candle stand, and this is made up of brass, a very fine craftsman or shilpkari. And this is also an example which I am showing. So I am talking about a very specific place called Bidar. Bidar, and in this Bidar, this craft was so popular. The inlay work in copper and silver, the work which were done in copper and on silver, it was called as Bidri. It was called as Bidri. Okay, in Bidar, it was called as Bidri. Along with this, there are certain people who are workers, working, Panchals and Vishwakarma they were called as. These are the community, Panchal and Vishwakarma. They were goldsmith, working for gold or working in gold, bronzesmith, कांसे का काम करने वाले, blacksmith, लोहे का काम करने वाले, masons means those who were doing the Rajmistri, and the carpenters working for lakdi, wood. And they were not only important for building of temples. They were not also only making temples. They were also making the palaces, construction of palaces. These all are important for making big buildings, for tanks and reservoirs, water storage, etc. So these were so important, Panchals and Vishwakarma. If you remember, I told you about Saliyar weaver, Bunkar, Saliyar weaver. So this Saliyar weaver, or you can call them as Kaikolars, Kaikolar. Saliyar and Kaikolar, they became so important, they emerged as so prosperous community, they become so important. They were doing or they were giving donations, money to the temples. And because Saliyar became so Amir, the other work, they were doing all the work. But now the cleaning, spinning, dyeing, all the cloth related work or textile related work, all this cotton related work, cleaning, spinning, dyeing they were done by different communities now. They became independent crafts. Not one craft as Saliyar and Kaikolars were doing, but now they are independent crafts. Now, let me tell you about the different cities also. Like let us talk about Ahmedabad. Now, this Ahmedabad, which is in Gujarat, and this went to become a very big city, like the Surat became a very big city, commercial city. Trading was going on, the Arthavastha was very good, the amount was, per day amount was too high. But the Thanjavur, which we talked about, which had a very, important, status, this Thanjavur normally or gradually shrank, it declined. I'll tell you one more place, Murshidabad. And Bhagirathi is nothing but Ganga only. Here it is called as Bhagirathi. So the silk work at Murshidabad was so famous, it was so in demand that this Murshidabad area was made as the capital of Bengal in 1704. West Bengal capital Murshidabad was made in 1704. It's not 1707, it's 1704. Okay, I'll change it. And gradually it declined. Murshidabad declined because the weavers, they faced competition from the England manufactured stuff or the cloth. So they could not stand it because they were making by hands. They don't have machine. So that is how finally Murshidabad declined and Calcutta became the capital of West Bengal. Now I'll talk about certain, because we just talked about certain cities which came up and then declined. So there are cities, they achieved their success at certain age, certain era or certain Shatabdi. And the Hampi, Masulipatam and Surat we are talking about. So let us talk about Hampi. Hampi is or was the Rajdhani capital of Vijayanagar Empire, Vijayanagar dynasty. Hampi, very famous place. Now this is a fort and one burj or one tower, watchtower you are witnessing. One watchtower you are witnessing. So here people would, means the soldier would stand and they will watch. So this is a watchtower. In this fort of Hampi, there is in a fort there is a tower. Now these are all the pathars or big rocks. And how is the construction went? See, Hampi, if you see, there is a river. The river is called Krishna. The other river is called Tungabhadra. So in Ghati, Tungabhadra, Krishna Ghati, Hampi is located. And basically it's the center, it's the nucleus of Vijayanagara Empire, Vijayanagara dynasty. And Vijayanagara dynasty was founded when? 1336. So it was the center point of Vijayanagara Empire, Vijayanagara dynasty, and was founded in 1336. 1336. So this is a well-fortified city, and the rocks, as I said, they were not having any cement or in between some mortar to join them. Okay. So how are they standing? If you just push them, they will fall down. They will not. Why? Because I'm just taking two of them. I'll show you how they are being made. They are logged. They are logged like this. So it's interlocked. These two or these different were interlocked. Over, below, left, everywhere. This is how the construction was made, through interlocking. This fort. This is also a picture of interlocking. So now the Portuguese traveler, which is Domingo Pais, his name was, remember Domingo Pais because his name is popular, Portuguese traveler. So he described Hampi as a well-fortified, he just gave good word about the masonry, very good other parts which we just talked about. The architecture was different of Hampi. It was quite distinctive. See, if you see, this is a rath, and this is a stone chariot or at Vithala temple and the Vitthal temple. And this Vitthal temple, this is at in year 50 rupees. Okay. And there were big, huge buildings, a royal complex having very big, splendid arches, domes. These are domes, pillared halls. So all the rich sculptures were there. Okay. Rich sculptures. And well-planned orchards and pleasure gardens with lotus and corbels. This is a corbel. Doda. In Hindi it is called as the Doda. So all these were there. Along with this, I'm talking about 15th, 16th century. This is the time when it was at the peak. Hampi bustled with commercial and cultural activities. All the activities, commercial means the money related, and the cultural, Sanskritic, all these things were going on at this time, 15th, 16th century. And the Moors are who? Muslims. So these are Muslim merchants combinedly called as Moors. These Moors and the Chettis and different European traders, all these agents of these traders were there in the market. Means all were filled with these people. The market of Hampi was filled, especially European traders like Portuguese. And these temples, if I show you these temples, these were the center point, these were the hub of, nucleus of cultural activities. And here we have Devadasis. Devadasis are simple dancers who dance in a temple. They are dedicated to the Bhagwan, to the deity, right? They were Devadasis. And they will perform the dance before whom? Deity means Bhagwan, royalty means the Raja, king, and the masses, other people. In a very deity, royalty, and masses. So Virupaksha, that is a form of Shiva. This is Virupaksha temple. Okay, so I'm talking about Virupaksha temple. And the Devadasis would dance in front of all these important people. Along with this, there is a very famous festival, Mahanavami, also called as, at that time, called as Navaratri in the southern part of India. So Mahanavami and Navaratri were most important, and actively people used to follow it and enjoy it. So this is a place called Mahanavami platform Hampi. The king would sit here, and the archaeologists have found this place specifically. So all these things, these activities were going on. The Raja or king will honor the guest, accept the tributes, and also those people who are sitting, they would want dance, the music performances, and the wrestling, Malla Yuddha. All this, for certain things like dance, music, and Malla Yuddha, they would enjoy at this platform, Mahanavami platform of Hampi. So finally, what happened? Hampi, because Hampi is situated near, we have Bijapur, Golconda, Bidar, Virar. All these were different, you can say Deccani Deccani Sultans. So it was engulfed by them. And finally, because they were constantly attacking Hampi, so he lost to Deccani Sultans. Let me tell you again, the Golconda, the Bijapur, Ahmednagar, Berar and Bidar, all they were attacking. And finally, 1565 I'm talking about, it lost its shine, its valor, and what all we talked about just now. Okay, so we talked about Hampi last time. Now we are discussing about Surat. Surat. This is the place we are talking about. I'm talking about Indian subcontinent, the west side or the west coastal area, Paschimi Ghat or Paschimi Tat Rekha, western coast, and this was a very important city right now also. And this Surat is in Gujarat, where it is in the state Gujarat right now. And this was called as Emporium. Why it was called as Emporium? This is a place where everything, diverse type of things are produced and are being sold. So if you go to electric shop, you'll get only electric items. But Emporium, you get everything. Same is true with Surat. So buying and selling can be done in this place, Surat, Gujarat, in Gujarat. So if I tell you why it is so important, first of all, the western part of the world means this is a khadi, this is a Khambat ki khadi or Cambay, the Gulf of Cambay, and this is a port. This is a port city. Please remember, previously we talked about temple city. This is a port city because it's a port. As I told you that Vijayanagar, Hampi was a temple city. So this Ahmedabad also, along with this Surat, these were very important cities at that time, and they were gateways. They were the gateways, and especially the Surat was gateway for all these parts. Just imagine India. After that, we have Pakistan, Afghanistan, then we have Iran. So if you see there is a Gulf, UAE and Oman also you are able to see. This is called the Strait of Hormuz. This is Gulf of Hormuz. So there was a proper trade going on. Okay. So it's West Asia, of course, via the Gulf of Hormuz, and there are different places also where this trade was going on. So this Iran, UAE, Oman, Afghanistan, Pakistan. So one more thing was Saudi Arab is here only, and Makkah Medina is also here. So the Indian Muslims who were going for the Hajj, they take ship or they sail from this place only, where Surat. That is why it was called as Gate of Makkah, Gate to Makkah also. Okay. So the pilgrimage, this was a point from where the pilgrims go and come. And this is a cosmopolitan city. Now you talk about Delhi or Mumbai, they are called as cosmopolitan. Why they are cosmopolitan? Because here everyone is living, every caste, every creed, every religion, rich, poor, everyone is here of different nationalities. Cosmopolitan. So when I talk about that era, 17th century I am talking about. So who were there? They were Portuguese, they were Dutch, Holland, Netherlands, they are same. They were English, and all these have factories, and whenever there is a factory, there will be warehouses. So they will have factories and warehouses at Surat. All these Portuguese, Dutch, and English. So remember these three country name, because they are going to come again and again. So they were having factories and warehouses. That all points to the trade. So this man which I am showing is called, basically he is an English chronicler. Chronicler means in chronology, the people who write in chronology the events, different events. So he was a chronicler, Englishman, English chronicler, and his name is Ovington. What is his name? His name is Ovington, and this person has given the account of Surat. He told that in 1689, so all these, the port around that, lot of ships, more than 100 ships were there. 100 or more ships were anchored there, standing there. Okay, can you imagine? 100 at that time, at 16th century we are talking about, the 17th century. So anchorage, more than 100 ships were anchored there. And retail and wholesale shops are there, lot many. From where you take a very, very huge number of product is the retail is which is near your house. But from where the most of the stuff is made and being sold, it's called wholesale. So what? Cotton textiles. These retails and wholesale shops were of cotton textiles. Cotton textiles. Kapde ke liye we were very famous. So cotton textiles, right? And why it was famous? Because it has a special gold lace border. The textile will have a very glowing gold colored or gold lace border, zari ka kaam, and it has great market in West Asia, Africa, Europe. That means this was so famous in this West Asia, Africa, Europe. I'm just showing you that. Just imagine that this part of the world, and West Asia we have this, Europe. All these have requirement for the zari, and Surat was filled with rest houses, hotels, because people were coming from different nationalities and trading. So everything was there. So I'll tell you two names. Kathiawar Seths. Kathiawar Seth means people who have money, who can lend money. So Kathiawar Seths and Mahajans. Mahajan also are the same thing. Means they were a different caste, but they were also the rich people who can lend money. So they were Kathiawar Seths and Mahajans. They were changing the money. Right now, you come to India, you change dollar to Indian rupees, and same way you go outside, you change things, money to dollars. Same thing, money changing was going on. And who were doing? Kathiawar Seths and Mahajan. Basically, they were doing banking. It was so respectable city, Hundi. It was famous. And what is this Hundi? If you go anywhere, mostly I'll tell you the places. These Hundis were honored, and this was like a traveler check. That is, if you're going to say Egypt, that is Cairo in Egypt. If you go to Basra in Iraq, if you go to Antwerp in Belgium, Antwerp, diamond carving work is very famous for this Antwerp. So either you go to Cairo, Basra, Antwerp, these Hundis were honored. What does it mean? That is, you are going from Surat, say. Now you have say 100 rupees. So is it advisable to take this 100 rupees along with you? No. You pay 100 rupees, you are given a paper, and that paper, that dastaveez, that document is called Hundi. Now you take this Hundi, you go to say Cairo or Basra, and then you take this Hundi and show it to those people, and it's so famous and honored. They know that it has come from Surat. It is no illegality and it's not fake. So they give the money, and 100 rupees you are going to get from there. So you don't have to take money. You just take traveler check. That was Hundis. So Surat, the way Surat began to decline at the end of the 17th century. That is around after 1660, you can say. Now, there were various reasons for this. First of all, Mughal Empire. The Mughal Empire was also on downfall. That is why market and productivity, it went down. The trade game is all about market and this productivity. So the market, first of all, and the productivity, it went down with the going down of Mughal Empire. And second thing was the sea, the coastal area or the sea routes were dominated by the Western countries. To name it, Portuguese, right? And I'll tell you one more name, the competition from Bombay. Bombay was there because Surat was facing competition with Bombay. And what is this Bombay? Bombay is the English East India Company's headquarters. They shifted it in 1668 and now it grew, Bombay. So there was a fierce competition from Bombay which Surat was facing. That is how the problem of this productivity and market and Mughal Empire problem are declining, and the Portuguese and they took over. That is, the sea ports or the coast were all taken up by these Portuguese and English, and fierce competition with the Mumbai, right now Mumbai, Bombay port. So this is date is 1668 when English shifted their headquarters to Bombay. Okay, but the Surat is still a commercial center. It has not declined that much. But this is not true with Musulipatnam. Musulipatnam is, if you go now, it's Jarjar. It's all finished up. It's just like any other city. So I'm talking about Musulipatnam or Machilipatnam. And this Musulipatnam is also called as Machilipatnam. And if you see Machilipatnam, that is Machli means fish, Patnam means port. So this is a town which is a port town of fish port town. So Machilipatnam actually literally termed as fish port town. And where it is? It's in the delta of Krishna river. This is Krishna river. So it's in the delta of Krishna river. Machilipatnam, Krishna river, delta. You have to remember this. So 17th century, it was a center. A lot of things were going on. Intense activity. I'm talking about the 17th century, right? So why it was being made or understood as a very, very intense activity city? First of all, the Dutch and English, that is both the East Indian companies of Dutch and English, they wanted to control Machilipatnam or Machilipatnam, because on the left coast they already have Bombay, Surat, etc. Now they wanted to cover the eastern port also. For that, what to do? So they wanted to grab the control, and the important port on the right hand side, which you see here, that is the eastern coast, was in the Andhra coast or Andhra Pradesh coast, was Machilipatnam. Okay, Andhra Pradesh, we are talking about AP, and this is the important port on the eastern side at that time, and it was Machilipatnam. This fort is actually being built by whom? Dutch, Netherlands or Holland people, Dutch, right? There is one more thing. William Methwold, he talked about the poor fisher town, and William Methwold, he was a gumashta, he was a factor. Means he was being sent by East India Company. He is one of the employee, you can say, of East India Company. East India Company representative or worker. Means good worker, good post worker. So he wrote that this city was actually poor. You know, there were ships, there were activities going on, but it was not being built as the Hampi was being built, or even the Surat, you know. So he mentioned everything. Now coming to Golconda, I'm talking about Golconda now. So Golconda, the Shasak or the rulers were called Qutub Shahi rulers. So they did what? They imposed all the because you know textiles were there, spices were there. They put all the taxes or took the monopoly of selling these textiles, spices, in order to prevent what? The East India Company, because East India Company was growing very, very stronger and they were controlling everything. So they don't wanted that to happen. So they tried to grab the control of all these selling and buying. So there was a competition, fierce competition among various trading groups. First is Golconda nobles, Persian merchants, then the Chettiars, I told you about Chettiars, Telugu, Komati Chettiars, and then the European traders, all the Dutch and Portuguese and English, French. So there was a fierce battle between them. And this is how this Machilipatnam, Golconda became very populous and prosperous. I'm talking about Golconda now. Prosperous and very, very, people, you can see people there at that time. And, a good city, a very nice people, wealthy city. But Mughal, they wanted to grab the power of Golconda. So they sent their representative, Governor Mir Jumla, Mansabdar. Mir Jumla, governor. But Mir Jumla, who was a merchant, he was actually a merchant, Saudagar. But what he did, he created fight between Dutch and English. And what happened eventually when Dutch and English came face to face in 1686, 1687, Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb, he took over Golconda. He annexed Golconda, right? Now this caused this because Golconda and we just talked about the Machilipatnam. Now the European company thought, oh, we have to go somewhere else. So they had a new policy. What was the policy? They wanted a city. It has to be political, means political work can be done. Administration work also needs to be done. It has to be a commercial city, trading should also be there, and it has to be a port city also, because entry exit is coming or through the port cities only. So all these they wanted in a single city. That is how right now we have Mahanagars, metropolitans. What are they? Bombay, Mumbai. Then we have Calcutta, that is Kolkata. Madras, which is today's Chennai. Okay, all these cities went up, and Masulipatam slowly it declined. The merchants and prosperity they just leave or whatever happened in the course of 18th century. So if you go, it is in Jarjar Avastha, dilapidated, not in a very good shape if you go to Machilipatnam. Now coming to new towns and trades, I'm talking about 16th and 17th century. Means 1500 to 1600, 1600 to 1700. So the European countries, they were doing what? They had a taste of spices and textiles. Indian textiles and spices were worldwide because we have tropical atmosphere, environment, so we get spices. And this was very famous. So the English, the Dutch, the French, they all formed their East India companies. All companies which are trading with us. They wanted to expand or elongate the commercial activities to the east, that is to our subcontinent. Initially, what happened? We had Mullah Abdul Ghaffur. We have Mullah Abdul Ghaffur and Virji Vora, right? So they had ships, not that much, but they had ships. So they posed competition to these all European, which I named, naval companies, or you can say the trading companies. But they had so much of naval fleet power, so many ships with cannons, naval power that much. Neither Ghaffur Saab nor Vora, they couldn't stand them, and finally they only became as agents. All the trades. So finally these Indian traders were just like agents, and all these European people and companies finally what emerged? Who emerged? English emerged as the superpower. Though which power? Commercial power as well as the political power. Commercial as well as political power of this Indian subcontinent. Who? English. And we know the rest is history. 200 years they were ruling us, more than. So 200 years. So what happened then? Now, one more thing I would like to tell you, because textile I talked about, because of these textiles, because they were so growing in demand, and there was a lot of demand, so people left their other jobs, or you can say more people joined this job of spinning, of weaving, of bleaching, of dyeing. Means all these work which are related to textiles, people mostly they came and tried to do this job. Okay. So, but there was a problem here, craftsperson, because English came and there was this craftsperson they actually lost their independence, freedom. Why? Because the English people, or you can say these craftsperson were working for English agent, the company's agent, and British agent or company's agent, and they would take money in advance. That is, the money for the work they take in advance because they need it, they were poor. Now, this money when they get, they have to work only for these agents. Whatever agents say, because they have taken their advance. So whatever they do, they will do it for the agents. Whatever pattern they are being told, they will do it. You have to do this, you have to do this. That means they don't sell, they won't sell, they can't sell. Design they cannot sell. Means they are not independent. They just have to work for these company people. Okay. Now there was in the 18th century, it was a rise of it. I talked about Bombay, Calcutta and Madras. Still they are the metropolitan. So there was a rise of, in 18th century, rise of Bombay, Calcutta and Madras. So those who are the merchants, that is the traders and the artisans, basically like weavers, bunkar. So what these English people did, they marginalized it, or they put them in just one part of the city. And that part is called Black Town. For example, Muslims and Dalits, right now what we do? We just push them in the corner of the city, right? So the same thing happened with the weavers, like artisans, a general word, and merchants. So this city, small city in that city is called as Black Town. Black Town. You know Black Town? So there is a picture also, if you see, the Black Town I showed you of Madras, right? And these Gora or Britishers, this is the Black Town I'm showing. These Gora people were living in a very good locality. For example, in Madras, they were living, or they had their house in Fort St. George. If you assume it to be Calcutta, they were having house at Fort St. William. So these were very, good places, lively places, and they had, this is specifically about, I'm talking about the picture. If you see, this is a Bombay street of early 19th century. That is, you can say 1800 and plus. Now let me talk to you about Vasco da Gama and Christopher Columbus. How these English people knew that we exist? How do they know that they have a sea route? So Vasco da Gama came here in Calicut. Where did he came? Vasco da Gama came to Calicut in 1498. Calicut is in Kerala. So Vasco da Gama, Christopher Columbus, Vasco da Gama, and this is Christopher Columbus. There are two pictures. So the Vasco da Gama, he was a Portuguese, and Christopher Columbus was an Italian. Vasco da Gama is Portuguese and Christopher Columbus Italian. If you just need to remember it. Now I'm talking about Vasco da Gama. So what route he found out? He actually discovered he actually discovered the route. First of all, he's a Portuguese sailor. So this is chapter number 7, tribes, nomads, and settled communities. Tribes, nomads, and settled communities. We are talking about 8th to 18th century. That is around 750 to 1750 in between. So two parts are very important here. That is the Delhi Sultanate and Mughal Empire. So from 1200 to 1556 and then 1556 to 1707. These period, Delhi Sultanate and Mughal Empire period. And in this, various changes took place. What happened here? Various kingdoms, various Raj states, they rose and gradually fell down. So arts, craft, production, various art, different type of art, crafts and production activities, they were growing, they were flourishing, advancing in towns and villages. Take it town or villages, they are flourishing, they were flourishing. Along with this, because the political scenario, social values or social society, the economic or economy developments, changes, all these development changes were taking on. And these social changes were not equal. If something is happening here, the other place may have different changes. So this subcontinent, this various parts of this subcontinent, and Pakistan was not there at that time, Bangladesh was not there at that time. It was a very big subcontinent, Upamahadweep. And here, it was Varna Vyavastha or caste system. So it was being created, prescribed by whom? This Varna Vyavastha was prescribed by, devised by, you can say patronized by Brahmins. And all the rulers, most of the rulers of large kingdom, they accepted it. That is the Brahmins on the top. The Brahmins, priest, these are of highest Varna. All these religious rituals they will do. Kshatriyas, they were either rulers or warriors. Vaishyas have farmers, the craftspersons, and the traders. That is, working for profit. These are Vaishyas. So farmers, craftsperson, and traders. Big farmers, not laborers, but farmers. And the Shudras were workers, servants of all the other three caste, upper caste. So Shudras were working for all other upper castes, means Vaishya, Kshatriya and Brahmins. And below that we have Ati Shudra also. Because of this Varna Vyavastha, which was there in most part of the subcontinent, there was kind of difference which was created. The rich became rich, the poor became poor, so the difference between them increased. But when we talk about the Delhi Sultan's era and the Mughals era, this social differences or the hierarchy between social classes, the differences grew further. It increased, it emancipated. So when we talk about these Brahmins creating this Varna Vyavastha, but this was a very huge continent, means subcontinent. So most of them were following this Varna Vyavastha or caste system, but some of them did not follow it. They have their own rules, they have their own places to live. That is, take a group, I'm giving you an example, take a group, there are various groups, they did not like this Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, Varna Vyavastha, or they just denied it. So they were all equal. The differences between Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, it was not like that. They were almost equal. That is, there is no higher class or a lower class. This kind of thing was not there. Okay. So these people or these groups which were not following this Varna Vyavastha, and the differences between them were not so vast, and at that time they were called as tribes, Janajati. What Vyavastha they were not following? Janajati. Jana means people. Tribes. Jati means say a caste. Tribes. So they were different from others. How they are different? Because as I said, the group, these are all Janjatis. These groups or these Samu, Janajati. Let me tell you again, this is very important. See, Jan means people. Jati means a group which can be identified with certain culture, certain say identification of their way of living. So say you are living, the other person may be your uncle, but the other house may be of any other person. But in this group, that is the tribes, all the people which were there, they have kinship bonds. That is, they were related somewhere with somewhere. Means some was dada, pardada, grandfather, father, or uncle, and all these. Okay. So all these people were related. And how do they get their food? Because most of them, they would live not in the towns and cities. They would live in far off, like I'll tell you about that, desert, etc., forest hills. So first of all, they were doing agriculture, or they were doing hunting, shikar, or gathering, means gathering or collecting food to eat or other stuff. Herders, animals, whichever animals is useful, they were making it domesticated and herding them. So wherever they were living, say they were living in forest or some remote mountain, whatever natural resources they would get, they were using it to the entirety. They were dependent on this and they were using it and saving it also. So these Janjati or these tribes, there are two type of tribes. One are nomadic. Nomadic means changing places every time. They will not be stationary. They are dynamic, moving. But there are certain who won't travel. They will be there for long, stay permanently. And also they have, say, in their area they have land, they have pastures. All these, the tribal group, they controlled by themselves. All these lands and pastures where they live, and they were controlling it by themselves because they are having certain their own rules. All these rules, who is going to get what, who is going to get what. So because on the basis of their rules, they were dividing it also. There are large tribes, big tribes, and they were in the subcontinent, and they lived in where? They lived in forests. They live in hills, desert. So forest, please remember, forest, hills, desert, mountains, or some varied area. So these places, these tribe or large tribes, we understand used to live. Okay. Now what would happen? Because there are two group of people now. One is following the caste-based society, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. This is one society. The other is Janajati, JJ. So there will be, sometime they were clashing. They were clashing. But not every time. Why? Why? Because, one group is creating something, producing something. The other group is creating and producing something. So they are dependent on each other on their different needs, diverse needs. Because everyone cannot, you have to be dependent on another person or another group, right? So these diverse needs, these different needs, they were dependent on each other. Somewhere there was some problem, but still they were helping and cooperating also. We'll see about that. Now the question comes is, who lives where? And this we are going to see, with the diagram also. See, whatever we have got, the information, say Delhi Sultanate, all the inscriptions we have. For Mughals, we have all the informations in the form of Tawarikh and in the form of the Akbarnama, Jeevni, autobiography, biography, etc. But these tribes, I don't think they were so literate, so they were not writing, or they don't have their writing, they don't want to write, maybe they may be the reason. But they were transferring it through generation, that you are getting it from your father, the father is getting from his father. So it was all oral, means maukhik, vachik. By means of saying it is transferring. So all these next generation will be getting the information or the culture through spoken language. And this is how these oral traditions, which were followed by these tribals, the historians are now using it for the tribal histories, right? This is how we know about them. This is how the historians also know about them, through the spoken language. Now, who is living where? Let us start from Punjab. In this Punjab we have Khokhar tribe. In Punjab, Khokhar tribe, very strong, very influential when 13th and 14th century. Then came Gakhars. They became important now. And you can understand the importance that their chief, Sardar, Kamal Khan Gakhar, he was made noble, that is Mansabdar, by Akbar Emperor. Right? Akbar made him as Mansabdar. That is how this was so influential. Gakhar was so influential. What is the name? Kamal Khan Gakhar, KKG. Kamal Khan Gakhar was made the noble Abhijat or Mansabdar. And what about Multan Singh? Multan Singh is not now in India. It is present day Pakistan. So Langhas and Arghuns. These were also famous tribes. Langhas and Arghuns. Baloch also. We also have Balochistan right now. So all these are having Baloch. So these tribe in the northwest, Baloch. So let me show you about these. I talked about Khokhar. Then came Gakhar. Khokhars, Punjab, Kashmir. Gakhar, Punjab, Kashmir. Right? Then the Balochis. Before that I talked about Arghuns and Langhas in Multan, Sindh. Balochis, of course, the Balochistan area right now which we have. And this Baloch tribe was quite a big tribe. It was very big tribe. Actually, they were divided into certain kul or clans. Into different clans they were divided. And each clan, each kul will have a different chief. If I talk about Western Himalayas, there was a very famous tribe, Gaddis, Gaddi, Gaddi. And the main thing was they were a shepherd tribe. Shepherd, they were doing sheep rearing or whichever produced the wool. So shepherd, they were a shepherd tribe, Gaddi, Gadariya, where Western Himalaya. Now coming to the northeastern part, this is northeastern Ahom and Nagas. We will be talking about Ahom in detail. So Ahoms Ahoms and Nagas, Balochi is here. So Gaddi also we talked about, Western Himalaya, Gaddi Gadariya, Gaddi Gadariya. Then we have these Bihar and Jharkhand. Let me take you to Bihar and Jharkhand. Here we have Cheros. Cheros. This is Chero. If you see here, this is Ahom, this is Chero. So Chero, where Bihar and Jharkhand. Cheros in Bihar and Jharkhand. So just add Bihar and Jharkhand here. So these Cheros, they become so powerful, emerged as a powerful chiefdoms, but they were attacked by and defeated by whom? Raja Man Singh. Raja Man Singh, he was Akbar's famous general. Raja Man Singh, he attacked these Cheros and he defeated them in 1591. 1591, Raja Man Singh, who? Raja Man Singh in 12th century. But, they were not purely defeated or they were subdued. Raja Man Singh, Cheros, though Raja Man Singh defeated Cheros in 1591, but after that, as I said, they were not completely overpowered. Then came Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb, he was under his, Mughal shape or Mughal forces. They captured the Chero fortresses, forts, and finally they defeated and subjugated the tribe. Now coming to Mundals and Santals. Mundals and Santals, they lived in this region, that is same region, but along with Orissa and Bengal you find them. Okay, we are talking about this area only, along you just add Orissa and Bengal also. Now Maharashtra and Karnataka. Maharashtra Highlands and Karnataka. So who were there? They were Kolis and Berad. Let me show you here. They are very small. These are Kolis and Berad. Kolis and Berad. Kolis and Berad in Maharashtra and Karnataka. Kolis are also in Gujarat. Kolis, KG, Kolis were also in Gujarat. Coming to south, we have famous Koragas, Vetars and Marwads. Koragas, Vetars and Marwads. Let me show you here. Koragas, Vetars and Marwads. These were three, and they are famous. Other one are also there. You can just have a look. Now coming here, these are very important. These are Bhil. Bhil, Western and Central India. Bhil, Western and Central India. So this is a Bhil tribe. Initially they were tribe, but coming to late 16th century, most of them, they become the agriculturists. They took agriculture as the profession, and even some of them become zamindars. Zamindar means having a lot of land. But various Bhil clans, they still remained as hunter and gatherers. Coming to Gonds. Gonds, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh. Who are there? Gonds. Gonds. We will be talking about them in detail. Ahoms and Gond will be talking. So Gonds. Gonds. This is a Gondwana region. Remember, one train is also there, Gondwana Express. It goes Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Gond. Now, how these nomad, mobile people live, that is nomad, means Ghumantu, or they don't stay at one place, they just move from one place to another. So these nomadic pastoralists means they were using this, the animals, different animals, who are meat rearing or giving the milk products and these pastoral products. So they were getting what from these animals? Milk, cheese, curd, ghee, wool. So all these they were getting from these animals they rear for living, going here and there. So what they would do? Because they were actually moving, but they are settled people also. Means they were not nomads. Settled people are different. So these nomads will do trading with these settled people through the barter system. Barter system is what? That is, these settled people will have cloth, utensils and various other products that may be utilized by the nomadic pastoralist. For example, clothes, utensils. So also the grains, food. So they used to exchange it, but there is no money involved. That is why this is a barter system. They used to exchange stuff rather than using the money. Now coming to Banjaras, the Banjara is also a nomadic and moving tribe. So these are wandering people. So this whole is information about the Banjaras. So Peter Mundi or Mandi you can say, he was himself an English trader, and he came to India during the early 17th century, and he described about these Banjaras. So early 16 means 1610, 1620 like that. So he said that he actually saw the Banjaras. And Banjaras, Tanda. The Tanda group of Banjaras are called Tanda. They are Tanda. So they saw 14,000 oxen, bal sand. So they were carrying grain, and that is wheat and rice. And these are Banjaras. So they would do what? They will take some stuff from one place which is sasta there, and wherever it is expensive they go and sell it. And now from here they take certain thing which is cheap here and expensive somewhere else. This is how they trade. And also these ox, they would use them, and they would leave them once they are stopped for the day, and it will freely graze. Ox will freely graze. These tandas, let me tell you, these tandas will be having around 16 to 700 people. Tandas, 16 to 700. And they would travel for 6 to 7 miles, just not more than that. Okay. So now coming to what Banjaras were used for. Banjara were extensively used by two, Alauddin Khilji and Jahangir, because they were actually moving tribe. So, and they have a lot of oxen, so they can transfer the content, that it can be grain, it can be any other thing, food, dalhan, tilhan. So they can transfer it to different places. So that is how they utilize these Banjaras and tell them or ask them or use them, employ them to transport the food grain during the military campaigns. Whenever there is war going on, they were using these Banjaras, and Banjaras were happy to help. Why? Because they were doing it. This is what they do. So in the 1 lakh bullock carrying grain, if you see, they were employing these much of Banjaras here. Okay, this was the scenario. And one more thing is, many pastoral tribes, they used to sell the animals also. Means they don't use them for milk, etc. They would rear them to sell it to the prosperous people who would want, say, meat or eat them. So, and who would want to use them like horses. So all the prosperous or wealthy people, they were sold these animals from various pastoral types. And there were very small peddlers also. And these peddlers were their tribals also. But they were selling gaon to gaon, going town to town or villages to village to sell these ropes, these reeds or straw matting, and these coarse sacks, rassi, the bora, all these they used to sell. Along with this, there is a caste of entertainers. The main job was to entertain, dance, do the acting, drama. So these were entertainers. Circus, Mela, all these you might have heard of. So they will do this. So this is an example of bronze crocodile, Kutia Konda tribe of Odisha. So we will talk about this new caste and hierarchies in the next discussion. Before that, let me reiterate it. So we are discussing the different tribes from 8th to 18th century in Indian subcontinent. So who are the major tribes? All the names are given here. Some of them we are going to talk. Khokars in Punjab, they were the main. They were very, very powerful in 13th and 14th century. Then came this is 13th, 14th century I'm talking about. Then Gakhar, they became prominent. Kamal Gaffar, he was made Mansabdar. You know, Khan Ghakkar, he was made Mansabdar. And then these Arguns and Landhas, then Balochs, north, west we are talking about. Here we have Western Himalaya, Gaddi Gadariya. Then we have the Nagas and Ahoms in the northeastern area. Nagas and Ahoms. Okay, Ahoms, they came from Myanmar. Now we have Cheros in Bihar and Jharkhand. Mundas and Santals in Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, Bengal. This whole area, Cheros, Munda, Santhal. Then we have Koli and Berar in Karnataka, Maharashtra. Then we have these Kolis in Gujarat also. Kolis were in Gujarat also. In south, we have Koraga, Vetar and Marwad in south. Then Bhils, very important. These Bhils, and you will find them in the western central India, very important tribe. Then we have Gonds, Gond tribe, that is Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh. Okay. So these are different tribes. So which tribe in the Indian subcontinent where they were living? Now we are talking about changing society, new caste and hierarchies. What does it mean? That what was changing in the society, how the new castes were coming, and what was their levels, what was the hierarchy. So what happened at that time? Previously it was Varna Vyavastha, means the main categorization was Varna Vyavastha. That is, if you are doing these rituals, you are Brahman, then you are warrior, then you are Kshatriya, you are doing trading, merchant, then you are the Vaishyas, and if you are doing all the work for the other three, or your servant, or below level work, that is Ganda Uthana type. So these are Shudras. So Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. Inside this, new caste started coming. Smaller castes. Like in Brahman, even in Brahmans, there were new castes coming up, appeared. So various tribes and various social groups. The various tribes and groups, they were taken into this Varna Vyavastha, or you can say they were given a tag of a jati, that okay, you are a jati, we have given you a status of this jati. Who has given you? Who has given? Brahmans have given. Brahmans have given to various tribes and social groups. So now the question will be, what kind of jatis or partition we are talking about? We are talking about, say, smiths, goldsmith, blacksmith, those who are doing the lakdi or woodwork, carpenter, those who are working for construction, masons. Now these three are different from what used to be earlier. It was not falling in Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. So they were called in here. That is, professionally, if you see, this smith, professionally, goldsmith or any other smith, it came into being. That is, Indian subcontinent was very big. Somewhere it is some smith, some smith, some smith. So they were included in certain jatis. And who gave them? Who gave them? Brahman tagged them. Brahman gave them. So previously it was the categorization of four: Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. Now this society was divided or organized on the basis of these jatis, not the Varna. Varna was Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. Now it was not Varna Vyavastha, but it has started the Jati Vyavastha. That is, in Shudra, if you say some are Dhobi, some are Kurmi, some are Charmakar. So there are different type of categories also, jatis in a jati, in a Varna. So the Kshatriyas at this time, in the Kshatriyas, the Rajput became very powerful. We talked about 11th and 12th century, if you remember. So here at this time, 11th, 12th century, Rajput became very powerful. And they were coming from various lineages, or various Vansh, dynasty, Hun, like Hunas. They are coming from Hunas. They were coming from Chandelas or Chalukyas. So there were many more of this Rajputs. But some of them were earlier not Rajputs, but earlier they were tribes. So I am saying Rajput were not all the Rajputs, but some of the Rajputs were tribes. Okay, and when they became the ruler, what they did when they became Rajput, they captured specifically the agriculture area. That is, they you can say annexed or defeated or captured or replaced the older rulers which were taking care of the agriculture areas. I hope you got the idea. So now this area, the forest area basically, because they were tribes, so they wanted that area. They were into agriculture, but now they have become Rajput. So Rajput, they were in this position of ruler. So, and how do they become? Some were the Rajputs, but some became Rajputs from tribes. That is, if you are not a Rajput and you want to become a Rajput, or you are not a Brahman, you want to become a Brahman, then there are Karma Kand, Ashwamedh Yajna, like all these Yajnas were there. So Brahmans will make you whichever caste you want. They were all rituals. So the Kshatriyas who wanted to become Brahman wanted to become this. So the tribe also wanted to become the ruling class. So tribes wanted to become Rajput, and Brahmans can do it. Brahmans can do just by some puja archana, they can do it. So these tribes, they wanted to become the ruling party or ruling level. Okay, so they wanted to rule. So various tribes, they wanted to rule, but certain tribes, if you see, the Brahmins only allowed the lower caste or lower tribes, or not the higher tribes. Only they allowed higher tribes to rule. Lower tribe they didn't allow. And the other tribes, specifically the Punjab, in the northwest frontier I am talking about, that is the present day Pakistan. Present day Pakistan, the Punjab in the northwest frontier, those tribes, they were taking Islam, or they adopted Islam. Okay, they didn't believe in this Varna Vyavastha, they didn't accept it, so they just took the Islam religion. Okay, they didn't wanted this Varna Vyavastha. So in conclusion, the tribes wanted to be a ruler, but only the specific tribes were given prominence by the Brahmins, not all, and other tribes in this region which I talked about, they took Islam. They took Islam, and they continue to reject this caste system. They don't want this caste system of specific binding. So they took to the Islam. Islam, there is no caste system. Okay. Now let me take you to the internals, or a closer look of two of the tribes, the Gonds and the Ahoms. Gonds and the Ahoms. So we'll go to the detail and try to talk about them. Right? So Gonds are here. I told you about the places. Right? The Gonds are in the central part of India. You can say the lower central part, to be very specific. Right? This basically is Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, and Madhya Pradesh. Like, right side also you see Bihar. All these, central touching area, they were there. Because you cannot just define one place. This Gondwana place is a very big place, and this is a forested region. Why forested region? Because they were tribes, and tribes love to be in forest. They want agriculture. They were hunter-gatherers, and this Gondwana, where they live, were called Gondwana area. And this Gondwana was nothing but the country inhabited by Gonds. The people who are Gonds, wherever they are living, they are Gondwana, and they were following the shifting cultivation. That is, one place they will go, cut all the trees and burn them. That is, this is called slash and burn type of shifting cultivation. Then when the urvarta or the fertility is not remaining here, they'll go to another place, again slash or cut the trees, again burn, have the cultivation, and they'll move to another place. So see here, we have slash and burn example. So this is slash and burn or shifting kind of cultivation. So let me show you how they are divided. The Gond tribe, that is the large Gond tribe, they were divided into clans or kul or clans. So there were one Raja or Rai for each clan, means each kul, There will be one Raja, one clan. But at this time, what was happening? The Delhi Sultanate was declining. So there were different Gond clans, or you can say tribes. Some were very big, very powerful, some were not. So what happened in the Gond region only, the larger or the stronger Gond kingdom, they started to dominate the smaller Gond chiefs. That is, they wanted to dominate it or take control. The powerful one, they wanted to take control of those who are not that powerful. Okay. So the Akbarnama, in the Akbarnama, Abul Fazl has written for Akbar, it is clearly being said that the Gond kingdom, let me give it the specific name is Gadkatanga, GK, Gadkatanga. There were different Gads. This is a common name for Gondwana. So Gadkatanga, that had 70,000 villages. Can you imagine? Gadkatanga was having 70,000 villages. So this is Gadkatanga. If you want to remember which is this place, if you see there is left Bhopal, the capital of Madhya Pradesh, then you have Jabalpur in between. This is the region we are talking about. Okay, so this area which is boundary, which is shaded dark yellow, this is the boundary of Gond Kingdom. So you have Balaghat here, Jabalpur here, like this. So I'm talking about Gond here. How was the division? You just need to remember this division. So it was a centralized kind of division. Okay. This is Gadkatanga. Just imagine this is some Gond kingdom or Gadkatanga. First thing is the administration was centralized. It was by some central regime, central king. So it was centralized. So all these kingdoms were divided into Gads. So you have different Gad. If you still go there, you will find the name of the places as Gad. So this whole kingdom were divided into different Gads. First partition is this. Okay. Now every Gad was divided, and every Gad is controlled by certain Gond clan. That is certain Kul. So this Gond clan, or that particular area which is called Gad, is again divided into one part, I am saying, of the whole area, that is the Gad, is divided into 84 villages. Okay, you take one of the Gad, divide it into 84 parts, 84 villages, and this is called Chorasi. That is why it is called Chorasi. So 84 villages they were divided, and a single Chorasi part, that is one of the 84 parts, is again divided into 12 more villages. That is called Badhaut. Chorasi, that is whole kingdom is divided into Gad. Gad is divided into 84 Chorasi are 84 villages, and one of the villages of these 84 will be divided into 12 other villages. Okay. So this is how kingdom was made. So see here, there is a picture of Gondwana, and here you see different Gads. Okay. Bhairav Gad, Chaura Gad, Bandar Gad, these are Gad. Now, when the big state came into being, what will happen? There will be a division in the society. There were social caste difference. Some will become powerful, some will not. Some will become rich, some will not. Okay. So what this social classes has emerged. So Brahmans at this time, they got a lot of land grants, that is money and land, from Gond Rajas, Gond kings. And the Brahmans became very powerful. So when the Brahman became powerful, you know, Brahman can do anything. They can make you Kshatriya, they can make you Brahman, they can make you Shudra. So the Rajputs, these Gond chiefs wanted to be Rajput. They wanted, okay, because they wanted to be a warrior clan, Varna. So that is how they wanted to become Rajput. So they wanted the help of these Brahmans. For example, I'll give you an example. There was a Gadkatanga king, Raja. The Gadkatanga Raja, his name was Aman Das. What was his name? The Gadkatanga Raja was Aman Das. So what he did, he took the Upadhi or the title of Sangram Shah. That is, he became from tribe from tribe to Rajput. The Amandas, who was previously a Gond tribe, a king or Raja, he became Rajput as the name with Sangram Shah as this name, okay, and his son was Dalpat. His son was Dalpat, and Dalpat got married to Rani Durgavati. Dalpat was married to Rani, means at that time she was princess, Rajkumari, so Rajkumari Durgavati. And Durgavati, who was Durgavati? Durgavati was a Rajput. She was the daughter of Salbahan. Salbahan was the Chandel Rajput Raja of where? Mahoba. Mahoba, okay, Bundelkhand region. So he was Salbahan Chandel Rajput Raja of Mahoba. His daughter Durgavati married Dalpat. Dalpat, who was the son of Sangram Shah. Okay, did you get the network here? Okay. Now Dalpat, who was the son of Sangram Shah, he died in a very, just after some time. So Rani Durgavati, because she was a Rajput, she was very capable, she was powerful, she is Rani Durgavati. And here we have Sangram Shah. On left you see Sangram Shah. So this is Rani Durgavati, on the right you see. And she was very strong, capable, and she started ruling. She started ruling how? Because his Dalpat and Durgavati have a son. Dalpat and Durgavati have son, which is called as, what was the name? The name is B. Narayan. Their son is called B. Narayan. Dalpat, Durgavati son B. Narayan. So she started, ruling. So in 1565, what happened? Under the Asaf Khan, that is the Mughal forces, they attacked Gadkatanga. Asaf Khan attacked Gadkatanga. But who was at Gadkatanga? Who is ruling? Rani Durgavati. Rani Durgavati was ruling it. Okay. Now she became, she took this face. She became a warrior. This is Rani Durgavati. Both are Rani Durgavati. One in the, female form, one in the warrior form. Okay. So she actually took that attack and put a strong defense. But finally, like Laxmibai Rani Jhansi, you have heard that she said, I will not give my Jhansi. She also said, I will not give my Gadkatanga. But ultimately, she was defeated. Gadkatanga was defeated, and B. Narayan also died after some time. So Gadkatanga was a very rich state. It was a rich state. And why this Gadkatanga was a rich state? Why? It's a forest area. That region is a forest area. So it has a lot of elephants and all those natural resources also. So the Gadkatanga or the tribes, golden tribes, will capture this elephant and will train them and then try to export it to the nearby regimes, emperors, kings, warriors, and the people. So Hathi, they would do this. So Mughal, defeated the Gonds. So what happened? They took one of the part, annexed one of the part, but the other part, this small part they have taken, but the other part they gave it to Chandan Shah. Who was Chandan Shah? If you remember, Bir Narayan. Chandan Shah was the uncle of B. Narayan, Chandan Shah. You can say the Chandan Shah and Dalpat were brothers. But the Marathas and the Bundelas were too strong for these Gonds. So that is how they finally defeated. Now coming to our homes. Whenever I say about my home, you have to go to the northeast. So Assam and Myanmar, there are two places. Myanmar, today is Burma. Because at that time there were no boundaries. Myanmar and all these were together. So these Myanmar people, they came to this Brahmaputra Valley. I showed you this red line is Brahmaputra. So this from Myanmar people who came to Assamese area, to today's Assamese area, they are Ahoms. They are Azoms. And at that time, who were ruling there or who were taking care of that place? Bhuiya, the landlords at that Brahmaputra Valley. But Ahom finally subjugated them, suppressed them, these Bhuiyas or landlords. And I'm talking about 16th century. They took over Shutiyas, that is 1523, and also Coach Hajo in 1581, they took or they annexed them or controlled them also. So Bhuiya, then Shudiyas, then Khaj Hajo. So it was so special about them. In 1530s, they already have the firearms. Like today we have pistols, etc. These are firearms. So they already have it, the primitive version. And by the 1660s, they become so powerful and sophisticated, they created gunpowder, good quality gunpowder and cannons. That is Barood or Top. The gunpowder and cannons. Okay. So that is how they became so powerful. But they had various invasions. For example, in 1662, Mughal Empire, under the leadership of Mir Jumla, he attacked a home kingdom. Right? No, these Ahoms put a brave defense. They gave big defense, but finally they were defeated, even though they were having these firearms, gunpowder and cannons. But if you see Mughal Empire, Delhi and Agra and Northeast is so far off, they couldn't control this place. So the Mughal control did not last long to Ahom regions. Now the Ahom state, it depended upon what? It depended upon forced labor, Begar. These were called pikes. So these all are pikes. The founder of Ahom dynasty is Sukhapa. This is the picture of Sukhapa. Ahom dynasty founder is Sukhapa. This is Ahom dynasty. This is the map. These are different buildings and creations. So I was talking about pikes. Pikes were simple. I called you. Say example, I called you and I wanted you to work, but I don't give you money. So this is forced labor. So pikes, forced labor. So Ahom people did what? They did the census or Janaganna of each area, and they ordered them that every area has to send certain pikes depending upon the population on rotation. That today this will come, today from your region pike will come, next day other people will come from this region, pikes. So what they did, there was a certain thing they did that actually created some problem. So these pikes, some from one place, some 10 will come, some place some 20 will come. So they were not equal pikes coming. So they wanted equal pikes every time. So they divided or they transferred the people from one place to another. For example, from one place 10 pikes are coming, from other place 50 pikes are coming. So in order to make them, what is this? 10 plus 50 by 2, that is 30 they wanted. So they shifted 20 from one place to the 10 place. That is both places now they have 30 and 30. These are now the Kulan clan, which were earlier, it got destroyed, it got broken up because one clan, some people were in different region, some are in other region. So all the adult people, all the adult males, they have to fight for a home's army wherever there is a war-like situation. So all the adults, they have to go for war. They have to, right? And the war is not going on. So public work, that is irrigation system, dams, public works. Also, they have introduced very good methods of rice cultivation. This also they did, rice cultivation. So the Ahom society, they were divided into clans or khels. So you remember the name of khel. So they were not having that much of artisans at that time. That is those who are those who have skilled workers. So they were getting it from adjoining or neighboring kingdoms. A khel often controlled several villages. So the peasant were given the land from the village community, Gram Sabha. So Gram Sabha will give the peasant or a farmer land, but once it is given, it can't even be taken by the Raja. It can't be even taken by king. So originally these Ahoms, they were only like every other tribes. They were praising, they were worshipping their god, tribal gods, different tribal gods. But in the first half of the 16th century, that is 17th century, that is around 1650, you can understand. So the influence of Brahmins increased here. Brahmins came here by whichever way, the influence became very much. So these Brahmins, they were given land also. The kings were giving lands to Brahmins. So now we have this Sib Singh. The Sib Singh, under his Shasan Kal or reign from 1714 to 1744, under his regime, the Hinduism prospered and it became the main predominant religion of this area. That is why we have in Assam area and nearby you see Hindus. But finally, they also kept the earlier becoming Hindu and keeping earlier traditions. So it was quite a sophisticated kind of society. They would all praise poets, scholars, or those who are having art form, dance, etc. So all these were given privileges or land grants were given to specifically poets and scholars. And Buranjis, this was all the historical work there, Buranjis. So they also translated into what? First in Ahom language and then into Assamese language. Ahom and then Assamese language. Okay. So let us say what we conclude, that there were tribes, all these in between 8th to 18th century we are talking about. One Vyavastha they were not following, and they have a different culture, different kinship kind of bond. Coming to the elsewhere, we are talking about Mongols. So here we have Mongolia. This is a Mongolia, below Russia, above China. Now this region is having one very important tribe. These were pastorals or hunter-gatherers. They were doing this kind of work, and these are called Mongols. This was a tribe, and they were living or inhabited in the grassland, that is steppes of Central Asia. So in 1206, if I talk about, there were Genghis Khan as we know it. He did a very good thing. He combined the power of Mongols and Turkish, that is the Ottomans, Mongols and Turkish. And that is how he formed a very powerful military force. They included the part or annexed the part of Russia, Eastern Europe, China, and West Asia. Okay. So this is how they have a very good military and administrative system. So this is all about this chapter. Thank you so much and take care of yourself. He discovered the route. First of all, he's a Portuguese sailor. So he sailed across the Atlantic to the African coast. He went around it, crossing over the Indian Ocean, and he took more than 1 year to do this. And he reached to Calicut in 1498. I told you, in Calicut, and that is in present day Kerala, right? So in 1498 he came. Then it was very bad journey because 170 people were coming and only 54 survived. All other died. He came up with started with 4. Only 2 ships remained. All other died. All other wrecked down. And the rasta, the way, the route he discovered, English, Dutch, French, they followed it only. Okay, English, Dutch, French followed these routes. That is why it is important. Now coming to Christopher Columbus, he said the earth is round. So now Vasco da Gama has gone this way. I'll go another way, and I'll go another way, and I will definitely reach India. But he started from here, and he came to West Indies. He came here, and then the rest is he came. We know about what happened in America, how it was being found, and started with the West Indies. So West Indies, he came, and he tried to find out the other way of India, and he discovered this West Indies. So this is all about this chapter. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself. There he lost. This is chapter number 8, Devotional Paths to the Divine. The saints, the Sufi, all those whom we are going to talk, there are certain words which are going to come. Moksha, salvation. Moksha in Hindi, salvation in English. In Hindi it's also called as mukti, sach ki prapti. So all this discussion is about attaining the moksha, the salvation. Jain, Bodh, or different Sufis or different saints, they have showed different path, different ways to get moksha. That is, if you are an individual, why you are an individual, why you have come to this life, what is the real truth of your being, what is the truth of this world, what is the truth after the life, how to get connected with the God, how to get connected with the God you love or want. Can you see him? Is there any way to get him? This is moksha, salvation. So we are talking about 8th to 18th century. So in between, if you see 1200 to 1556, 57, we have 1556, 57 from 1200, it's Delhi Sultanate. And most of the changes, it started from 8th century, 9th century onwards, and it continued and it grew actually till 18th. So Mughal Empire, various things happened. First thing is that if in your house only, if you see your mom, dad or Dadaji, doing rituals, they may be singing bhajans, they may be doing kirtans, they may be doing kavalis. So they may be sitting somewhere and they are moved into tears, that is crying badly, or somewhere sitting just chanting the names of their deity, their god. So this kind of situation you might have encountered. You have seen tasbih, Maulvi take tasbih and say Subhanallah, Subhanallah, Subhanallah number of times. And other Hindus, they do Ram, 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 Ram number of times. So this kind of intense devotion, that is crying because of love to God or devotion to God. So love to God, intense devotion, this is the legacy of what? This is what we have got from the love, the muhabbat, the pyar to the God we have got it from Bhakti movement. We have got it from Sufi movement. Bhakti movement and Sufi movement. If left hand side you see, these are people who are devoted, happy in Bhakti of God. Sufi movement, they just want to get connected with the God, Allah, any being, any God. So this actually evolved, changed since the 8th century. Now if you talk any Muslim, who is the supreme God? He'll say Allah. You go to any Sikh, they'll say Guru Granth Sahib and Guru Nanak Dev Ji and all the Gurus. And Hindu, there are different gods, but he may name say Ganesha, say Shiva, Durga Ji, Kali Mata. If you go to Bengal side, you'll get Kali Mata. So different deities, different gods are worshipped. So, previously there were small places, small kingdoms, but in this small kingdom, people were worshipping some deities, some local deities maybe. Okay, deities means gods and goddesses combined. There is a single word for god and goddesses, and these are deities. So if someone is, or the group or the people is worshipping, but when the empire, Delhi Sultanate came, then the Mughal Empire came, empire people started talking together, people started going here and there. So the culture changed and people got ideas, they shared ideas. And this was not only the idea about money or the power, it was the idea also about how do you worship God, what kind of God you worship, what is the way of worshipping. Because at that time, the predominant or the main key concept was that you have taken birth, say for 70 years you will live, then you will die. Okay, you will be cremated or buried. Now, what will happen? Dehant, your dehant, that is deh means body, ant means end. So in Sanatan Dharma, Hindu Dharma, and mostly dharms of Indian subcontinent, that is anyone is having a body and also a soul. A body is having a soul inside. So when the body dies, when the body ends, the soul remains. So soul finds another body and find itself there. Means keep inside that body for the next hopping. So this was quite a very popular culture, popular thought at that time. So birth, rebirth, birth, death, rebirth, birth, death, rebirth. So this is a circle going on and on and on. So this was a big belief that time. So good deeds, bad deeds, whatever you've done, good or papa, punya, gunaha, acha kaam, all these will also come with you, or will be, this pap, punya chakra or circle will also be there, right? So everyone you see here, at that time, there was also believed that people are not equal. That is, the person who has taken birth in noble family or high caste, he will be privileged. He will get whatever he wants, or he'll get more resources, more, say, status. But the others, that is high caste or nobility, the person or the kid will get all what he wants. Sampannata means being rich and being in a higher caste. But the others, they won't get anything. Means because they are not from the privileged society. So all these ideas, most of the people like, but many people, they don't find this idea better. They were quite uneasy of what are these kind of idea of rebirth, caste system, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. What is this? So the people who were uneasy, some of them went to Jain Dharma or Jain religion, some of them went to Buddhism. Because Jainism and Buddhism, the teaching was that this cycle of birth, rebirth and death, this cycle of pap and punya, good and bad deeds, it can be stopped. It can be broken. This cycle can be broken if you put your personal effort. That is, you can take sannyas, you can take a renunciation of everything, go somewhere, just think about God, meditate, etc. Okay? And these all things can be done. If you have personal effort, you have to work hard, you have to devote yourself. But there are other people also who thought in a different terms. They said the idea of the supreme God, that is whosoever you believe, the idea of the supreme God, like the Brahma, like any God, if you approach him, if you love him with all the devotion, that is what we are calling bhakti. So if you do proper bhakti, then the God will save you from these bondages of BDR, that is, here you see, Krishna ji, Lord Krishna is giving sermons, Upadesh to Arjun. So here he is Krishna Bhagavan, he is an incarnation of Vishnu, Krishna ji and Arjun, one of the Pandavas. So he is giving the idea of this bhakti, this exactly what we have just talked about. So it is being mentioned in Srimad Bhagavad Gita. So it's a part of Mahabharata. So these kind of ideas were taking place. Okay, some were happy with the Sanatan, some were not. Some went to Buddhism, Jainas. Some were using this idea of bhakti. So at that time, which the period we are talking about, initially three gods and goddess basically. Shiv Bhagavan, Shiv and Durga ji and Vishnu. So Shiva, Vishnu and Durga, these three were the key deities, means key god and goddess. Everyone was worshipping them, devoted to them, loving them. Okay, and what would happen if the small places are there? There were some personal or the only area related gods, but they were also treated as some or the other form of incarnation of these three only, or some or the other faces or shape of these three only. Shiva, Vishnu, Durga. They were identified as Shiva, Vishnu, Durga only. So in local levels, as I said, at that time Shiva, Vishnu, Durga were there, and this was also mentioned in various or written, because there were myths, there were things being written in certain stories, and the idea of how to worship these gods, Shiva, Vishnu, Durga, the way they should be worshipped, it was clearly been written in Puranas. Okay, also it was properly being laid out. Any devotee, it is possible, because because of the Puranas, that whoever is there, belonging to any caste, any creed, any caste, okay, he can get the grace of God if he behave or he devote himself the way it is being said in the Puranas, right? In the Puranas. So this is how it get popular, and Buddhas and Jainas also adopted them. So these all, see, there are two movements we are talking about. Bhakti movement and the second is Sufi. Sufi has come from the Iran part, Central Asia part, or the Bhakti movement in Indian subcontinent. It started from where? It started, all the names we will be talking about whenever we encounter these. So it started from 9th century. We started that it is 8th century till 18th century. So if you see Dadu in the north, it is 16th to 17th century, which is way far off than when actual started. So everything started from south. Mandikava Sagar, 9th century. Ramanuja, 11th to 12th century. So everything initiated, or these Bhakti movement, they were rooted from the South India, like Kerala, Tamil Nadu. Okay. So let me tell you, the 7th and 9th century, here this time, 7th to 9th century, that is around 600 to 800. It was various religious movements, various andolans, religious movements it took place. And who led them? The Netritra, the leaders were Nayanars and Alvars. Nayanars, Alvars, they were groups, they were people. So Nayanars, they were those saints who were devoted to Lord Shiva, the middle one. Lord Shiva, this is and I am writing for Nayanars. And what about Alvars? Alvars were devoted to who? Vishnu. I am writing Vishnu here on the leftmost picture. So Alvars, Vishnu. The Nayanars, Shiva. Alvars were Vaishnavites, Nayanars were Shivites or Shavites. And in this Nayanars and Alvars, the important thing was everyone was there. Big community, small community, even the untouchables, Pulayyar, Panars, the untouchables, Achuts, the Atishudras were also there in Nayanars and Alvars. These Pulayyar and Panars. That is the specific thing you need to know, because mostly the religion is always thought of as Brahmanical or Brahmani. So Buddha, they were very critical about Buddhist and Jainas, whatever they preached. Because Buddhist and Jaina was not talking about any god. So they were very critical about what Buddhist and Jaina were doing. Okay, they only said Shiv Bhagwan, Vishnu Bhagwan, Shiv Bhagwan, Vishnu Bhagwan. They are the path of salvation, moksha, mukti. Right? So Alvar were saying, please worship this Vishnu Bhagwan. Then are saying, please worship Shiv Bhagwan. Okay. So how do this came up? They combined certain ideas. Do you remember Sangam Sahitya, Sangam literature? Madurai, I told you earlier. So there was a convention, and here the compilation of this Sangam literature was done. So here in the Sangam literature, there were various things. So they took out two things. One was love, the other was heroism. Heroism, virta, pyar, love and heroism. So they added the idea of bhakti also, blended, mixed the ideas, love, heroism and bhakti. They combined it. That is the Nayanars and Alvars, right? So this was kind of a mixture. So these people would go to various places. Wherever they go, Ghumantu, wherever they go, they would write certain text or poem, and what dohe, we'll talk about them. So they were writing these, and whichever place they go, and whichever is the local deity there, like local god, and they would write for them, and also they will put music also. That is, they would sing it also, or made others to sing with proper music. If you know that whenever we listen to music, we get just ecstatic. So this is what where they write everything, mainly the poems and the geet, right? The songs, and that is how it propagated. Everyone was singing. Now I'll just talk about Nayanars and Alvars in detail, but before that, let me talk about this South India we were talking about, Bhakti movement. Here what happened, if you see, he's Manikkava Sagar. We'll just talk about him, Manikkava Sagar. So this is a bronze image of Manikkava Sagar. Shortly you'll be knowing who was he. So in between this 10th and 12th century, the Chola and Pandya king, I told you the south, Chola, Chera, Pandya, three were there. So Chola and Pandya, these were what they did, because they knew that wherever these Nayanars and Alwars, they were going, and they were making people love them or have an idea of the bhakti movement they were spreading. So Chola and Pandya, they made a temple and shrine on their names, these Nayanars and Alwars. Okay, temple and shrine, right? So this is the bhakti movement. They wanted to combine or link this bhakti movement with the temple puja, temple say worship. Okay, so they tried to strengthen the link or relationship between bhakti tradition and temple tradition, right? So they also made them wrote, the people were writing the religious biography, dharmik jivaniya. These main Alwars and Nayanars, I'll just talk about them. The Cholas and Pandyas, they were encouraging to write hagiographies. Hagiography is what? Writing about the saint life, writing about their religious lives or the movement aspects. So let me tell you, this is hagiography. Okay, this is what is important. Nayanars and Alwars, let us see it. First is Nayanars. Nayanar, remember Shiv, they were worshipping Shiv. So they were around 63 Nayanars. 63, and they were coming from different caste. Potters, they were potters. They were untouchables. They were workers also, peasants, hunters, and soldiers, and Brahmins also were there, and the Sardars, chieftains, chief. So each and every category was there in Nayanars. So the main key Nayanars were Appar. I'm talking about the names of them. Sambandar, Sundarar, and I told you, you'll just know about Manikkava Sagar. So Appar, here you see, this is Manikkava Sagar. So Sundarar, Manikkava Sagar, Appar, and Samada. Talking about Alwar, there were 12 Alwars. Okay, all these backgrounds were there. They were also coming from different diverse background. And the best of them, or the people we know about in Alwars, are Periya Alwar, and his daughter Andal Alwar, and then Tondara Dippodi Alwar, then Nammalavar. So these are the four which were very prominent. We named them. So now these were the the names, etc. But what about whatever they compiled? Because basic thing we are talking about the songs and poems. Okay, so the compilation of Nayanar songs were done in two different sets. One is Tevaram. The other is Tiruvakkam. Tevaram and Tiruvakkam for Nayanars. When we come to Alwars, the name of the compilation of their songs were called as Divya Prabandham. What was the name of Alwar's song, this compilation? Divya Prabandham. For Nayanars, it's Tevaram and Tiruvakkam. For Alwars, it's Divya Prabandham. Okay, I hope you will remember this. So we were discussing about Bhakti movement and Sufi movement. In this philosophy, Vichardhara or ideas, whomsoever we are going to discuss, they have different views, different thoughts with respect to the religion, to God, and how to worship. So this Bhakti is a big word. If you see here, he is Adi Shankaracharya, Shankara, and he was one of the most influential, effective philosopher of our subcontinent, and he was born in Kerala, today's Kerala, in the 8th century. 8th century we are talking about. What he said, His idea was idea of Advaita, Advait. And this is also called as the doctrine of the oneness. Doctrine of the oneness, Advaita. What does it mean? See, every individual, it's being understood that everyone has a soul inside it, Atma, and there is a supreme God. So the soul and the God, supreme God, the Almighty, the ultimate reality, they are one. They are one. That is, they will be one. That is the Advaita. Okay, supreme God, which is ultimate reality, and the person's soul, individual soul, is oneness. He believed in oneness of them. Adi Shankaracharya. He also said the Brahman is created by Brahma, of course, the ultimate creator, Brahma. This Brahman is written, but it is actually related to Brahma. Okay, who created this world, everything he created. He is the ultimate God, ultimate reality. And the Brahma, in terms of Shankara, the Shankaracharya, what he thinks about Brahma, the main creator, is formless, without any attributes. That is, it is Nirguna. Nirguna means no attribute. This Brahma has no attributes, no properties. Along with this, it is Nirakar. That is, it is formless. There is no form, there is no picture, there is no sculpture, no murti. He also thinks that the world in which we live, we talk about money, we talk about car and buildings, etc. Whatever was there at that time, it is Maya. It's an illusion. Illusion means something is not there, but you think that it is there. It's illusion. He also said the renunciation of the world. He said Tyag. Renunciation means leaving world, everything in the world, and just leave everything. And just follow the path of knowledge, to know, to understand. The path you choose. Drop everything, leave everything, and take the path in order to gain knowledge, in order to understand the things. And what is salvation? That is, what is the Brahma? Who is the creator? And this is the only path to get the salvation, to get the moksha, to get the mukti, to get the knowledge. So he said, leave everything, take the path in order to get the salvation, to know the Brahma. Now here we talked about Shankara, Adi Shankaracharya, Advaitwad. Now Ramanuja has a different idea. So his idea was Vishishtadvaitwad. Vishishtadvaitwad. He was born in Tamil Nadu in 11th century. Ramanuja born in Tamil Nadu in 11th century, and he was quite influenced by the Alvars. Did we talk about Alvars and Nayanars earlier? Alvars were those who were following or worshipping the Vishnu Bhagwan. So he said, Ramanuja said, if you want to get moksha, if you want to get salvation, then you can only do it through if you have intense devotion, love, affection for the God Vishnu. You worship God Vishnu. So Shankaracharya was giving the idea of Advaita, and Ramanuja was giving the idea of Vishisht Advaita. So Advaita, just add Vishisht in front of it. That is Vishisht Advaita. Advaita related to Shankaracharya. Vishisht Advaita related to Ramanuja of Tamil Nadu. Okay. So what was that? This is actually a qualified oneness. What does it qualified oneness means? Is that when your body's soul, everyone has a soul, that is what Sanatana Dharma says. So every soul, when it gets united with the Supreme God, the Almighty, it still remain distinct. Shankaracharya said they become one. But Ramanuja said the soul and the God, whenever they meet also, when you meet the God, your soul remain different. Your same soul remain distinct. Okay, and this became very popular in North India. I'll show each of one of them. We are talking now about Basavanna's Veera Shaivism. Ramanuj, all these people we are talking about are from South. So everything started, this Bhakti movement all started from South. Basavanna. Now Basavanna and companions Allama Prabhu and Akka Mahadevi, all these. Basavanna, Allama Prabhu and Akka Mahadevi, they all started a religious movement, a religious andolan, which was called as Veera Shaiva movement, Veera Shaiva movement. Basavanna, Akka Mahadevi, Allama Prabhu. And they started in present day Karnataka when in the mid 12th century, around 1150 you can understand, mid 12th century. What they said, what was their idea? Their thought was, their advocation was that everyone is equal. All human beings are equal. They believe in the equality of human beings. And whatever Brahmans have decided, what are the Brahmanical ideas? They have caste system, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. Okay? And that their treatment, this is the caste system first of all, they were not advocating that. Second thing, the Brahmans, they treated women as a say, keeping up to the houses. They're not giving freedom or they're not giving them that space. The women should get equality, right? They are 50% population. So Basavanna, Allama Prabhu, Akka Mahadevi said the women should be treated equally. Everyone should be treated equally, whether any caste, any creed, it doesn't matter. And the idol worship and rituals, all forms of ritual, karma kanda, idol worship, they were not in favor of. So we started with this also we have discussed, Namanal War we have discussed. We are talking about Ramanuja now. Ramanuja, 11th, 12th century. Ramanuja, here is Ramanuja, 11th, 12th century. Then coming to Basavanna, 12th century. He was 12th century. This is around, right now it is Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. So previously it was not there. There was not very close these boundaries. We have created it. As I said, everything started from South, the Bhakti movement idea. And this paved its way from South to the other parts of India. So we are talking about, because Maharashtra is also coming in between. So Maharashtra in 13th century till 17th century, we saw a number of great, you can say the saint poets. Let me name them first. His name is Janeshwara. I am writing J. He is Janeshwar, the most important one I am talking about. Here we have Namadev. Here we have Eknath. Then Tukaram. And women were also there, like Sakkubai. And now the whole family of Chokha Mela family. So this Chokha Mela family we are talking about because this family and these people, and Chokha Mela actually was belonging to a Mahar caste. And Mahar caste was untouchable, Achut caste. Means the Ati Shudra, which was not considered as a part of the society, were the Chokha Mela. Let me tell you again, the most important great number of saint poems are these, which you see in the picture also, remember them, Janeshwara, Namdev, Eknath, Tukaram, Sakkubai and the family of Chokha Mela. What was their idea? How their bhakti was? So their bhakti was basically devised there is a place called Pandharpur. So how the Vishnu was praised or worshipped there in Pandharpur, Vithala is actually a name of Vishnu only. So the regional tradition, what was being followed in Pandharpur, that is how their idea of bhakti was. There is one more thing. They were saying that every person has in their heart a God. This is heart I am making. Every person has a God inside his or her heart. Okay. So two things. The way the old tradition, how the Pandharpur was following the bhakti, and heart. Everyone is in heart. So these saint poems, basically they were saint but poets also. They were writing, they were giving music, and people were singing it. So these saint of Maharashtra, first of all the religious things like karma kand, and someone is dying, someone is taking birth, and all rituals are taking place, and they were very much against it. And second thing is outward display of piety. Piety means showing the level, status, cleanliness. I am like this, I am like that. So this immense display was not being accepted by them. Also, because the social differences were there, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. So if everyone who is having a birth, there should be no social differences on the basis of birth. Because Brahman can become Kshatriya, Kshatriya can become Brahman, all these good people can become because of various different Ved, different yajna. So they were rejecting the idea of renunciation. Renunciation means tyag, leaving everything. They just said, work, have family, have kids, live a life like what normal people do. Okay? That is, if see any person who is having a problem, help them. Humanist approach you have to follow. Manavtavadi approach you have to follow. Serve everyone who is in need. That is, these saints of Maharashtra were saying. And they insisted, they were saying that if the bhakti, actual bhakti in their advocacy or thought was, actual bhakti is sharing the pain of others, doing the care, love for those who really need it, who really have problem, poor people, ill people, everybody you have to love them and care. Now this was advocated by Narsingh Mehta also. This was also being said by Narsingh Mehta. He was also a great son, but he belonged to Gujarat. He said the Vaishnavas. Who are Vaishnavas? Vaishnavas are those individuals or people who are having faith in the God and who are considered to be the good people. Good people, Vaishnava people, good people have faith in God. So those who can be termed as Vaishnavas are those who understand the pain of others, who have the understanding of the problem which others face. Okay. So Narsingh Mehta, we know Gandhiji. Gandhiji actually propagated it. That is how we know this bhajan. Vaishnava jan to tene kahiye je, पीड़ पराई जाने रे, पर दुखे उपकार करे तो ये मन अभिमान न आने रे. That is, those people are called Vaishnava who actually feel from inside, their heart says that okay, this is the pain the other person is feeling. And if you are doing some help, if you are helping some person who is in misery, who has some problem, then never have that self-conceit, that is, never feel that, oh, I have done this, I have done that. No abhiman should come. So let me show you these Janeshwar, 13th century, and Basavanna, after Basavanna, Janeshwar came. Then came Namadeva, 13th and 14th century. Then Tukaram and Eknath, both in 16th century. Okay. And Narsingh Mehta we talked about, he came in 15th century, Narsingh Mehta. So what you see here, this is the bhajan, as I said, our Mahatma Gandhi, our Rashtrapita, he used to chant this bhajan. That is how we know this so popularly. Nathpanthis, Siddhas and Yogis. Now let me just relate it to you. Do you know who is the right now Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh? Yogi Adityanath. Yogi Adityanath is Nathpanthi. Okay? Nathpanthi. Actually, he has taken the place of the major Nathpanthi, the establishment. Coming to Patanjali Baba, you remember him? Ramadev Baba. He is actually a Baba, but he is selling things. He is Yogi. So he is a Yogi, supposedly Yogi. Then Siddhas, those who are Siddhachari. So all these three we talked about, they were either doing some meditation, doing some yoga, doing some asanas, exercises, breathing exercises. Okay. So they were wearing, either not wearing, right now they wear Bhagwa. You see Yogi Adityanath and Ramdev, they always wear Bhagwa, orange dress. So these people, Nathpanthis, Siddhacharis and Yogis, they have, because at that time Brahmanical ideas of or Brahmanical institution of thoughts were not accepted by everyone. So these NSY, they also didn't believe it. The conventional religion, the Sanatan basic religion, they were not accepting it. or they were saying that, okay, we have some logical arguments, just tell us why this has to be done, why this not had to be done. Okay, so they were asking questions. NSY, they were asking questions. Nathvanti, Siddhacharis and yogis. So this NSY, they said, we don't like this Brahmanical ideas, or some of them we like, some of them we don't like. So they say, if you want moksha, if you want salvation, if you go to Rishikesh, you see there are hundreds of tourists which are coming there, and they stay there for months and months. You know why? Because here they come for moksha, in the search of salvation, in the search of mukti, getting knowledge. So what these NSY were saying that the idea to get salvation, because the God is formless for them. There is ultimate God, ultimate reality, but it is formless. It has no shape. And how do you want to realize this oneness, or say with ultimate reality do you want to connect to the God? In order to do that, you can be trained for it, but you have to train it, your mind and your body. That is, you can get the God, you can meet the God by doing intense training of mind and body. How to get this? For that you have to do yogasanas. That is some form of exercise. Yogasana. Pranayam is breathing exercise. Then you have to do meditation. Sit and relax and just don't think about anything. Don't think about anything. That is meditation. So these all are sitting here. They are just meditating and doing different forms of yoga, doing exercises, breathing exercises. And most of them were lower caste. Very popular, it became in low caste, because they were very critical about the Brahmanical and critical religion which was going on. Okay, so that is how this became very popular in northern India. Yogi Adityanath, this Patanjali Baba, all are from northern India. Coming to Islam and Sufism. First of all, we talked about this Sant, mostly from the Hindu or Hindu sect religion, right? They were talking about different gods, deities, and they were not following, or they are arguing that what is correct, what is not, right? They gave their own philosophy and ideology. Sufis, exactly like this, were Muslims. So they also feel that this Islam has something which we don't believe. They don't believe. Okay. So they were coming from, Sufis were Muslim mystics, Muslim believers, Muslim thought they have, but religion, all these religious things, they just rejected. They just said that love and devotion, dedication to God, these two things along with help to the people, working for the people, loving people, human beings, your fellow human beings. So this is the idea, love God and help. This is what they think is the ultimate way to get the God, to see the God, to meet the God. Okay. So Islam is a very good religion. It propagated so fast because it gave us a very good idea. It's a very clean religion. If you read it, you'll love this. Like the Sikhism, it's a very good religion. So first thing is, Islam was saying monotheism. Monotheism is single God. Monotheism. Mono, single, atheism. So one God is there. Only one God. Okay. There is no other God. Submission to just one God, Allah. Allah Pak. Pak Parvardigar. They rejected the idol worship, Murti Pujan, worshipping the stones, or because everyone makes through his feeling, through his worship, the stone as God. But they said no, this is what we don't want. And that is, see, Islam has done what? First rejected this idol worship, and it has simplified the religion. That is, just people come and 5 times they just do the prayers, collective prayers. So Islam made the religion quite easy. Okay. So if you see people living, they are following Islam, there will be people who might fight, who may do shadi or marriage. So if the people live, there has to be certain rules and regulations that has to be made. So the good people, the scholarly or the intelligent people, they made laws, rules and regulation, and these rules and regulation are called Shariat. It is called Shariat. Most of the Muslim countries, if you see, they follow Shariat. The Sufis said, no. First of all these rituals you are doing, all this karm kand in Muslim religion, we don't want it. We outrightly reject it. First is this. Muslim Sharia. Second thing is Muslim Sharia, which was propounded by these Muslim scholars, big intelligent people, Muslim intelligent people. They said, no, whatever these Muslim religious scholars are asking, we also don't educate it. So Sharia we don't want, we don't like it. And also these religious rituals which we have to do, I don't want. So they wanted the love to the God, the affection to the God should be like this. The way you love your women, you love your girl, you love your boy, that is premi premika, lovers, the way they love, the intense love they show, that love should be the love for the God. That is, just leave the world, love your lover, and your lover is now God. So all these Sufis which we know and the saints we know, why they became popular? Because they were writing poems, they were composing poems, they were also singing and other people were singing. So they were also doing these anecdotes and fables. Anecdotes means small stories. Fables means making stories. That is, story which is not true, but it is, you have created it. So they made it. Anecdotes also and fables also, and small stories, and some as a story which gives you some good idea. So this Central Asia, Iran area, nearby area, there were Sufis, like they came and settled in different part of our country, Indian subcontinent. Ghazali, Rumi and Sadi, they were three prominent. Let me show you the picture so that you understand them well. Ghazali, Rumi and Sadi. So they came, and the Nathpanthi, NSY, I was saying, NSY, all these have their idea that we can be trained, heart can be trained. Sufis were also saying, yes, in order to get the God, we can be trained. We can train your heart, we can train the heart in order to get the love from the God, or to get connected to the God, right? To see the world in different way. So there is some peer or master or some teacher, you can call them peer or master. So they will teach us zikr. Zikr means taking the name of your God or your priyatam or your lover. Zikr. Chanting of sacred formula like Subhanallah, Subhanallah, or Ram, 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 like this. And contemplation is to think in that way. Sama means singing. Raqs means dancing. See here, everyone is dancing, everyone is doing zikr and contemplating. Then we have discussion of parables. Parables means your ideas, drishtant, thinking in your way. Discussion of parables about what you think. And then breath control, like we just talked about NSY, pranayam, etc. This is breath control. Okay. So zikra, contemplation, sama, raqs, parables, breath control, all are done under the master or a peer. And these masters, different masters, because people started believing them, following them, so they formed different sect called as silsila. So some go to this Sufi, they have a silsila. Some go to some other Sufi, they have a silsila. So silsila of different cities. Silsila means a chain. One Sufi came, then another Sufi of that particular sect belief came, this peer came. So this is a kind of a chain or genealogy, you can say. It's a silsila. So all these silsila have a different tariqa or way. The other silsila will have a other tariqa of doing all these forms. So as I said, from Central Asia, that is the Iran and nearby part, they came from Central Asia, settled in our Indian subcontinent in 11th century. So at this time, mostly why they came, because Delhi Sultanate was establishing. Because we were connected, first Delhi Sultanate, then Mughal Empire, we were quite connected to the Middle East area or Central Asia. If you talk about Qutub Minar, see, the name is Qutub. This has come from some Sufi only. So one of the main silsila in the Indian subcontinent which became very popular, very influential, very important was Chishti silsila. Chishti silsila. Silsila means one by one the Peer came, Sufis came. That is silsila. So here we have different Chishtis. Khwaja Gharib Nawaz, Moinuddin Chishti. Then we have, this is Ajmer. Then second one is Qutubuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki of Delhi. Then we have as I said, Qutub Minar is made on his name only. Then we have Baba Farid, very popular in Punjab still, and Khwaja Nizamuddin Auliya of Delhi. Then we have Banda Nawaz Gesu Daras of Gulbarga, Karnataka. So these Sufi masters we are talking about, like Baba Farid, you can take example. Baba Farid will take an example. So Baba Farid will sit somewhere, have an assembly, have a sabha, and people would come. These places where the sabha or the assemblies were done were called as khanqahs or hospices, khanqahs or hospices. And here royalty means the king emperor would come. Here also say the nobility or big people would come, and also the ordinary people will also come. And they will sit in the khanqah, they'll discuss about something spiritual. Some would come only for the blessings, say for Baba Farid, some would come for the blessings, and some would come only to attend the dance and music, because Sufi is all about dance and chanting the names and being in love with your God. So what happened? Some people would think that this Baba Farid and other is having miraculous power. They are just like Jadugar. They are like they have some immense power that if somebody is ill or somebody is having troubles in their life, if we go to them, they will give the blessing, and our troubles will be relieved. We'll get relief from our illness. So all these shrines which you see, the name I gave you, this tomb or dargah or the shrines, these places have now become pilgrimage. Pilgrims go here, Ajmer Sharif. Most of the people go to Ajmer Sharif. Even the big politicians, big superstars, whenever they are releasing their movie, they go to Khwaja Gharib Nawaz, Moinuddin Chishti. Also some go to Baba Farid, some go to Gulbarga. So it's a kind of a Tirth place now. That is, religious tourism places now they are. They have become so important because it gives you an idea or love that people. New religious developments in North India. Till now, we have talked about the South India because everything started from there, Bhakti movement. Then we came to Maharashtra. Then also we went to Gujarat, Narsi Mehta. Now this North area, which is you can say of Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, UP, etc., Bihar somewhat. So we are talking about 13th century, and in this time, in this period, North India, the Bhakti movement saw a very halchal, new wave of this Bhakti movement here. Because what happened? All these religion, that is Islam, Hinduism, Sufism, different sects, the different groups of Bhakti, the Nathpanthis, the Siddhacharis, Yogis, they were influencing each other, or they were getting ideas from one another, taking the other ideas. So they were taking and giving certain things. And when these things was happening, the new towns were taking place, people were taking different professions, they are finding different roles for themselves. So these things were happening. So all these people, they have different roles, and the Bhakti movement was taking place. The craftsperson, specifically the craftsperson, the peasants, the traders, the daily wage laborers, they would come to these people and try to listen to them. They will throng, they will come in groups and listen to these new ideas, new vichar. And these, whatever they get, they spread it all over. So they spread it all over. So I'll give an example of these saints at that time. Kabir, the rightmost you see is Kabir Das. And here we have Baba Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Baba Guru Nanak Dev Ji. And what was common between them was that they were against, they rejected all the things which are happening in an orthodox way. Right? Orthodox means those which have no logic. It can be Hindu religion, it can be Muslim religion, Islam religion. So whatever orthodox things were going on, or those things which have nothing to logic, they outright rejected. But on the other hand, Tulsidas and Surdas, they were accepting the beliefs. They were saying the existing beliefs of the Hinduism or the Brahmanical Hinduism, Sanatan Dharma, is okay. They accepted it. They accepted it. But they wanted to make all these accessible, available to everyone, because the Sanatan or Brahman have made it very specific for the upper caste, not for the lower caste. Brahman Kshatris were getting everything, but not the other ones. Now Tulsidas, he thought of a god in the form of Ram Bhagwan. Ram is supposed to be the incarnation of Vishnu. Krishna ji is also supposed to be the incarnation of Vishnu ji only. So Tulsidas made a composition. He wrote something, and it was the epic, the Ramcharitmanas, and he wrote this in Awadhi. Awadhi is the language which is spoken in eastern Uttar Pradesh. That is, if this is a vague map of this Uttar Pradesh, the rightmost part you can say, and the Awadhi, because it was a local language, that is why it became so popular, Ramcharitmanas. And it was a very, epic word, good literary word. And if I can show you this Surdas, he was a very utsahi, very happy devotee ardent devotee of Krishna ji, Krishna Bhagwan. So because first thing is he can't see, he was blind, but still he wrote Sursagar, Sur Saravali and Sahitya Lahari. Sursagar, Sur Saravali and Sahitya Lahari, it was the composition of Surdas ji. And here at the same time, the contemporary, that is the same time, in Assam, we had a great man, a great son, Shankara Dev ji. In Assam, we have Shankara Dev ji. It was around late 15th century, you can imagine. Shankara Dev ji of Assam. And he was devoted to Vishnu. So he spread that, he preached that devotion to Vishnu is what you should do. He was devoted to Bhagwan or God Vishnu, right? And for that he composed, very epic, good, easy poems and plays in Assamese, the language which was popular there, Assamese. And he started a new practice, and that was the practice of Namaghars. Namaghar. That is, ghar means house. So Namaghar means the place or a house where a recitation or saying will go. People will recite whatever poem is there. They will recite it. They'll speak it or sing it. Also the prayers. So there is a place, houses of recitation and prayer. And this practice, Namghar, if you go to Assam right now, you'll see this practice still exists, still continues. And all these traditions we are talking about, here we have Dadu Dayal. He is Dadu Dayal. And here we have Ravidas ji also and Mirabai ji. So the Mirabai ji is quite famous. Why we are talking about her? And Mirabai was a beautiful Rajput princess. And she was married to Bhojraj. Mirabai was married to Bhojraj. And Bhojraj was the son of Rana Sanga. Rana Sanga, the family, that is Rana Sanga was actually Mewad's, Chittorgarh, Mewad king. He was a chieftain there. But finally what happened? Mirabai has become the Anuyai, disciple or Bhakt of Ravidas. And as I said, it was 16th century when she got married to Bhojraj, but she became the Shishya or disciple of Ravidas. Ravidas was Achyut. He was from Ati Shudra caste, Ravidas, Pandit Ravidas. So, and what she did, she was devoted to Krishna ji. Krishna is a Bhagwan, is a god in Hindu mythology and Sanatan Dharma. So Krishna Bhagwan devoted to, and she was saying, Krishna is husband, Krishna is my friend, Krishna is my everyone. So she was in love with Krishna ji. And because of this bhakti, this love, she wrote innumerable number of bhajans. She just wanted to express her love, devotion, dedication, determination for her. So this is Ranas. If you see this Rana Sangha she is talking about, that she was being given zahar she was given, and but still she survived. This is what happened. She was tried to be killed. And as I said, the upper caste, she was openly challenging the upper caste, the bigger caste, because she was also from the bigger caste, the higher caste. And the bhajan she wrote, it became so popular. If you go to masses in Rajasthan and Gujarat, it's still popular, right? Meera ho gayi magan, this kind of things are there. So the popularism of these saints have their back from the point that they were just these poems were transferring from one generation to another through oral transmission. And how this is? Because they were composing it in natural language and regional language. So the poorest, the most deprived communities which were not knowing Sanskrit, they were just knowing the local language. The poorest, the marginalized communities like the Atishudra, etc., the women, they transmitted, they propagated, they also added their own experience. So this is a living popular culture which we have right now. Kabir Das, we are talking about Kabir Das. Now Kabir Das was a very influential saint in 15th century, 15th, 16th century, this time. And he was quite influential in the term that his content is used somewhere. I'll tell you right now. First of all, the story is a woman who doesn't want to, have this child or to raise this child, gave her child to a Muslim family, Muslim Julaha family, weavers near Banaras, Varanasi. So here he grew up. Now we didn't have much idea about him, but the idea which we have is from the Sakhis and Pads. These are all form of writings. So the vast big collection of the verses of Sakhis and Pads, this is what we have to know him, to understand him. And these were sung often by the bhajan singers, which propagated it. The effective thing which he wrote, it was so popular, so well respected. In Guru Granth Sahib, they were taken. It's very poised, very respected book of Sikhism. Not even in Guru Granth Sahib, in Panchamani and Bijak also, his content is there. So Kabir Das' teaching was basically based on indeed vehement. That is, he was in full force. He was rejecting for both, not only for Hindu but Muslims also. So he was rejecting all the major religious traditions which were going on. That is, people showing outside, they are big, we can do this, and these are the things you have to do. In Muslims also the same thing. So they are people who are showing priestly classes. They are bigger, we are priests, we are of higher caste. And they have created the caste system. Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, Ati Shudra. So he just outright rejected all these. The important thing was the language of his poetry was spoken English. That is spoken Hindi, because everyone was able to understand it. And one more thing, he used to write in a cryptic language, that is Rahasyavadi language. Those who actually know the language, you can say literature, scholars, they will only understand what he has written. So that is why he is so popular and well respected. Kabir believed in a supreme God. There is a Nirakar, that is formless, there is no form of the God. But there is a Shakti, there is a supreme God. And if you want to get, or if you want to have salvation or moksha, then that is only possible through bhakti or devotion. Bhakti or devotion. So Hindu, Muslim, all were respecting him and following him. Let me just conclude that Kabir Das was 15th century Indian mystic poet, and he was a great saint. And his writings were affected or influenced has influenced the Hinduism's Bhakti movement, and his content verses are used in Guru Granth Sahib. Guru Granth Sahib. He started his early life in a Muslim family, but finally he was so influenced by Hindu Bhakti leader Ramanand that he became his follower. So he got his teachings from him, Ramananda. Baba Guru Nanak Dev. Baba Guru Nanak Dev Ji. So Guru Nanak Dev Ji, Sikh religion, you know, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, the time is 1469 to 1539. And Guru Nanak Dev Ji, he was born at Talwandi. Talwandi is now in Pakistan. Nankana Sahib in Pakistan. Again, Guru Nanak Dev Ji was born at Talwandi, which is right now Nankana Sahib in Pakistan. He traveled widely, different places, giving his preaching and sermons, and finally he settled down in Kartarpur. This corridor was opened by Pakistan. That is a very good gesture to India by Pakistan. Thank you for them. And Kartarpur, which is the Dera Baba Nanak on the river Ravi Nadi. So Dera Baba Nanak on the river Ravi, Kartarpur. That is where he taught his followers how you need to worship. That is the regular worship way. And he made them sing, or he was telling them, and others were following him to sing his own hymns. So the hymns were sang, what he has written. So this was, if you go to Gurdwara now, you can see that singing is going on. And the basic was, whatever caste, creed, gender you belong, it doesn't matter. In Gurdwara, in Sikhism, everyone is welcome. Okay? So everyone was coming to the place and they were eating at the same common kitchen, and that is called as langar. Langar is every Gurdwara has langar, where Sikhs, they make arrangement to feed people. Okay, so these sacred space where this langar is also there, kitchen is also there, and Guru Nanak Dev created this place, and that was previously called as Dharmasal, but it became Guru Ka Dwar, Gurdwara. So now it is Gurdwara. Okay, Gurdwara. If you go, you will see Guru Granth Sahib, and it is, you can see that all are sitting and the hymns are being sung. Langar is also there. So before Guru Nanak Dev Ji's death, that is the last time of his life, there were various followers. One of the followers, and he was appointed, his name was Lahana. So Guru Nanak Dev Ji himself appointed Lahana as his successor. Lahana as a successor. And Lahana was later known as, now we know him as Guru Angad Ji. Why? Because Angad means the part of the body. Anga means the part of the body. So the body is Guru Nanak Dev Ji, and Guru Angad is the part of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. That is why the Guru Angad Dev is there. Now Guru Nanak Dev Ji did what? First of all, Guru Nanak Dev Ji, he had a lot of composition. He wrote various things. So Guru Angad Ji compiled these content of Guru Nanak, and he also added his own content with a new script. He wrote that in a new script, which you see in the left. That is called Gurumukhi. That is called Gurumukhi. This is a new script like Devanagari, etc. So we started with Guru Nanak Dev Ji, and his successor is Guru Angad Dev Ji. After these three successors, Amardas Ji, Ramdas Ji, and Arjan Dev Ji. Okay. So these all, they also wrote on the name of Nanak only. So all their composition were finally compiled, Sankalan, by Guru Arjan Dev Ji in 1604. So Guru Nanak, Angad, Amardas, Ramdas and Arjan Dev Ji, all the composition were compiled 1604. Also along with this, later on, Sheikh Baba Farid, Sant Kabir Ji, Bhagat Namdev Ji, Guru Tegh Bahadur, 9th Guru. Guru Tegh Bahadur, 9th Guru. So their writings, their composition were also added in this final compilation. The composition were added. So let me tell you all those previous before Arjan Dev Ji and Tegh Bahadur Ji and then Sheikh Farid, Sant Kabir, Bhagat Namdev and Guru Tegh Bahadur. And it was because it was the son of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, he authenticated it, Pratipadan kiya, and this was all combined way. There was a book being made, and that holy book of Sikhism is Guru Granth Sahib. Guru Granth Sahib. And this is the holy, very, very pure scripture of the Sikhism. Now, Guru Nanak Ji, actually, his follower increased through 16th century because he was so popular. He has a very nice, appearance, ambience. So everyone was following him. And not only his way of teaching, but the traders, agriculturists, artisans, craftspersons, they were many. They predominated his followers because Guru Nanak Dev Ji said that whatever way you are living, live like this. That is, marry, have kids, do good jobs, take good jobs, productive and useful occupations you take. And you have to take that occupation so that you can help others. You think of others, you help others. This is what, and some general fund has to be given. That is how the langar, how this langar will work if people don't pay. So this is Harminder Sahib. If you see, people are eating here, and this is what is made here in big, say, utensils, kitchen utensils. So big fund is coming from those who come and give these funds. Now I'm talking about now the politics when it came. I'm talking about 17th century. Amritsar, today's Amritsar, Ramdaspur it was. So Ramdaspur and now Amritsar. Amritsar, you can understand like them, Amritsar. So this is the central Gurudwara, which is Gurudwara Harmandir Sahib. This is a golden temple. If you see, you can see the golden paint. This is the golden temple. And this was the center, epicenter of various activities going on. So this area, Amritsar area, this comes in Mughal Empire, and this was a part which was self-governing. It is not governed by the Mughals. They were self-governing themselves. Okay. When this was seen by Jahangir, here is Jahangir on the left. When Jahangir saw this, that in our empire there is another empire they are taking, so he ordered killing, execution of Guru Arjan Dev Ji, and it happened in 1606. So Sikh movement then took up, and it got politicized, and then it finally concluded in creation of Khalsa, and it was created by Guru Gobind Singh in 1699. Guru Ji da Khalsa, Guru Ji di Fateh. Okay. So this, who instituted it? Guru Gobind Sahib, Guru Gobind Singh in 1699. That is the Khalsa Panth. Khalsa Panth is a political entity. So Guru Nanak Dev Ji, why he was so popular? Why Sikhism is so popular? Because first of all, he was in the way or in the view of worshipping one God. And the caste, creed, gender, they have nothing to do if you want to attain liberation, moksha, salvation. You can be from any point in the world or whichever creed you have. And he wanted everyone to live the active life. Means help others, work, have kids, and also do social. You have certain social commitment. That is, you have to work for the needy. You have to work for the people. And there were only 3 words. He summarized everything. Naam, Dan, Isnan. Naam japana, Kirat karna, Vanda chakna. What does it mean? Naam means worshipping the God name. Dan means welfare of others, help others. Whatever happens anywhere, first people you will find is sick people. Okay. Then Isnan is not only of taking bath. It's about clean heart, cleanliness of the body, of mind. So as I said, this Naam Dana Isnan is Naam Japana, Kirat Karna, Vanda Chakna. We say Vanda Chakko ji. So basic idea is clean, right belief, clean and right worship, honest living, no jhutapan, and help others. And if you compare it with the medieval century, Kabir Das, Ravidas ji and Dadu Dayal ji, the ideas are similar. This is Khalsa. Same time, 16th century, Martin Luther, he had certain ideas. He thought and experienced certain things. Martin Luther, he saw in Christianity, because he was from 1483 to 1546, Martin Luther, what he saw, that in Roman Catholic Church, there are certain practices which are wrong, which are not given in the teaching, or which are done against the teaching of the Bible. Because Bible is like Guru Granth Sahib or of Sikhism. So Bible, Roman Catholic, they were not following. For example, say, an example is indulgences. That is, if you have done something wrong, you have killed someone, you have done burglary, or said jhoot or rape, you just go to church, you give money to the Roman Catholic Church, everything will be fine. Is it good? You will get forgiveness from sins if you have money. And that is Martin Luther King objected. He protested. That is why Protestant came. So, at that time, the printing process were evolving, and he used them very judiciously. All what his teachings were, writings were, he converted them to the local language, or wrote them in the local language, because most of the content was in Latin and translated into Bible into German also. So if you see, the way is like this, Catholic was going on, but at this point, the Protestant, they took another turn, because they were against the popular culture or popular way the religion was conceived at that time. So these Martin Luther King and Protestant, they have certain ideas common. So this is all about this chapter. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself. This is chapter number 9, the making of regional cultures. Regional cultures. So this is chapter number 9 and making of regional cultures. So before we go ahead, we are talking about 8th and 18th century, between 8th and 18th century. So there are certain periods which we need to understand, because there are different centuries which are being talked about. So we need to understand that whenever I say this century, which century we are in, under which empire we are. So 8 to 1200 or 800 to 1200, it was pre-medieval era. 1200 to 1526, 27, it was Delhi Sultan. And 1526, 27 to 1707, it was Mughal Empire. So these are the landmarks which you need to understand. So let me tell you, let me ask you a question. So a person will come and he says you, "Oh Paji, ki haal hai tuada?" What will come into your mind? This person is a Punjabi. Maybe he belongs to Punjab, some city in Punjab, and the dress he may be wearing somewhat related to Punjabi culture, or the music he might be listening to is Punjabi music. So you are actually relating him to certain place. So this place, by subconsciously comes into your mind. So whenever some person, some community, some group, you want to understand them, or they are being understood by being Tamil, you'll say, oh, he is from Tamil Nadu. Someone is speaking Odishi, you'll say from Odisha he is. So Tamil Nadu, Odisha, you have marked the areas in your mind. Along with this, the different attributes, characteristics of this region, that is, what is the food they eat, what clothes they wear. Sardarji or Sikh, they generally have a pagadi, and then poetry, whatever they have been writing or they have been listening to. Dancing, Punjabis may dance Bhangra. And what are the music? Some, Hani Singh or Sandhu. Then we have painting, what kind of painting they are making or they used to make. So all these are the distinctive features, something very different from others. So whatever you have lived, Paji Kwal hai Tuada, you knew that he has a distinctive, very special, or he has a culture. He has a special culture, regional culture. So it has taken years. These cultures have developed. Now you are in such a position that you can identify this regional culture. But this has not come in just one day. And all these these cultures, they all are mixed. They all are being influenced from one another. So the regional cultures which are developed is not just one place. It has not interacted with any other culture. So there are certain cultures are only confined to one region. Oh, the Tamil Nadu will not have say chola bhatura, but you will find dosa and idli in Punjab for sure, Tamil Nadu's. So there are certain cultures which are going from here and there and changing their true value. That is a culture coming from one place going to another, and the culture is entirely changed, or it has taken a new shape, or two cultures, different place, may have the same meaning. They are still kept in the same way. So these cultures have different kind of flavors. This culture, Sanskriti, what all defines us, what all make us. So we will try to start with a language, Malayalam. We'll talk about dance also, all these things. So Chera, I'm talking, Cheras. So and when the Cheras were there were Cholas and Pandyas in the southern India part, peninsula basically, Pradeep. So this is the region we are talking about. This is Chera region, this is Chola region, and this is the Pandya region. Chera, Chola, Pandya. Pandya, if you remember, Madurai was the capital. So today's Kerala was almost with the Chera. It was the Chera. And actually right now if you see Kerala is the best state of India. So when we talk about Kerala, you will be, thinking about Mammootty, the superstar there. Right? Malayalam also, Malayalam good movies. So this Malayalam, how this language has come, how this language has developed under say Cheras or different dynasties, what shape it has taken. So whenever I am talking about this Cheras, I am taking a place, Mahodayapuram. This is a proper place, kingdom. Mahodayapuram. So the Chera kingdom of this Mahodayapuram, this is a place. And it was created, established in which century? In 9th century. Which century? Between 800 and 900. So 9th century, and where this is in the southern western part of peninsula. Peninsula is what? The land which has three side water. This is peninsula. So this peninsula, it is being said southwestern part. Southwest part. So south is this, west is left. So this is the part. Actually we are talking about Kerala only, or Kerala or nearby areas. So the present day Kerala, this and at that time also Chera kingdom, when Malayalam was spoken in this area, not that Malayalam which we know now, but a Malayalam language was spoken at that time. Okay. So Malayalam language has a very special thing, palindrome. If you read from the back, it will still be Malayalam. So this Malayalam language, the rulers of this Chera rulers, they used this Malayalam language as official language. That is, this whatever orders they want to give. First, let me tell you what does it mean when we have a language as a script. Because there are language which are spoken, there are language which are just spoken, but there are language which are spoken and they can be written also. So there are certain languages that can only be spoken, not being written. They don't have their lipi, they don't have their script. So Malayalam was the language which was spoken also and which has its own script also, so that it can be written. So the Chera rulers, what they did, they were using it for the official purpose. They were inscripting it, abhilekh, writing it on the stone or wood, their orders and everything for their praja, for their regime. They were using this Malayalam language to provide the information, orders, etc. And the regional language, this is the first language, Malayalam language, used as an official language by Cheras, and this was one of the first languages which was used as official language by Cheras or by any kingdom in the subcontinent. Okay. So this was the most important thing about this, that this Malayalam was used by a certain kingdom people as an official language. So you can understand the importance of this Malayalam language, and that is how we know Malayalam now. So this is an inscription example of inscription. This is a picture. This is an early Kerala inscription which is composed in Malayalam. There is some changes in Malayalam which we know now. So it's somewhat different. Now Cheras did what? They took mostly from all languages, basically from Sanskritic traditions. So they were influenced. They took various things from Sanskritic traditions. How do we know this? The temple theatre. Because in a theatre, there are theatres in a temple, and people used to, or the performers used to show these stories. They used to show these stories, and they were borrowed from these Sanskrit epics, Sanskrit Mahakavya. Okay? Taken from Sanskrit epics, the Sanskrit epics, Sanskrit Mahakavya. And temple were very important at that time. Center of all the political, religious and economical center the temple would be at that time. So the presentation of this Sanskrit epics, it emphasized that how much Sanskritic tradition was taken up by Cheras and also Malayalam. So this Chera era, Sanskrit was, they were indebted to Sanskrit. So if I take you to 14th century, there was a grammar and a poetics book which was written. Kind of a Shastra, Kavya Shastra and grammar. A book was written, for example. Just remember as a book. The name was Leela Tilakam. The book was Leela Tilakam. This Leela Tilakam was written in 14th century. It was dealing with grammars and poetics. And it was composed in what? It was composed in Mani Pravalam. Mani Pravalam. And Mani Pravalam literally means what? Two things. Sanskrit and a regional language. So it was an analogy with diamonds and corals. So Mani Pravalam, Mani is diamond, or diamond and corals is Munga. So diamonds and corals, and this has an analogy with two different languages. Diamonds means say Sanskrit and corals means say regional language. So a combination of this script or the content of Sanskrit and regional language, they combine, and their combined structure is called as Mani Pravalam, that is the grammar and everything. And in this, Leela Tilakam was written. Leela Tilakam was written in Mani Pravalam, which has the content of Sanskrit and regional languages. So Malayalam literature has influence of Tamil and Sanskrit, and in Mani Pravalam, Leela Tilakam was being written. Okay. So we just talked about Chera, how this language developed in Chera dynasty. So now we are talking about Jagannath cult, Jagannath Puri, Jagannath, Baba Jagannath, Bhagwan Jagannath. This is one of the dhams. People used to go for pilgrimage. So let me show you the place. This is the Odisha state right now. This is Bhubaneswar, the capital. And if you go ahead, it's in the seashore or near sea is Puri, Jagannath Puri. This is the area we are talking about. Now, why are we talking about this Jagannath Puri? Because the time which we are talking about, there were temple towns. That is, those towns, the basic center of all the activities were temples. People are there, economic activities going on there, the king is there, everything is going on from the temple only. So when we talk about Jagannath, so Jagannath Puri actually we call it now. So what is this Jagannath? Jagannath is Jag Ka Nath, Lord of the world. Jag means world, Nath means Swami, the Lord. So Lord of the world. This literally means Lord of the world. Jagannath. So whole world Lord was called as Jagannath, and it was previously this Jagannath was a local god, but at that time Vishnu, Shiva and Durga Mata was the main god and goddesses, three. So ultimately this local god Jagannath was regarded as the incarnation of Lord Vishnu. This deity was a local god, and this Puri Ilaka, Puri area, this Jagannath was there only, situated to local area. But finally, it was supposed that he is the Jagannath god is a Vishnu's incarnation, like Ram Bhagwan, Krishna Bhagwan, all are incarnations of the Vishnu Bhagwan. So the local tribal, the Janjati, the local tribal of that area, they would make the wooden image of this deity of Jagannath. So please remember, not of stone, but of wood. Wherever you will see the Bhagwan or God and goddesses in stone. But here, they were being made cast. Cast means wood, lakdi. So this is how the thing started. Tribal people were making it. They are also the worshippers. And finally, it was identified as incarnation of Vishnu. So this is the mandir, this is the temple I am talking about. And who made it? Raja Anantavarman of Ganga dynasty. So in 12th century, there was a Ganga dynasty in this region, Ganga Rajvansh. And there was one very powerful and known king, and the name is Anantavarman. Anantavarman. So this Anantavarman, he said, okay, Jagannath was very famous god. So he made a very, big and majestic temple. Still, it is one of the best temples which we see today, right? After that, 1230, in 1230, King Ananga Bhima, this is King Ananga Bhima III. He is King Ananga Bhima III. So Ananga Bhima Deva III. So I am talking about 13th century, so 1230 actually, 13th century only. King Ananga Bhima, he dedicated his kingdom to the deity, to Jagannath, Bhagwan Jagannath. He dedicated all his kingdom to Bhagwan Jagannath. And he also said, Ghoshana, proclaimed that I am the deputy. Let us give you an example, CM, deputy CM. So if CM is not there, he is ill or he has gone somewhere, who is taking care of CM? Deputy CM, deputy chief minister. Similarly, here he by himself regarded or proclaimed himself as the deputy of the god. Now what happened? By the course of the time, this temple got so much recognition, and people would come here, and the pilgrims would come here. So whenever the temple becomes famous, people start coming here. Even if you make a small shrine or put a stone, people would come and start, worshipping it. Even a stone if you put, or a mazar, everyone will come and they will worship, because people have emotions, people have love for their God. So this was a big thing. Jagannath Puri was a big thing. So it became gradually as a pilgrimage place. People used to come for pilgrimage here. So those who are very devoted to the God, especially to the Lord Vishnu, Ram and Krishna, they would come here. So when they come here, they will donate. All the economic and all the the GDP etc. of this particular area will increase. So now this mandir or temple will become powerful. Socially, politically, all the matters will be in the hand of this mandir or the temple. So when we talk about Odisha, it is presently Odisha. It is not Orissa. Right now the name has changed, Odisha. So whoever has conquered this Odisha, Jagannath Puri, may it be Marathas, Mughals or East India Company even, they all wanted to gain control or to have a niyantran on this temple. They wanted the control because everyone was knowing that if we have to get the hold of local people, if our rule has to be acceptable to these local people, we need to have control of this Jagannath Puri temple. So we talked about Jagannath temple, Puri, how this temple town developed. Now we'll talk about Rajputs and the traditions of heroism. The valor, the power, the love, the friendship, everything is related to Rajput. Let me show you the area we are talking about. This is the Rajputana area at that time. Ajmer is the capital of that Rajputana. Right now Ajmer is very famous for a shrine. I want you to name me that shrine or dargah. So in the 19th century, which is today's Rajasthan, Rajasthan is one of the states, and the Britishers at this time, they were calling this area as Rajputana. They were calling this region as Rajputana. We have Rajputana Rifles, proper regiment in our Indian Defence Army, Rajputana Rifles. Now, this is what is being thought, that this area is mainly inhabited by Rajputs. Only Rajput. Rajput means what? Means the son of a Raja, of a king or a powerful man. Rajput. So this is how this word has came. And this is not true that this whole area is only having these Rajputs only. There were different kind of caste, creed, religion people they were living. But the Rajputs have a very important effect on this area also. The history, they have a name. They have a different culture. That is, this whole area is influenced, the culture of this area is influenced by, is affected by, is termed to be the culture of Rajputs. So let us take the 8th century. Let us start from that time. The present day of Rajasthan, it was ruled by various Rajput families like Chauhan family, Solanki families. That is, these are different dynasties at this time. If you remember, I always tell you 8 to 12, this is pre-medieval era. So various Rajputs dynasties evolved. And we should talk about Prithviraj Chauhan and why he is so famous, and he was one of the important ruler of Rajput. Rajput, when they fight, when they are in the battlefield, they always either win or they die. That is, they will never come back with their feet, that is the back, on the other partner or the warrior side. So this Prithviraj Chauhan, he was the last ruler of Chauhan or Chahaman dynasty. And he was the person who sat on the throne, Singhasan of Delhi. And during his Shasankal, his reign, Muhammad Ghori, Sultan Muhammad Ghori, he invaded India. It was 1991. And there was a famous battle of Tarain. And this battle, Prithviraj won. But the next year, Muhammad Ghori, he defeated Prithviraj Chauhan. And Prithviraj Chauhan, as we know, he died in the battle. Okay, this Tarain is near Thanesar in present-day Haryana. So this Chahamara dynasty, it has a very big regime. And he was also called as Rai Pithora, Prithviraj Chauhan. And he was an Indian king, and he ruled Sabadalaksha. That is the conventional, traditional Chahaman territory. And if we talk about today, it was extended to Rajasthan, Haryana, Delhi, some part of Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh. And his capital was, as I just said, Ajaya Meru, and that is today's Ajmer. Famous shrine of Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti Dargah is there. So what was very special about this, that they have a lot of stories to be told about. Kahaniya. There were so many poems, different art, means their literary form that was talking about their power, their loyalty, their friendship, their love, valor, anger. So all these poems were written and it was recited by, sung by special trained people who are called minstrels. Bhat we call them. So minstrels, they used to recite them. And why they were reciting them, it was expected that whosoever is in the Rajput family, or whosoever belongs to that region or area, whosoever listens to it, he or she gets inspired by it, influenced by it. So the dramatic depiction of all these, which was about the Rajputs, the ordinary people, they also get attracted by the dramatic way, or in a drama way, these all things are presented to them. And these dramas were almost true. So you can take an example of various movies we have. So Rajput, which has a proper, Sanskriti, your culture. So what are to be shown in this drama? They used to show the loyalty, that is friendship. That is a very true friendship these Rajputs will do. They will always remain loyal to their masters. Then we have love, emotions. मोहब्बत जंग में सब जायज है. Love, valor, shaurya. That is, the power will remain intact. Anger is not about fighting with people. Anger is about living it. You are in a battlefield or you have to safeguard an area. So if you see various movies like especially the Bhansali's movies like Padmavat, etc., you will always see there is a women involved. And in world also, Jar Zoru Zameen, these are the three key points, reasons why every crime happens. Jar Zoru Zameen, that is money, wife or girl, and the land. So the women in this region or this poems, etc., it's being said that the women were following the idea of what their men were doing, or the men would do what? Women were beautiful, so they wanted to either protect them, their women, or they want to win another woman, somebody's women or some other women. So they wanted that girl or woman, so they wanted to win or protect, and they used to fight for that. And most of the women, Rajput women, they also have that blood. So they would do everything what their husbands they used to do. That is the heroism of their husbands, either in life or death. You see, they may fight. They may fight for them if they die. Or if they die, what they will do? They will do practice of sati, that is also called johar. That is, in the funeral, in the fire, they will just sit or they will just jump. So Raja Ram Mohan Rai later on, he tried everything to abolish this sati pratha. And can you imagine that a man who has died and a woman is forced to, or by herself, becomes sati. She also gets burned in this fire. And this used to happen in the past. Can you imagine this? So these are all, the things which you need to understand, that you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't, go into all these. Just think logically these were bad things, but this happened in history. Basic thing was, you had to pay for your life. You marenge or marenge, like this. Now let us change the topic to the dance. Okay, Kathak. I'll show you and I'll tell you these are different forms, classical forms of dance in India. And these dances have long history. This has not just come. Like if you go to, other parts, Zumba and other dance like ballet, they have a culture, they have a Sanskriti. So when we talk about Kathak, what was Kathak basically? Kathak was the name of a tribe. It was name of a tribe, and these tribe would go to temple or different places, mainly temple, and they would present a story. They would present a katha through what? Gestures, through songs, through their body, through their face, through their emotions. So they would go to temples with their bhava bhangima. See, if these women are actually showing Kathak with their gestures. So this Kathak was the name of the tribe, and this Kathak shabd has come from Katha. Katha. What is Katha? Katha means story. It's a story, kahani. Right? Katha, kahani. So this Kathak has come from this word, Kathak, which was actually the name of the tribe. So this is all about gestures. This is all about showing or presenting yourself in such a way that you are trying to tell a story with your body. So when I take you to the 15th and 16th century, there was Bhakti movement. There were different streams of Bhakti movement. And let me take an example of Radha Krishna. What do you say when you in Bhakti movement? Mostly people say that the way I love my wife or a girl or a lover, the same way I love my God. That is the intensity with I love my girl. That is how I love my God. So Radha Krishna, they were not husband and wife. They were just lovers. And the way they love, it was so intimate love, so they were into one another, means love. It was called as Rasa Leela. It was Rasa Leela, means making the other as your God and loving them. So this was a part of Bhakti movement. So now, this Radha Krishna, this folk dance, Rasa Leela, when it got combined with the Kathak storytellers, because Kathak storytellers were all about gestures of the hand and the body. So this folk and Kathak combined, and then this Kathak took a very new Shaili. If you see that how these women has put their hand, the way they have put their hand or placed their hand, they also have a specific reason for this in this dance. That is, it's not about Govinda or Mithun Chakravarti dance. It's about everything is well organized and defined. So this was very good at that time, but it went up to the highest level under the Mughal era. Mughal emperors, and also there are big people like we call them as Abhijat Varg or nobles. Now, the people who used to perform Kathak in front of these in the court, and this dance now took a very different flavor in this Mughal emperor's court. So the level increased higher. So the Kathak, because as I said, because of this coming to Mughal court, it took a very different shape and it became more refined. And this dance form basically gone to different gharanas. Gharana means your forefather, then your father, then you, your forefather sings, then your father sings, then you sing, then your son will sing. So what does it mean? It's a gharana then. That is, genealogically or traditionally you are singing only, so that you are from a gharana. So this gharana, basically Kathak went to two different gharana streams where it flourished, it developed. So one of them was Rajasthan. It was Rajasthan, basically it was Jaipur. And first gharana or that tradition culture was developed here. And second was the Lucknow. Lucknow, basically Lucknow comes in Awadh region. That is the end part of UP right now. This Lucknow and Awadh and Rajasthan, Jaipur, as I'm saying that this person which you see here, this Wajid Ali Shah, he was the last Nawab of Awadh. Sultan Wajid Ali Shah, Nawab of Awadh. And one of the movie I have seen, and he was dancing, he was shown dancing. He was so into this Kathak that Wajid Ali Shah was also dancing Kathak. And this, he actually, under his patronized way, under his sangrakshan, this grew again in a major art form. And there is one word called Ncert, that is Hindi called Sthapit. So at this time, this dance flourished so much, it was imbibed and accepted so much, danced so much. So the last quarter of 19th century, around 1875 you can say, so this dance not only remained in these two or few gharanas, this dance propagated, spread because of the style it has. It went to Punjab, Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh. So let me show you here. This dance got famous and accepted in all these areas which you see. Okay, it spread from these two gharanas to different places. And the most important part is that you need a very rapid, very intricate, rapid footwork. If you see the dance, you will see a woman taking round and round 100 times. This is a rapid footwork. Every foot has to be well placed. It has to be elegant. The costumes, the dresses are very fine, beautiful. Has a special attention when you see. If you see Kathakali, you can say that, okay, this is Kathakali because of the costume. And the basic idea that everything was about showing the story, enacting the story with your hand, with your face, with your dance, with your footwork. What you are doing, you are actually telling a story. Okay, so footwork, costume, and enactment of stories just make it more intricate. So the Kathak, and not only Kathak, every other cultural practices which were followed by Indians, the Britishers were not very happy about it. They were not in favor about it. So the British administrator, they didn't like this Kathak, but still Kathak, it remained, it survived, and it continued to be performed. And finally, when we got independence, there were 6 classical forms which were recognized, and one of these were Kathak. 6 after independence, but now we have 8 classical dance forms. Please remember, these are not only 6 dance forms right now. If you are you're very into GK, you must understand there are 6 classical forms. Classical forms means are classical. They are different. They have a long history. So these are the 8 classical dance forms of India, and they are developed in different regions. So these were 6 earlier, and now we have 8. Let me tell you again and again, this now has become 8. 6, then 8, right? And every dance has a different flavor, different ambience, different way of performance. Okay, let me tell you this one. Bharatanatyam, it developed in Tamil Nadu. Bharatanatyam in Tamil Nadu. Then Kathakali, Kathakali where? Kerala, Kathakali, Kerala. Odishi, where? Odissi, Odisha. Then coming to Kuchipudi, Andhra Pradesh, Kuchipudi, Andhra Pradesh. Then coming to Manipuri, as the name suggests, Manipuri, where? Manipur. Then there are 2 more. One is Mohiniyattam, the other is Sathariya. Mohiniyattam and Sathariya. Mohiniyattam is also the southern India dance, basically Kerala region. And Sathariya is Assamese, is from Assam and that region, northern northeast region. Okay, so all these 8 are the dances which are classical form accepted in India. Painting for patrons. Who are patrons? Sangrakshak means your mother, father are your patrons. Okay, who take care, who guide you. So what is the tradition of miniatures? What are these miniatures? This word has come from mini. Mini means small. So if you have a house and you are looking at say a wall, then if you painted it, that is a painting. But if you have a painting of say a window size or a television size, that is called a miniature painting. So miniatures means the small painting. The word has come from mini. Mini means small. So miniatures are small sized paintings. What would you do when you were a kid? You will be given a paper, you will take a brush, and then if there is a powder, then you will mix some water, or you have a water paint. When you were in 6th, 5th, so you will make some mountains, some sun, there is a river, there is a home. This kind of painting we all have made. So this kind of paintings, they come under the category of these miniatures. And these are made generally, which we are talking about, are done by or made by the watercolor, Jal Rang. It can be made on cloth also. It can be made on a paper also. So cloth or paper, both of them can be used. If you go to earliest time, people used to, the hunters and gatherers, they used to make these paintings in the caves, walls of the caves or the stone of the caves. So initially the miniatures or the small paintings were made on palm leaves. Palm is a tree. So palm leaves are wood. And when I take you to the Western India of the era we are talking 8th to 18th century, so the Jain text, the Jain or Mahavir or Jain Dharma or religion, most of the texts, the miniatures are being made depicting these texts. Very beautiful of them. Now coming to the Mughals. So when Mughals came, Akbar, Jahangir and Shah Jahan, they also became patron, they also guided, they also funded, they become patrons, and they had a very group of highly skilled painters. So they were patronizing these painters. So initially these painters were making what? Because they were getting emperor's patronage. So they were making what? They were making manuscripts, and manuscript means Pandulipya, and all those containing some historical things, historical depiction, and poetry also. They wanted to show the poetry in terms of painting, Chitrakala. So these painters, patronized by the Mughal emperors, they were using quite brilliant colors, means chatak rang, like red color, like yellow color. So they were using these colors in order to show the historic accounts and the poetry. So mostly they were showing what? They would use this red yellow color because they were in the Mughal emperor. So they were showing the darbar, court scenes, what is happening in the court, royal court. Also battle, because battle are being fought so often. So scenes of the battle will be shown. And also the emperor or other nobles would go for hunting. So they will show the hunting also. So these paintings which were made at that time of court scenes or battles or hunting, or even the emperor portrait, they were exchanged as a gift. They were used as a tool or as a thing for being used as a gift. upahar. And this because this was only between these big people, only the emperor and his very close friends and associates, means the big people can only see this. Other people, the normal people, other than the painters, were not able to, or they were not given chance to see these Laghu Chitra, miniatures. So as I said, hunting. This is a picture showing Akbar, and he is relaxing because he is hunting, shikar kar rahe. So a miniature has been made, and if you see, yellow color mostly and red color, and it's a clear depiction that's just like a photograph. That is how the brilliant Chitrakala miniatures were being made. So when the Mughal Empire started declining, and various painters, they have to find some other way. So they changed the place. They went to these are the Delhi Agra places, because Mughal Empire was mainly situated, or the center point was here. So when the declination of this empire started, these painters moved, or they migrated where? All the regional states which were coming up, nearby regional places or states coming up, they would go to their Raj Darbar or courts. So these regional states also took these painters wholeheartedly. So these first thing, if you say Rajasthan and the Rajasthan, Rajput basically, and Deccan. This is the Deccan Pathan above Hyderabad today. So this is Deccan and Rajput courts. They went Rajput courts of Rajasthan, and they made the paintings for these Deccan and Rajput local kings or local states. But also they also bought the Mughal artistic taste, because they were coming from Mughal Empire only. So a blend or a new Shaili, new way of paintings which included the Deccan and Rajput court Rajasthan along with the Mughal artistic style. This was a mishran, this was a blending being done, and they were also showing those trying to make those which were made in Mughal Empire. Along with this, they were showing portraits of rulers. That is, a ruler will stand with their, say, sword or something, and only he is painted. Means his portrait will be made, his Laghu Chitra will be made. Also court scenes will be made, because they were following Mughal examples only. But these kind of painting, along with these places I'm talking about, Mewar, Jodhpur, Bundi, Kota, Kishangarh, and in these places, whatever stories are being going on, like the mythological stories, mythological written material literature, and the poetry which are famous in this Mewar, Jodhpur, Bundi, Kota and Kishangarh region. So along with the portrait and the court scene, the scenes or themes of mythology and poetry were also being painted by these skilled painters. So there was a different taste and variety of painting which come up as it went to this Deccan area and Rajput, especially Rajasthan area. And there are different regions also. I'll show you one more region. I'll talk about two kind of miniature painting that developed in Himachal Pradesh. It's a foothill of Himalayas. So there are two places or two different kind of styles which gain importance or which were developed. So the miniature painting, as I'm saying that this painting, small painting, nature painting, not only in these regions or the Raj Darbars, also in the Himalayan foothills, which is today's Himachal Pradesh, today's modern Himachal Pradesh. So development was what? There were two names. I am going to talk about Basohali and Kangada. So I am taking you to Basohali. 17th century, there was a different kind of miniature painting. Basohali was developed. And this was a kind of very bold and intense style of miniature painting. That is, showing some bold things, bold themes, and it was quite intense, means the war type things, various different other things are being shown here. That is, it was a kind of very strong showing style, Basohali. And one of the popular of this Basohali is Bhanudatta Rasamanjari. You see this picture I am showing you is Bhanudatta Rasamanjari. And it's this is a very subtle picture, but I am trying to tell you that most of these were very bold and intense. This is a kind of subtle one. Basohali, I am just trying to show you how the Basohali was. So first was in Himachal Pradesh was Basohali. The famous was Bhanudatta Rasamanjari. And then Nadir Shah came. When he invaded, he conquered Delhi and he looted, and then he went away. After that, Ahmad Shah Abdali came. So mostly this region was very uncertain, because it was being attacked by various attackers. So the people migrated. The painters migrated. So they would go where? Plain is uncertain. They cannot go to the south part. It's very far off. So they went to from plains they went to the hills. So I'm going to tell you one more style of painting of Himachal Pradesh, and this is the picture I'm showing you. This is Krishna Radha and her companion, and this is a Pahadi miniature of Kangra. If you see, the color is somewhat different. It's green. It's very soothing to the eyes. Unlike the Basohali, Kangra is quite subtle and very simple. So as I was saying, these people who migrated to different place, to Himachal Pradesh. Now, whenever you go somewhere, you want to eat, you need roti, kapda and makan. So when they went there, they don't have to think about that, because the patrons were already there. There were people who wanted them to come. They wanted to help them because they wanted these painters to come and do certain things. So all these people, patrons and the painters, they combined and they developed a different kind of painting that is called Kangra school of painting. So this is a picture of Kangra school of painting. So the main thing was, they used to use a very soft color, and they were quite impressed and inspired by Vaishnavite traditions. Vaishnav tradition. So the colors were very soft, green and blue. You see every green thing, you see green everywhere, you see blue, the water is blue, the sky is blue. So all these natural colors they use, and there is a very lyrical treatment of themes, which are, you will see the lyrics in the photograph, a kind of geet in the photograph. So that is why they were kind of inspired by Vaishnavite traditions, and they would use very subtle color which are soothing to the eyes. And that is called the Kangra painting or Kangra school of painting. So there were two, Basohali and second was Kangra painting, that developed in the Himachal Pradesh or the foothills or the hill region of our subcontinent. Now, if you say that these paintings were what we got is only made at the big courts or kings and emperors. But if a person comes to your house and he paints, he is also a painter. So everywhere you will get painter. Painters are everywhere. So in Mughal Empire, those who were painting, they were also painters. So in Mughal Empire, the painting were gifted and they were kept in a proper manner. But the ordinary women, men, they were also painting. They were painting on pots, they were painting on walls, they were painting on clothes and floors. So everywhere they were painting, but because they were made by ordinary people, and these pots, walls, floors and cloth, they were not kept in a way that is sanrakshan nahi hua. That is why we can't see them. So they didn't survive. There will be some painting at that time, but they didn't survive at that time. Miniatures, Laghu Chitra. Now we are talking about Bengal. Now this is a state. We have a state, not Bengal, but it's West Bengal. So you might be wondering why the name is West Bengal. Why it is not Bengal? Though we call it as a Bengal only. So the Bengal and also the Bengali language. So what we understand today, that this Bengali language has come or originated from Sanskrit, and you will be surprised. Some people may be, oh, Bengali from Sanskrit? How is it possible? But it is. This is the fact. And Sanskrit has given rise to or birth to various other languages like Hindi. Bengali has come from Sanskrit, and this whole area is Bengal. So I am talking about which range? 8th to 18th century. Here, only some form of Bengali or the you can say the local level language was spoken. No Sanskrit was there at all in earlier time. So how did this Bengali came from Sanskrit, and how it affected, and how it changed? How the present form of Bengali is what we see. If you see Bengal, any person from Bengal, he will be artist. He will be a singer. She will be a painter. They are artist people, good people. So I am taking you long back to 3rd and 4th century. 3rd and 4th century. So what was happening here? This is Bengal, and the Bihar, southern part of Bihar, which is also called as Magad at that time. So this whole was Bengal. After that, today we know this by the name of Bangladesh, but this whole area was Bengal. So we have north, south, east, west. So when we are talking about West Bengal, it's having a boundary with Bihar. But the right one, which is the East Bengal, is having say you can assume it to be Bangladesh mostly. So West Bengal we are talking about. So when we talk about Paschim Bengal or West Bengal, it's related to Bihar at that time, Magad basically. So the trade relationship between Bihar and this area started. So people would come here for trade, coming here and there. So there was a development of commercial ties, Vanijik Rishte. Commercially, trade was going on. So everything was going on. It was money, it was things, and it was culture, and it was language as well. Patliputra, Bihar has everything. It has Sanskrit, it has Jainism, it has Buddhism. Everything was happening in Bihar, Patliputra. So this is how the commercial ties gave rise to Sanskrit. What happened? No, Sanskrit doesn't go by itself. I am talking about 4th century. This area, this Bihar area, was ruled by Gupta rulers. They have control over this area. And now they had the control over the North Bengal. I am talking about upper part. Whole Bengal, the upper part of the Bengal. And now when they had the control of, these Guptas had control of the Bengal, northern region. So they tried to settle, or they actually settled Brahmins in this area. So this is Magad area, this is Bengal, north area, northern part of Bengal. Right? And they were already the trade relationship. And now these Gupta rulers, they tried to settle the Brahmins to this region. And what about Brahman? Brahman means Sanskrit. Brahman means Ved. Brahman means Puran. Brahman means all the rituals. Brahman means all the things related to Sanskrit. Okay? Shastra, Puran, ritual, Khans. Brahmins were going there. They were settling there. And it was being properly written. I'll give an example of Xuanzang. I told you, and I showed you a picture of him also. Different people who came to India, especially Bihar, for Buddhism pilgrimage. So it was Xuanzang. He was a Chinese traveler, and he observed and he wrote as well that in Bengal he saw different types of flavor of Sanskrit was being talked about, were used all over the Bengal. So we have a proof that Xuanzang was saying different kind of Sanskrit was going on there. Now I'm taking you to the 8th century. Now here it was Pal dynasty. And this Bengal was under Pal Vansh or Pal dynasty. And then 14th to 16th century, when I'm talking about 15th to 16th century, this Bengal was ruled by certain sultans. Please remember, these were not Delhi sultans. They were independent of the Delhi sultans. They were local sultans. So they were rulers of sultan of this area. So the first Palvansh, then sultans, local sultan, and then came the Mughal Empire. In 1586, the Akbar conquered this area, Bengal. Akbar, great Akbar, he conquered Bengal. And he formed this Bengal as a Suba. He always do that. Means the Mughal Empire used to do that. He will make this Suba. So Bengal becomes the Suba. So whenever it becomes a Suba, there has to be some language, and they were using which language for administration all over the Suba or all over their empire. So this area will have a Subedar, it will have a proper system, which I told you all earlier in the different discussions. But the basic is the Persian language was used for administration that Mughal Empire was actually using. But also Bengali developed also parallelly as a regional language here. So from the reign of Pal, then the sultans, local sultan, then the Akbar, all this Bengali propagated, it developed as a regional language. Now coming to the 15th century, in fact, what happened here? The Bengali, see, let me show you this area. So we have North Bengal, we have West Bengal, we have East Bengal and the South Bengal. So everywhere Bengali was being spoken. Say it's B1, B2, B3, B4. Different parts means North, South, East, West I'm taking. So all their languages were spoken in different dialect, but it was Bengali. But they combined together. These all language were sutra, ekatrit ho gaye. They got combined. By which language? The language which was spoken in West Bengal. So the West Bengal language, it was the Sanskrit, it was the basic Bengali, which was able to combine B1, B3, B4, the different places where different Bengalis were spoken, and it acted as the key. So who were here? Who were here? Here who were? Bengalis were here. If you remember, this place was populated by the Sanskrit-speaking Bengalis, right? So Bengali has come from Sanskrit and basically from West Bengal. And not only this Bengali, you'll try to understand Bengali, where is Sanskrit then? I don't see any Sanskrit here. Bengali is a different language. But Bengali is a combination of different language, different dialects. So it's a culture. This language is a culture. The tribal language was there. Local language, the Persian one is also there. The European language also has a say in it. So this all has combined together to make the modern Bengali language. So Bengali started from 4th till 15th, almost, it's a 1000 year gap or duration, and this language became what we see now. So this all literature were written, people wrote different stories, poems, literature. So this Bengali literature has two parts. You can divide it into two parts. One is indebted or related to Sanskrit. The other is independent of Sanskrit. There is no Sanskrit involved. First one is Sanskrit related. The other is not Sanskrit related. The first one was basically the translations. So first one was, you have to keep in mind, first division we have done is translations. That is, Sanskrit epics like the Mangal Kavyas. Mangal means Mangalam Bhagwan Vishnu, Mangalam Garuda. Mangal means something very good. That is auspicious, good poem which will do good to the people, which was mainly written for the local god and goddesses, local deities. So it was basically all the translation of the Sanskrit epics which I am talking about, Mangal Kavyas, about the local deities. And then there were different, bhakti literature also in this Bengali. So these are translations. So bhakti literature was also there because there were biographies, Jeevani of this person, very important, eminent personality, Chaitanya Deva, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So his biography was also translated to Sanskrit, from Sanskrit to Bengali. And he is a great leader of Vaishnava Bhakti movement. This time we are talking about Bhakti movement. So this person, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, was a great leader of Vaishnava Bhakti movement. So his biography was also translated into Bengali. So I just gave an example that Mangal Kavyas and different biographies, they were translated. That is why we are talking about one partition, one division, which is indebted to Sanskrit. It was basically a translation of Sanskrit, different literature which was already written in Sanskrit. The second part or the second division which I am talking about, you can include Nath culture here. Remember Nath, Yogi, Siddhacharya I told you? They were all talking about what? They were talking about yogas, they were talking about meditation, etc. So this Nath literature includes these songs of, let me tell you Nath, if you remember, our UPCM is from Nath Panth, that is Yogi Adityanath. So the songs of Mainamati and Gopi Chandra were very famous. And here the picture I am showing is Dharma Thakur. He is Dharma Thakur. So the Mainamati, Gopi Chandra related songs and the stories which are related or concerned with the worship of this Dharma Thakur which I just showed you. And not only this, we have fairy tales, folk tales, ballads, small stories like the regional stories and the stories on which the plays can be done, some natak can be done, abhinay can be done. So these fairy tales, folk tales, ballads along with the worship of Dharma Thakur stories, along with these songs of Mainamati and Gopi Chandra, this has no relation with Sanskrit. So this is why I am saying the second part is not indebted to Sanskrit. The first part was. That is how Bengali, non-Bengali, we can differentiate, but Bengali has come from Sanskrit. I was talking about Mainamati, Gopichand. What about that? The Naths, as I was saying, the Nath culture, Nath philosophy was what? It was all about sannyas. That is, what is this? What is sannyas? It is asceticism. Asceticism. So yoga, sannyas, you take, you do meditation. This is what the Nath Panthis were saying. But in this case, Mainamati, she was a queen, but she wanted her son Gopichandra not to become because he was already a prince. So she forced or she requested him that you should go to sannyas, you should go to asceticism, right? Different obstacles you need to, whatever you have to think about becoming a Nath. And I was talking about Dharma Thakur, I showed you the picture also. He was a regional god, very popular among this Bengali culture, popular regional deity. And he was worshipped in the form of stones also, in the piece of God. He is Dharma Thakur. Please remember Dharma Thakur. So this all is the second part of the Bengali literature. So I told you two part. One is indebted to Sanskrit, other was not. So because all these Sanskrit related, we already have a manuscript because it was being translated. So when it was translated, see, we know the time, 15 to mid 18th century, because we already have a manuscript of this. So we know the exact time. But the other category, which Nath I am talking about, Mainamati, Gopichandra and Dharma Thakur related, we cannot define it or we cannot precisely date it. Samay Nirnay we cannot do. Precisely we cannot date. Just because the other has manuscript, we can date it. Now, peers and temples. When we have a good person, you say you are a peer, you are a sadhu, you are a saint, you are a Sufi. This is how we generally address someone if he is a good person. So in this region, these peers were there. And Persian meaning of this peer is a person who is giving you spiritual guidance. That is what is about the life, what is knowledge, what is love, what is actual presence of yourself in this earth, right? So I'm talking about 16th century. People began to move on or to migrate. They started from a less fertile Western Bengal. Western Bengal is not very fertile, but if you take the eastern part, this is the Sundarbans. It has a very, very good mitti or so say clay, because the Ganga is also coming, the Brahmaputra is also coming. So people started migrating from this place to this place, means from west to east. And this started in 16th century. From less fertile, the people, they went or they migrated to the good land, which we already see why it is. So it was forested and it was marshy also. And as they moved towards that, what they did, they cleared forest. That is slash and burn technique. They take one place and burn it. Then they do this cultivation, they go other place, and then slash and burn, this process go on. So they brought all these region of forest under rice cultivation. They were cultivating rice, paddy, chawal uga rahe the. So the East people who were there, they were basically machuaras or fisher folks, those who used to catch fish, and they were doing shifting cultivation by themselves also, that is the tribals. So the local tribals, along with the fisher folks and those people who are coming from the west, those who were there and those who are coming from west, they combined together, or the better word is they merged together. So those who are coming from migrating and those who are already there, they were combined, they merged. Okay, so there was a common community being formed. And this is the same time when Mughal got control over Bengal. Mughals, they got control over Bengal. And now Mughal Empire, what they did, they made this eastern delta of Dhaka. This is the Dhaka. Dhaka is the capital of Bangladesh today. So Mughals, they made this eastern delta at Dhaka as their capital. This part. So they made this as their capital. So all these big people, they were getting big lands. So what they will do? Various people are there. So these people will make a mosque or religious place or places which will be helpful. See, let me tell you, mandir and masjid are not only for praying. They are places where people help each other. If somebody is have problem, these masjid, mandir are all, gurdwara all is there because of this. So the people who are settling from here to here, if you settle, what do you want? You want roti, kapda, makan. You want food, you want shelter, you want money. So those people who are going there from eastern part, western part, eastern part. So these people who had land and they had some religious places they have made, they were welcoming them. They were giving them all the love, order and assurance and everything. They were giving these people because they were powerful also, and they had land also, they had mosque also. So they were giving these poor people or the settlers, they were giving them all the love, what they actually wanted. Everyone wants some kind of assurance. So now these people who are giving assurance, they were community leaders basically. And they sometimes become teacher also, sometimes they become judge also, that is adjudicators. So these people who were welcoming others, and they were becoming these people were teacher also, they were judge also, they were helping us also, and they were assumed to be having supernatural power. That is, they are going to solve our problems. So people who are coming, they saw these people who are welcoming them as their unrelated near to God, or with love and affection, they have started referring them as peers. Peer. So all these people who were welcoming them, having mosque and other religious places, they were called as peers. And peers is not only for these people, for Sufis, for saints, for religious personalities, for daring colonizers. That is, a colonizer who used to make colony and he is quite daring. Now he wanted to help others. So, and deified soldiers. I mean, a soldier, a warrior who has gone to the Sharan of Bhagwan or God, deified soldiers. So deified or daring colonizers, religious personalities, different Hindu and Buddhist deities, Hindu and Buddhist god and goddesses, and also animistic spirits, Jivatma, animistic spirits, Jivatma also, So these that is all these were referred as peers. Peers, they all were called as peer. Okay? Peer Paighambar, you might have written, or you might have seen. So you can see all over Bengal the shrines, Dargah of Peer. On the right side, you can see Gutihari Sharif. I just wanted to tell you that this is the kind of shrines we have. So the temple building, it started in late 15th century. A lot of temples were being made. But in 19th century, it stopped also. It culminated. It stopped. Right? So these temples and religious structures, we already know who made it, who used to make it. Those people who are having money, those who are people who are powerful, they wanted to show their power, they wanted to demonstrate their valor, they wanted to show the proclamation of their piety, that is Bhakti Bhav. They wanted to show the love to the God. So in order to show power and the proclamation of piety, that is the Bhakti Bhav, that is the love to the God, they wanted to show it. But many of them were made of very modest or cheap kind of bricks, bricks, and terracotta. Terracotta means mitti, different kind of clay. So the bricks and terracotta also were used to make these temples. And who made them? There were nimna class, low social groups were making it. For example, the Kolu, the oil pressers, the Kolu were making it. The Kansaris, those who used to make the bell metal workers, like Mandir ka Ghanta, Teli and Mandir ka Ghanta banane wale, Kolu and Kansari were making it, right? So only, very modest kind of thing. But then came the European trading companies. When the European trading companies came, the economic condition of this Kolu, Kansari and other low social group, it emancipated, it grew. So they become, quite sufficient and they become somewhat money-wise good. So they wanted to show their status as well. And they wanted to show by what? They wanted to show it using making the temple. Every week people would make temple. So the Brahmins also accepted it. They recognized the deities, local deities. So the deity or Bhagwan who was sitting just in a thatched hut, a simple hut. Now he was transferred, or now he was transferred to different type of temples, that is called Dochala and Chauchala. Dochala and Chauchala. So let me show you. This is a double roof thatch hut. This is called Dochala. There are two roofs, and this is Chauchala. There are 4 roofs. Dochala means 2 roofs, and Chauchala means 4 roofs. So these are the different kind of shelters or the temples which were being made for the local deities. So I'll just tell you about this Dochala and Chauchala, but you need to remember this Bangla dome, which the Mughals also were inspired by. So it's just like a jhopdi, but in a very proliferated form. Means the actual architecture was taken from the jhopdi, the huts, but it is made in a very prolific form. So let me tell you about 4 roof structure. So it has 4 roofs, and those roofs, though made very good, but it will look like a hut, a roof of the hut. So these are 4 different triangular roofs, 4 roof structure, 4 triangular roof, and there are 4 walls here. 4 roof, different roof, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 walls, and it will be on certain elevated, that is, you can say on a square platform. So you have a square platform. This is a Chauchala, 1, 2, 3, and 1 on the back. 4 Chauchala, right? And in this Chauchala, the interior was not very, means there was not decoration. It was quite plain. The interior was simple, very plain it was being made. Decoration was not that much. But the exterior was quite good. It was decorated with certain paintings, different kind of paintings. Even the tiles were made ornamental tiles, and the terracotta tablets, mitti ki patti, terracotta tablets, these were being used. So if you see here, this is a Chauchala being made in a very good form. Inside, it was not so much decorated, but outside, if you see, it's so beautifully made. So this is an example of Bishnupur, which is in Bankura district of West Bengal. So in Bankura district of Bengal, West Bengal, Paschim Bengal, there is a place called Bishnupur, and this picture which you see here is from there only. So we still have these structures. Now there is one more thing, fish as food. You know, wherever you live, you will eat what is locally available. The food habits will be on local production. So Bengal is a riverine plain also, that is, we have river here also. And Bengal is surrounded by, one part is, you have sea also. So rivers, Ganga, Brahmaputra, all is coming, and on the lower side, it's all Bay of Bengal. So everywhere it is fish. So fish was the main occupation everywhere. And as I said, rice cultivation was done. So rice cultivation, rice was also there. So mochher bhat, or fish curry with rice, it was the famous food. It was a food. So you also see these all in literature. It's being purely referred that in the terracotta plaques on the walls of temples and various Buddhist viharas, monasteries, you will properly see that people are dressing the fish, and they're taking it to the market in the baskets. So everywhere you see wherever we have sea or river, you will find people eating fish, and they are fond of fish. So the Brahmins, Brahmins, they are not allowed. They cannot eat non-veg. They can't even eat eggs. So, but everywhere fish, the local production is fish. What will the people do, even if they are Brahmins or whatever caste they belong? So when this Brahmins can be poor, Brahmins can be they can be rich also. So what about the middle class? So the dharmic people, the Brahmanical authorities, they relax the prohibition for Bengali Brahmins. In Brihad Dharma Puran, it is being clearly written in 13th century Sanskrit text. This is that certain variety of fish the local Brahmins can eat. So now you'll see that the Bengal Brahmins, they eat fish, but if you go to Gujarat, the Brahmins can never think about fish. These are the fish I'm talking about. Fish is very tasty, you must try sometime. And it is very, nutritious also. Vitamin E. So this fish was being allowed there. Brahmins started eating fish because of the local level. If you go outside, till the 18th century, people in Europe, they were thinking that I am from certain empire. I am, say, from Austro-Hungarian Empire or Austro-Hungarian Empire. I'm related to certain empire, or I'm the praja of certain empire. Or somebody is saying that I am from Greek Orthodox Church, that is, I'm the member of this church. I have this belief, right? Like Protestant and Catholic, etc. But in the late 18th century, people started thinking and they started identifying themselves as not this, but the spoken language. They were saying, I am French, we are Germans. So they started thinking about these languages as their community people that bind them. For example, Romanian school textbook, they were using Greek, but they started using Romanian. They stopped using Greek. In Hungary, they were using Latin, but they started using Hungarian. So the language was the basic group idea. So people were start thinking of a region where they are speaking one language. In India, all the states mostly are made on the basis of the language being spoken. So if you take the border area, left and right will speak almost common language, right? So this is all about this topic. Thank you so much and take care of yourself. This is chapter number 10, 18th century political formations. So this discussion, which is, the name is 18th century political formations. But the content here main is the decline of Mughal Empire. The whole story, the whole discussion is about the decline of the great empire of the subcontinent. As I told you, that history is about dates, events, and joining them. So there are certain dates like 1526, 1707, and before that we have 1200. So from 1200 to 1526, it was the reign, Shasankal, of Delhi Sultanate. From 1526, there was a battle, and then Babur came and then started the Mughal Empire. And it went up to 1707. It went ahead also, but 1707, it was the end of Aurangzeb. We know about Babur, Jahangir, Humayun, Akbar, Aurangzeb. These were great emperors of Mughal Empire. But after 1707, when Aurangzeb died, after his death, the Mughal Empire, the height of the Mughal Empire, it went arsh to farsh. So this is all about discussion of the same thing. So we are going to discuss certain places. One day nothing happens. It takes a long time, that is history. So the Mughal Empire, it was not, right now we know Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, it was not like that previously. Everything was Indian subcontinent. So the people were, they were trying to find land, they were having wars, everyone was having, it was not about any religion or caste or creed. It was just about getting that area and conquering that area. So this whole area with dotted lines was the external boundary of the Mughal Empire in 1700. And what we are going to discuss is this 6, Jats, Awadhs, Bengal, Malwa, Hyderabad, Marathas, how they find this time, how they form their own reign, how they form their own Rajya, places, Prant, and what was the reason behind it. So we will talk about them one by one. What were the paristhitiya, what was the factors, what was the reason behind, and what happened when the decline of Mughal Empire started. So we are talking about the 18th century, 1700 to 1800. And here in this particular period, it saw various events and in a very small or a very tiny duration of time. There were different kingdoms which came up, different reign, different people who stood up. And when we talk about 1765, it was a starting or beginning of a new era. This map is showing the territory under British control. This is mid 18th century, that is around 1750 we are talking about. These regions which are shaded in the pink or light shaded region, these are the areas which are already being captured by East India Company, or rather you can say the Britishers. They came into India as traders, but now they have the control of these areas. I'm talking about 1750. So the Britishers, they grabbed major chunks, part of the territory in eastern India. So this eastern India, you have north, here's south and east and west. So we are talking about the eastern area, mainly Bengal and the below part of Orissa. So these regions were already being captured by Britishers. That is around 1750 we are talking about. And then, as I said, in a very short span of time, relatively very short span of time, this subcontinent, India, saw dramatic changes. All the events, all the things were very rapid. And it was so fast, there were emergence of coming up of various different political groups, various different ethnic, religious, or thought, or language groups which came up. So let me divide it into two parts. It starts all from 1707, the first half of the 18th century, and it started with Aurangzeb's death. Aurangzeb was, whatever you say about him, he was a great emperor. Because all the Mughal emperors, till Aurangzeb, they did something or the other. They gave us certain events, they gave us certain history. So after Aurangzeb, he was a very strong emperor. But when he died in 1707, the thing changed. Okay? So after Aurangzeb, there were various Mughal emperor came. I'm not saying one or two, many. But they could not carry that legacy of Akbar, Aurangzeb, Jahangir, Humayun, etc. After that, there was a battle of Panipat in 1761. Now, this is important. These battles, when we talk about this Panipat or Plassey or Buxar, they have changed the course of the game. So, we will talk about the later Mughals. But before that, let me tell you about these battles. These are very important. If you understand why this battle happened and how this paved the way to change the entire history. So, there were three battles of Panipat. So, they changed the course of the history. First of all, this is Delhi. You know about the capital now, Indian capital. Now, around 100 kilometers, precisely 97 kilometers, 60 miles. This is a place called Panipat. So, the first battle of Panipat was fought between Babur and Ibrahim Lodi. Ibrahim Lodi is one of the last Delhi sultans. So, there was Babur and Ibrahim Lodi fighting in Panipat, and Babur won this battle. Second battle of Panipat was between Hemu and Akbar. It was on 5th November 1556. Now Hemu and Akbar, and here Akbar, the great Mughal emperor, he won. And Hemu was actually the Samrat Hem Chandra Vikramaditya. He was in affection called as Hemu. So there was a fight between them. And finally the Sipah Salar of Akbar's general, basically, the Khan Zaman and Bairam Khan, they got or retrieved victory from Hemu. This is the second battle. The third battle is very important, which is related to this topic also. Ahmad Shah Durrani or Ahmad Shah Abdali and the Marathas. So this was not the war between two people. This was the war between Afghans and the Marathas. Because with Afghans, there were two allies. That is the Rohilla, Najib-ud-Dawla, Afghans of Doab region, and Shuja'ud-Dawla, he was the Nawab of Awadh. So they fought with Ahmad Shah Durrani against Marathas. And the Senapati or the general who fought was Sadashiv Rao Bhau. And there was a fight, there was a war, and finally the Afghans won the game. So this is how the battles you need to understand, because they changed the history. So what was the crisis? Why was the Mughal Empire declined, or what was the reasons? So the success which was achieved by Mughal Empire was unprecedented. It was at the highest level. The way Akbar and they proclaimed the power of administration, it was immense. So there are various factors. One by one we are going to discuss this. First is Aurangzeb. He was the last proper known Mughal emperor. So he was in contest or in fight, in war with the Deccan Empire, or there were other, Nizami Shahi and all those Deccan, there were various regime there. So this is the place I'm showing. You can remember it by the Hyderabad name. Deccan Chargers, IPL, remember? So this was the fight of Aurangzeb with these Deccan forces, and it was going on and on. So the financial resources, that is the money, and the military resources, that is the people who were fighting, like the elephants and the cavalry, artillery, all were depleted. So Aurangzeb put a lot of effort, put a lot of resources, money, etc. in this war, and it was an ongoing war. So he has a zid. He wanted, because he was a strong leader. So after that, whosoever came, the Mughal emperor, the khazana was khali. That means the account was zero. There was no money with them, no power. Because if you don't have money, if you don't have satta, power, you don't have anything. You need to have money to show your power. So this fight depleted the resources of Mughal Empire, and finally the later coming, we will call them as later Mughals, Parvarti Mughal. So they didn't have any money now. So the later Mughals, LM I'm going to write, the later Mughals, they had nothing to do for. So they had no power or the administrative power to control the people whom they have appointed. For example, Akbar, he started Mansabdari Vyavastha. He started so many good, administration techniques that is still going on in our country. So the administration he started and other Mughal emperor propagated. These later Mughals, they didn't control it. I'm saying if your mother father is there and you are kids, if your mother father is not taking care of you, they're not asking what are you doing on your mobile, where are you going, who are your friends, what will happen? You will be, you will get spoiled, or you will go in a wrong track. So there has to be a check from your father and mother and your guardian. This always happens. Same way, the Mughal Samrajya or the Mughal emperor, if they are not able to keep check of the Mansabdars they have appointed themselves or their previous emperors have appointed them. So the Mansabdars, they thought this emperor is not having any power. He is not having any money. So let us be free. Why are we listening to him? We are Mansabdars. We have money. We have power. Let us have our own regime, our kingdom. So now these later Mughals have no control, or they couldn't control the powerful Mansabdars, the powerful appointees. So the Prashasanik Vyavastha, the administration skill, was not with these later Mughals as it would have been with the previous ones. So 3 battles I told you. The first was between Babar Ibrahim Lodi, second was Hemu Akbar, and third was Afghans and Marathas. So as I was indicating, the Mansabdars and the governors, they became so strong and they were aware that the king has no money, they have no power, they have no resources. So what they did, they control the money, revenue. See, today we have GST, Goods and Services Tax. That means if you see our Prime Minister going in crores of aircraft, that aircraft is from our money. All the Vidhayaks and the MPs, they are enjoying their time. This is because of our money. You are giving tax. And because of this tax, the roads are being built. The subsidy you are getting is from this tax only. So if you are doing some merchant work, you will be giving some money. If you are working in government servant, you have to pay some tax. So the revenue is exactly like that. So the revenue, this governor and the Subedar started taking, and the military administration, because at that time, it was all about getting money from the land and fighting, getting more land, fighting, war. It was all about that. Not like today that having a IT setup computer and having websites, not like that. So the revenue control and the military control was totally taken by these Mansabdars and Subedars, which are actually appointed by the Mughal Samrajya, Mughal Empire. So Diwani Faujdari is what? Diwani means money related, revenue, paisa, earth. And Faujdari is all about the power, the military administration, the elephants, the horses, the soldiers, the artillery. So these all are controlled by the Mansabdars and the Subedars. They got all the control. Actually, you can say they snatched the control from the Mughal Empire to themselves. So that is how they got the extraordinary power or they become extraordinarily self-sufficient in terms of political, that is, see, politically, economically, and military-wise, these people, mansabdars, subedars, governors, chieftains, all they became powerful. So when they became powerful, and they took all the control of the money, revenue, and the military aspects. So the money which was going to the Mughal Samrajya or Mughal rulers, it was not going. It actually declined. The kar, the taxes, were only being kept by the Subedas rather than giving it to the main leaders. So this decline, the revenue, the money declined. Now there is one more reason of the decline. The peasant, that is the kisan or the farmers, and the zamindars. See, if two people are there, you say you're a worker, okay, clean my shoes or go and get vegetable for me. The person will say, no sir, I am not being appointed for this. I won't be able to clean your shoes. So he will revolt. He will go against you. He'll talk against you. Same thing happened here. The peasant, the farmer, and the zamindars, they revolted. They rebelled. And why revolted? Because they have some grudges. They have certain problems. So the northern part and the western part, here we saw a lot of people, which belongs to the category of peasants and zamindar. They were revolting against the Mughal empire. The first reason was taxes. See, if there is a farmer and he is giving 100 rupees, 100 at that time. So you come and you say, no, you have to pay 500 now. And the farmer is saying, oh, I am not even able to pay 100 rupees and you are asking me to pay 500 rupees. So the person will say, aapko kode padenge. You will be beaten. So he'll say, okay, you beat me. I won't be able to give you 500. So let's revolt. This is how revolt will come. First of all, because of the mounting taxes. The taxes levied by too much. There is one more reason why these revolt took place. There were certain powerful chieftains, that is powerful sardars, and they want to consolidate or solidify their own position. They wanted to get those powers, and for that they will do. They will revolt. They will come with the peasants and they will start revolting. Right? So even in the reign of Akbar or Humayun, Jahangir, the revolt was happening. But these Mughal emperors were strong enough to control it. Even the Aurangzeb was able to control it. But the economic resources now was with these mansabdars and subedars and the zamindars. So now the power, because they are now economically strong, so the mansabdars, the governors, the subedars, the chieftains, sardar, the provincial governors, the local chieftains, all these were gradually getting the power. So that is, the political and economical authority was coming to them slowly and gradually. Let me tell you, these political governors and local chieftains, they consolidated their power, getting the revenue and military administration, and finally the Mughal Empire power was going to them. They were controlling everything rather than Mughal Empire or the emperor controlling it. So that is how these Mughal emperors were not able to check on this. So that is how things declined. It is being said that rich harvest, so the harvests were good, farmers were getting a lot of cultivation, etc. But there were empty coffers. That means the Mughal Empire khazana or the bhandar money was depleting. They don't get anything. Now adding the salt to the sour means all these things were happening. There were various Mughal emperors. We'll talk about Farrukh Siyar, we'll talk about Shah Alam, we'll talk about Alamgir II, Ahmad Shah. All these were there, right? But this Shah Alam was named as Shah Palam. You know why? Because they don't have any power. They just have a power from their Lal Kila to Palam or Raisina Hills. So they were emperors, but they were not actually emperors. They were just the name which was left of the great legacy of Mughal emperorship. If you have money, if you have that valor, then only you are powerful. Otherwise, if you don't have money, nobody cares. So there were two people I am going to name who added this, ghee to the fire. Nadir Shah and Ahmad Shah Abdali. They came to the subcontinent and they invaded it. So from Iran, it was ruler of Iran. He was called Nadir Shah. Nadir Shah of Iran. He came to Delhi. New Delhi, basically it was Delhi at that time. Sacked Plundered means he invaded, he did everything, took all the money or all the resources which he could get in 1739. That is, he took a lot of wealth with him. That is, the Mughal Empire was already declining, and he broke the backbone of these Mughal Empire because he took everything. There was not left anything, but he took whatever is left. And again, there was another attack, and it was a continuous attack by the Afghan ruler Ahmad Shah Abdali. Ahmad Shah Durrani we call. And Ahmad Shah Abdali, he was Afghan ruler, and he came and he invaded India. Nadir Shah only once, but he 13 saal 5 bawal, 13 saal 5 bawal. So in the reign of 13, in the time of 13 year, that is 1748 to 1761, he came 5 times, invaded the subcontinent and the Mughal Empire, and whatever is left, even the needle what was left, he took away. So the Mughal Empire, which was already on the verge of collapse, he added that shame to them. So these are different reasons. Okay, there was one more reason. What happened here? As you know, Mughal Empire and the emperor became very, very weak. So as you see, a Mughal Empire, there will be a court. There are people sitting like the Abhijat, who are from the nobility, or the big people like mantris, etc. So whosoever came here, the later Mughal Emperor, so there was a group. There were different groupism took place. One group was the Iranians group, Iranian. The other group was Turani, basically Turkish. So Iranian group and Turkish group, there was a clear partition between them, and they fought also. Psychologically also they fight in between. But they were under this Mughal emperor only. So the Mughal emperor became a puppet, Katputli, of these two groups. One time someone will, pull him, sometime other will pull him. So he has no power, but the other, because they were powerful, they would just treat him like a puppet. So it is clearly written, the emperor were treated as just puppets. So I'm telling you this shameful, very sharm ki baat. What will happen? You will just feel bad about them, the Mughal emperors. Because Mughals have given us a lot. Whatever people say today, but Mughal emperors, Delhi sultans, they are the basic building block of today's India. Okay, don't go about religion, caste, creed, etc. Taj Mahal, where is Taj Mahal? What is Taj Mahal? Everyone who comes to India wants to see Taj Mahal. He was made by Shah Jahan, he was a Mughal emperor. So and the administration way, all these Mughals have given us. But what will happen in the later part? The Farrukhsiyar. Now Farrukhsiyar, after that Alamgir II, I showed you the picture. Farrukhsiyar from 1713 to 1719, and Alamgir II from 1754 to 1759. These two, they were Mughal emperors, later Mughal emperors, and you will be surprised to know these Abhijat Varg nobility, these Iranis, Turanis are Indian Muslims, or whosoever was there, I don't know exactly, but these people, they actually killed them. They killed Farrukhsiyar. They killed Alamgir too. Can you imagine? The emperors were killed by their nobility. They were assassinated and killed. So this was one feather of shame. I'll take you one more step ahead. Not only this, I told you about Ahmad Shah and Shah Alam II. Ahmad Shah from 1748 to 1754 and Shah Alam II from 1759 to 1816. And these two were blinded. इनकी आंखें फोड़ दी गई थी, इनकी आंखें निकाल ली गई थी. They were blinded by this nobility, by the same people whom they were governing, whom they are ruler of. Right? So this was the shame which happened for the later Mughal, and we are very sorry about that because it happens. We are essentially talking at that time it was the decline of Mughal Empire. So we are going to talk about emergence of new states, and this is followed when Mughal Empire started declining. It started ending. I'll just give you an example before I discuss. Dhirubhai Ambani, we know, he was millionaire, billionaire, he had so much of money. Then he has two sons, Mukesh Ambani and Anil Ambani. So when these two kids, they fought in court, so they got money, different sectors. Now Anil Ambani is now on floor, and Mukesh Ambani is now fourth or fifth richest person on this earth. Can you imagine? That is Mughal Empire when it ends, or something which ends. So how people get the control, how they mature themselves. Some may get some new state, or make themselves up. Some may not. So in this Mughal Empire, we are talking about Aurangzeb. When he died 1707, after that everything changed. The governors, the people, the authorities, the Abhijatwar, the nobility, so the governors, the subedars, the zamindars, so they tried to consolidate the power, their authority, their control over different parts of the subcontinent. Why? Because they knew that the Mughal emperors, they don't have any money. Mughal emperors are now, they are only because of their name, their power, their money is almost finished. So people found a way, or you can say an opportunity to get it. So when I tell you 18th century, the Mughal Empire, it fragmented, it broke into different parts, fragmented, broken into number of different regional states, Kshatriya states. So we talk about mainly three kind of partitions, which states we can refer to. That is the states which are found, how they are related, how they are different from one another. These three names we are going to talk about: Sadat Khan, Murshid Qali Khan, Asafza. So I'm talking about the first one, which is the Awadh, this Bengal, and the Hyderabad. Awadh, Bengal, Hyderabad. It was a very big region. So first thing is that the states which are found after or during this 18th century, we divide them in overlapping groups. So why overlapping groups? Because they have certain in common, or they have certain in different. These three, whatever states they have formed, we will talk about them in later part. But these overlapping groups, that is, the states are found or they are born in a different way. Some of them, first I am telling you, the first category of the states being formed. So the first category of Awadh, like Awadh, Bengal and Hyderabad, and they were quite powerful and they were almost independent. That is, they have their own rule. So these rulers, this Awadh and Bengal and Hyderabad, they became independent, or they tried to become independent, but they didn't break their formal relation ties with Mughal emperor. Can you understand this? This three which I'm taking, they made their own powerful and independent states, but they still kept relationship with Mughal emperor. They still, made an impression that we are under Mughal emperor. First type of states you understood, Awadh, Bengal, and Hyderabad. They were, telling, or they were in this perception or giving the perception to Mughal Empire that we are together. Second kind of states which are being formed, they were almost independent under the Mughals, main Mughals. So like the Rajputs. Now Rajputs, they were having the, roti beti ka rishta. The Mughal Empire or Mughal Emperor's wives were Rajput. So they were given Watan Jagirs. They were respectfully, treated by Mughals, and they were getting Watan Jagirs. So Watan Jagirs means the area, land, they are owner of that. Okay. So this is the, kind of Rajput principalities you can talk about. Watan Jagirs they were getting. Third kind of states, which were, these states, badi mushkil se, in a very difficult way, Mughal Empire took control of them. Maratha, Sikhs and the Jats. But they were of different size, they were changing, the size were changing, but they were always fighting with Mughals because they wanted the independence always. Because Mughal Empire, when it was powerful, they couldn't do anything, They tried to resist, but they couldn't. But when the declination started, the Mughals were so less powerful now, almost in decline. Maratha, Sikhs and Jats, they took their own, everything on their own, and then they started fighting or a struggle to get themselves independent from Mughal Empire. Okay, means there was always some khatpat with the Mughal Empire. They were not like a Rajput state or these states being formed in the first case. Okay, so finally they actually found their way also, the third kind of states. So hope you understand there were three kind of states which were formed with different characteristics and overlapping states also. So I'm talking about the old Mughal provinces. The three which we started, I started with the Awadh, Bengal and Hyderabad. This Awadh, this Bengal and this Hyderabad. Hyderabad is just a city now, but it was not at that time. Awadh is just supposed to be Lucknow. It's not. It was a very big empire created by certain people. And who created them? See, this is the Darbar. This is a code, Mughal code. Now these people are nobility. These people are very close to the Mughals. They are having high rank people, or who are mansabdars, who were made mansabdars. So the nobility, we always talk nobility means those Mughals they believe in. That is, these are our right hand, these are our left hand. Okay. So the Awadh Nawab was made, Saadat Khan was made, he was of nobility, and Saadat Khan was made, or he created, Saadat Khan created, or they were governors of large provinces, Saadat Khan Awadh, Murshid Quli Khan Bengal, and Asaf Zah Hyderabad. And one of them is not, but almost all of them were mansabdars. They occupied, they held high positions in Mughal Empire. They were mansabdars. One of them was not. I'll tell you what was the difference. But all these three, Saadat Khan, Murshid Quli Khan, Asaf Zah, they were mansabdars. And when they went there, they took control of that area. And knowing the actual inside of the Mughal Empire, they took control of that area and became the rulers or governors. So, as I am saying that this nobility were of higher rank. And how do we decide the rank? Do you remember I told you the Zat. So Mansabdars, this Mansabdar MSB, they were holding a very high Zat, Zat or Z. So this Zat, that is the rank, how much cavalry they have, how much, they will be given the area for control. So 7,000, Asaf Zah and Murshid Quli Khan, they were holding this Murshid Quli Khan, 7,000. So Asaf Zah, Murshid Quli Khan, they were having Zat rank of 7,000. And Saadat Khan, the Zat was 6,000. And 7,000, 6,000 was quite high to be close enough to the Mughal Empire or Mughal big people. Okay. So let us start with this Hyderabad. Hyderabad, the name, everyone, these three people we're talking about, everyone was given name, they were provided a name and they were called by a name. So Nizam-ul-Mulk Asaf Zah, he founded Hyderabad. And he was a very, very powerful, very efficient, very trustworthy Mughal emperor courtier, or you can say the nobility. So Farrukh Siyar, the person you see here, he was the Mughal emperor at that time, and he told him, Asaf Zah, to go to Awadh. And then after some time he said, okay, you go to Deccan. So first he went to Awadh and then went to Hyderabad. That means the Asaf Zah, when he came to that area, this area, Hyderabad, he took control of both the powers, that is the political powers and the money power, that is the financial power. So he took total control, full control of Rajnetik, Arthik, political and financial matters, administration in his hand. So he also found the advantage, and he took the advantage because there was all kind of turmoils, fighting, and different parties involved. So there was turmoil, and he took advantage, benefit of that turmoil, problems in the Deccan. And also because in this area, the nobility, the Mughal nobility, were having a lot of competition. They were having a lot of trouble in between them. So this is how he took advantage, being a mansabdar of high rank, and he knew that there is a problem. So he gathered the power in his hands. He took control of the hands and he became the ruler of the region, Nizam ul Mulk Asafzar. So as I was telling that he was first being sent to UP's region. This is right now UP region, and this is the Awadh Ilaka, Awadh region. So whenever you work somewhere, you will be having friends, and you know that okay, this guy is good, this guy is not. So the soldiers, the good soldiers, the skilled soldiers, the Sainiks, and the administrators, the good administrators, the powerful administrators, the trustworthy administrators from Northern India, what Asafzar did, he took them or he bought them, he requested them, he brought them to this part, this Deccan area, south, because now he is in south, he is Hyderabad controller now. So he appointed Mansabdars and granted Jagirs. Means, Mansabdars were done by the Mughal Empire. But now he himself gave these administrators, etc., Mansabdars, and gave them Jagirs. That is the land he gave. But he always, said everyone and, give a perception that he is under Mughal Emperor. But though he was supposed to be under Mughal Emperor, but he was not taking any orders from, Mughal emperors or Mughal Empire, and there is no interference of Mughal Empire in his work, Asafzar work. Okay, there is no interference of Mughal Empire in his work, and he was not even taking any orders. Or whatever he has decided, he is also, these people were called as Nizam also, Nizam ul Mulk, Nizam, Hyderabad Nizam. So whatever he has decided, the Mughal Emperor will just, put a stamp. Okay, whatever decided, okay, we agree to that. So this area, the state of Hyderabad, as I said, there were problems on the left and right. So Marathas were somewhere just near to them. So he found certain problems there also. He was constantly fighting or resisting or engaged in struggle, fight, competition with the Marathas and Telugu warriors, chiefs, Nayakas. So this part, left part and right part. That is the Purab and Paschim. That is the west part and the east part. So Asafzar was fighting or resisting the Marathas from this side, and on this side, Telugu warrior chiefs, Telugu Ladake, Nayakas were called that. That is this plateau area I am talking about. So he was constantly fighting and constantly in conflict with these. So this is the Coromandel region, this is the Malabar coast, Coromandel coast and Malabar coast. So what he wanted, Asafzar has a good ambition, he has a huge ambition that let me get this Coromandel area, because the textile production, textile export, it's a rich area for textile producing area, this is Coromandel coast. He wanted to go that side and control also, he has that, ambition, belief, he wanted to do that. But the problem was, the British were there. The British checked that, resisted, checked and arrested also this ambition. Now coming to Awadh, Burhan ul Mulk Saadat Khan. Saadat Khan, this is the picture of Saadat Khan, Burhan ul Mulk Saadat Khan. Now he was made the Subedar of Awadh in 1722. This area, this region, he was made the Subedar. Who? Saadat Khan. He was also called as Burhan ul Mulk Saadat Khan. Now this Awadh region, if you see, it's a very strategic place, very fertile. Ganga, Yamuna, all these tributaries, the land is very fertile. The land is very good for the crop and cultivation. Okay. So this also there is a route, trade between Bengal and the northern part of India. It was a great trade route. So he has a very good position, strategic position he was holding. So this the route and also the alluvial Ganga plain he has. And as I said, Burhan ul Mulk, Asafzar did what? He took control of the financial and the political power. And though Saadat Khan was also a Mansabdar, so he took control of the Subedari, Diwani and Faujdari. Subedari, Diwani and Faujdari, that is the political power, the financial power, military power, all this province of Prant or Rajya or state of Awadh, he took control, right? That is the military power, the financial power and the whole administration he took. So this whole area, if you see, his control, because if you take control of these three, even if you talk about Hyderabad, Awadh, and we are going to talk about Bengal also, you're going to be the leader, you're going to be the ruler. Okay, and if you want to stop the Mughal intervention, what are you going to do? These three exactly did that. So he started reducing the number of office holders which are appointed by the Mughals, Jagirdars, because Jagirdars were appointed by Mughal office bearers. So he started reducing the number of these office holders. He reduced them, and also one more thing he did, because the Jagirdar he reduced, and also the area of Jagirs, that is the area from where they can take the land revenue, this also he reduced. So Saadat Khan, whosoever is close to them, Saadat Khan, his own people, that is, you can call as them as a loyal servant of Saadat Khan, they were appointed as the Jagirdars. Okay, and in order to check whether some corruption is going on or cheating is going on, he also checked he tried to check each and every area, all the districts, and he reassessed, he rechecked, re-evaluated the revenues of each area. That is, every region, what amount should be the revenue he should get, his empire should get, Awadh should get. So by his officials, for example, 100 rupees you're getting, no, this area should get 200 rupees. That is how reassessment took place. And he also did, he went ahead, he seized a number of Rajput zamindaris also. That is, also the Afghans were holding a very good region of Rohilkhand, fertile land. So he took these two areas also, Rajput areas, Burhanul Mulk, Saadat Khan, he seized, he controlled, he annexed now various Rajput zamindaris, and also very fertile fertile land which was held by Afghans in the area of Rohilkhand. Rohilkhand you can understand to be Bareilly region. So this Rohilkhand, okay, Rohilkhands. Now what happened? The state at that time, the state would depend on what? To take money from the bankers who were having a lot of money, Mahajans who would lend money for loan for certain interest. So the state and other people were dependent on these bankers and Mahajans. Not very much, but it happened. Gradually it increased. So this one of the land, they were auctioned. Okay, some person will come, these three are coming, and they will say, okay, you have to give us 500. So one will say, okay, I will give. One will say 200, one will say 300, or someone will say 500. So they say, okay, you will give us 500 every year or every month, whatever they decided. And these were called as revenue farmers and called as Ijaredar. Those people who took a land and said, okay, we will give you this much amount, fixed amount, they were called as Ijaredar. In certain auction, they were the highest bidders. I hope you understand. The Ijaredar took the land and they will say, okay, this fixed amount, we are the revenue farmers, we are going to give you money. So this fixed sum of money, can you imagine this? Revenue farmers will always give them money. The local bankers, they give the guarantee that the payment of this amount which you have contracted with the Jaredars or with these revenue farmers, they are going to give you. Okay, because the Jaredars were not rich people, they were just revenue farmers. They just bid. They were just bidding. But there has to be some bank guarantee, and this bank guarantee that 500 every year or every month we are going to pay you. Who gave this guarantee? Local bankers, local Mahajans, Seth, Sahukar. Okay, what happened then? The Ijaredars or the revenue farmers, they were also given freedom that you assess this land and collect the tax. You have to give us 500. We don't care that you take 1,000 or 1,500 or whatever amount. We don't care, but you have to give us 500. So they were given full freedom that you reassess the revenue, you collect whatever amount you want. Now here, this kind of development, this created a new social era. Social groups like the bankers, the moneylenders, they grew up. Their influence grew up. Okay, why these moneylenders and bankers came into picture? Why their influence increased? This is why. So this is how the state revenue system was now under the almost control, not on the state, not with the Jaredars, but with the loaners, means loan givers, the bankers, and the all these money which is given by these big people. Okay. So let us talk about Bengal now. Okay. So Bengal, you see, whatever I told about these is almost same. About Awadh, about Hyderabad, almost same. So we are talking about Bengal, and we are talking about Murshid Ali Khan. He is Murshid Ali Khan. So Murshid Ali Khan, under his control, or he was, first thing is, Murshid Ali Khan, I told you both of the earlier discussion, they were Mansabdars, they were governors. But Murshid Ali Khan was not the governor, not the Subedar, but he was the deputy of the, like says Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister. So he was the deputy Subedar. But he never became a Subedar, right? But he was so powerful. He must be having something, some power or some way of dealing with these conditions. So Murshid Ali Khan, he quickly seized all the power. He quickly controlled all the power. Murshidabad, see, this is the name of his. It was made the capital. So Murshid Ali Khan, he controlled he commanded the revenue administration, the revenue all, everything is about money. So he controlled the revenue administration, and whosoever is getting money, he is going to be the ruler. So he also tried to stop the Mughal interference. So what he did, the commanders, the people who have come directly from Mughals, they were being transferred. They were transferred to Odisha, nearby state. Means they were just said, okay, your work is done. Now I am transferring you to the Odisha, because I want my people. I want this area. Murshid Ali Khan, and he also did the same thing as the other did. The reassessment of the revenues of the Bengal, which region should give what amount. So there was a major reassessment under the reign of Murshid Ali Khan, and they were very strict. They were very strict in collecting the revenue. They don't leave people. So if you are a zamindar, you have to give this money. Anyhow, by hook or a crook, you have to give us money. But if the zamindars are not able to give money, they were not all big zamindars, so they have to borrow money from whom? From bankers and moneylenders, from people who can give them money. So these zamindars were taking money from bankers and moneylenders. So finally, if they were not able to pay, they have to give the land to big zamindars, larger zamindars. This was the problem. Okay, but still, the state became powerful. The state became powerful, and there was a close nexus relationship which emerged between the state, Bengal state, and the bankers and the loaners. So whatever was seen in Hyderabad and Awadh, almost same thing was seen here. And as I said, Murshid Ali Khan. Now this picture is of what? Ali Vardi Khan. After that, Ali Vardi Khan came. So Ali Vardi Khan, there was a man who grew so much that he became the most rich person of whole subcontinent. Can you imagine? So I am talking about Ali Vardi Khan, 1742. Let me tell you again. I'm saying that the nexus between the banker, not nexus, but the relationship with the banker and state, the close net relationship emerged that under the reign or the rule of Ali Vardi Khan, and he came from this genealogy only, Murshid Ali Khan, Ali Vardi Khan, in his control, house of Jagat Singh, and he was so powerful, he was having so much money at that time, he became so prosperous, even the Britishers would take money from him. You can imagine? Even the Britishers would take money from Jagat Singh. He became like today's Ambani, today's Mukesh Ambani, he was at that time. Okay, he was Saukar, Seth, Mahajan, loaner, whatever you say. But Ali Vardi Khan, under the reign 1740 to 1756, around 16 years of reign. Now, as I said, Awadh, or you talk about Bengal, or you talk about Hyderabad, in all these people were Mansabdar. They were highest noble. Okay, but still they were quite Sandehaspad. They were quite suspicious about certain things which Mughal Empire did. First of all, because Mughal Empire, because they wanted to change it. They were having their own mindset. The time has also changed. Like the Jagirdar system, they never believed. So the Jagirdari system, they didn't want. And second thing was how the Mughal, in the reign of Mughal, the tax was collected, the money was collected. So that tax collection, they never, found it good. So all these three regimes, they always tried to do this using the ijaredar. Like they contracted with the revenue farmers, like they give the land to certain revenue farmers or the ijaredar, and those ijaredar will be responsible to give them money, and that will be fixed. So a fixed amount will come always. This practice of ijaredar, if you see Mughal Empire, they were never they really disapproved these ijaredari system. There was third more feature about these three, what they think is the emerging relationship between the bankers, merchants, sahukar, Seth, all whatever name you take. They will have money, they will give the money for the interest. So all these and the state, there were a close net relationship between them. Okay, so these big people, they were giving money to the ijaredars, and these revenue farmers, they receive these people. These people, the loan people, they will always go to their land. They will collect security, and they also take tax sometimes, because they would send their agents, because it happens. At that time, it was Watan Jagirs of the Rajput. And Jagir is what? That is, an area is given to certain person, mansabdar or a king, and he is allowed to take all the taxation, that is the land revenue. Watan Jagir is something different. That is, a land is given, or the area is given, or a regime is given, so that it belongs to them permanently. So when we talk about these Rajput kings, and we are specifically talking about Amber and Jodhpur. So Amber, whenever I talk about Amber, just remember we are talking about Jaipur, present day Jaipur. So Amber and Jodhpur, remember it. Amber is Jaipur, and Jodhpur, of course, you see. So the Rajput kings, they served with Mughal as very close associates with distinction. So they were working, and that is how, because they were working as close associate, they were permitted, or they were given a proper autonomy, and the place which they own is totally theirs, and that is why we call it them as Watan Jagirs, totally to them. See, insan ki bhook means people requirement, desire never stops. So here we have Savai Raja Jai Singh, we have Ajit Singh of Marwar. Everyone tries that we have this Jagir, we have this Watan Jagir, why not to add the nearby areas? So they wanted to extend the control, they wanted to get the control of the nearby areas. Everyone wants that at that time. It is not only with Mughals or the Abdalis or Nadir Shahs. Everyone wants to extend their control. So Ajit Singh, please see the faces of this Ajit Singh and Savai Raja Singh. So we are talking about Ajit Singh and Savai Raja Singh. Ajit Singh, he was actually the ruler of Jodhpur. So as I said previously, when the later Mughal came, so there were two factions of the court. One was Iranians, one was Turkish. So Ajit Singh, he tried to make use of this. He actually got involved in this factional, because there were two factions, Iranis and this Turkish. So he entered into this politics, which was actually happening in the Mughal court, later Mughal court. And these families, they claim, because when they saw the potential of all the problems which are happening, they started claiming the Subedari. They started asking for the Subedari, that give us the Subedari of these provinces. Which were the provinces? Gujarat and Malwa. So I am writing J here because he is from Jodhpur, and he got the Gujarat province, and Savai Raja Jai Singh, he got the Subedari of Amber, Jaipur. Amber, Jaipur, same. Okay, previous Amber is today's Jaipur. So the Ajit Singh got the Subedari of Gujarat, and Raja Jai Singh got of this Amber. And they got the governorship of Malwa. Raja Jai Singh of Amber also got the governorship of Malwa. Let me show you the area. So this is the Gujarat area, and this is the Malwa area. That is how Gujarat, Malwa, they got the area, provinces, and governorship also Raja Jai Singh got. of Malwa. Now the later Mughals, they were very dhila. They were not so strong. So Jahandar Shah, he is also one of the later Mughals. He did what? He renewed this governorship, this subedariship. That is, if you have a vehicle and insurance, you always have to renew this insurance every year to get it renewed, to get it new. So this get renewed. These subedari, which Raja Jai Singh of Malwa and Ajay Singh, who got the area Gujarat, they got renewed by Jahandar Shah. This was going on. As I said, people always want more area. So this also extended. Someone got Gujarat, someone got Malwa, and everyone wants to extend their area also. This happened in history. This happens today also. So Nagaur, this is also an area. It is near this Jodhpur. So Nagaur was conquered and annexed. It was taken up by Jodhpur. Nagaur was combined or annexed and combined with Jodhpur, right? Nagaur. And when we talk about Bundi, Amber took control, or Jaipur people got control of the Bundi, various portions of Bundi. All these are nearby areas, right? So Amber got Bundi, or annexed Bundi, and Jodhpur got this Nagaur. So Raja Jai Singh, he created a new capital, or he designated a new capital at Jaipur. And also, can you imagine, he got the Subedari of Agra in 1722. If you remember, Agra and Delhi were the basic governing points of Mughal emperors. But because Agra made fort in Agra, Akbar, and then Shah Jahan took his capital to Shahjahanabad. So he got Subedari of Agra also, Raja Jai Singh, in 1722. Can you imagine? 1722, Sawai Raja Jai Singh, he got the Subedari of Agra. You need to remember this. So he became very important at that time. And the Maratha campaigns, because it was coming into Rajasthan, Marathas, when we'll talk about Marathas, they went everywhere. Even they had a fight in Panipat. So Maratha campaigns into Rajasthan from the 1740s, and this put severe pressure on the expansion of this Jodhpur area and Jaipur area. Jaipur, Jodhpur kings, they wanted to extend their area, but there were whom? There were Marathas who stopped them, who controlled them, who checked their expansion, which was ever growing. Now talking about Sikh. So we have talked about Sikhs in the previous discussions also. So these are 1 to 10 gurus of Sikh religion, and the organization of Sikh, the Sangathan of Sikh, the group of Sikhs, and they had a political community, the 17th century I'm talking about, and this strong organization of this Sikhs, which was a political community, they actually were able to build a state or Niv, or the basic building block of Punjab, today's Punjab. Because the basic building block, or you can say the foundation, was being laid down at this time, 17th century. Organization of Sikhs did that. Punjab, what is important about Punjab? Ab means river, and Panj means 5. So there are 5 rivers. It's a very fertile area, very good area, very important area. So Guru Gobind Singh, what he did, before and after also, he established the institution of Khalsa. He had to fight with Mughals and Rajputs. So 1699, as I was saying, that he established or instituted Khalsa. Before this also, after this also, he was in constant confrontation and fight with the Mughal rulers and also the Rajput rulers. So once, after the demise of Guru Gobind Singh, after his death in 1708, what happened? There has to be some leader. So now came because he entered the scene, Banda Singh Bahadur. Banda Bahadur. Guru Gobind Singh was not there. So Banda Bahadur, under his leadership, now this Khalsa, same Khalsa, this Khalsa revolted under his leadership against the Mughal authority. That means Banda Bahadur challenged the Mughal authority. And in order to show this that this is done or this can happen, Banda Bahadur prepared or distributed or coined a coin which is having the name of Guru Nanak and Guru Gobind Singh. Guru Nanak, the first Guru, and the 10th Guru is Guru Gobind Singh. It was being established. So he struck the coin, Banda Bahadur, in order to show the might, the might of the Sikh regime. And in his regime only, from Satluj River to Jamuna River, the Sikh administration under this Banda Bahadur, the Khalsa, it extended from Satluj to Jamuna. I am talking about Satluj. Satluj is here and Jamuna is here. So from Satluj to Jamuna under BB, that is the Banda Bahadur, this whole region was taken up or it was controlled by them. But what happened? Banda Bahadur was captured in 1715 and finally he was executed in 1716. 1715 he was captured, 1716 he was executed. Now coming to the 18th century, as we see, Sikhs are great leaders. We have already seen that, today also. So the Sikh leaders in 18th century, there were various able leaders, various capable leaders. And there were different jathas and missals. Jathas because Sikhs were organized into bands called jathas, and then later it was called as missals. Jatha or missal. That is only, you can say, the group of people. Jatha and missal. Group of certain people who is having certain leader. So this is what happened. So these jathas, different jathas and missal, they would combine, they will come together, and when they combine, these combined forces were known as Grand Army. Grand Army. Jatha and missals combined and they were called as Grand Army, and in the natural language it was called as Dal Khalsa. Dal Khalsa. Punjabi know this word, Dal Khalsa. Jatha and missal. So this was an entire body. This is a whole body, and they also used to meet at where? At Amritsar. So Jatha 1, Jatha 2, Missal 1, Missal 2, they all get combined. This is a combined entity, and they would meet at Amritsar. And in various festivals, especially the very important festival Baisakhi and also Diwali. Baisakhi, Diwali, they would meet and they will take certain combined or collective decisions. They will sit, they will deliberate and take certain decisions regarding their regime, what to do, what not to do. So these resolutions and these decisions were called as Guru Matas. Guru Matas, or you can call it as a resolution of the Guru. Resolution of the Gurus. That is, all the Gurus, all the leaders which have met, now they have combinedly defined and combinedly devised that this is what we have to do. See, any king or any leader, because they are not doing any work, they will only have a regime or a kingdom when they will take tax, money, revenue, kar. So they have to take. So the system of their taxation was called as Rakhi. The taxation was called Rakhi, and it was basically what? 20% of what is you are producing. So you are a farmer or a peasant, you have a land or whatever you are producing or whatever you are doing. So if you are having say 100 quintal, you are producing 20 quintals will be you have to give to us. And what we'll do, because we are Jatha, Missals, and we are Dal Khalsa has now the responsibility to protect you. Whatever happens bad to you, if something attacks you, Dal Khalsa is going to protect you, but you have to give us 20% of whatever you produce. So Guru Gobind Singh, as I said, he was an inspiring figure. He inspired the Khalsa, and he put in mind and in heart of the people, the Sikh people, that the destiny of the Sikhs is to rule, is to be a ruler. We are going to rule This is what Guru Gobind Singh inspired everyone. And that is what is called as Raj Karega Khalsa. Means the Khalsa is going to rule, Sikhs will rule. So this was not, nobody can say like this if they don't have a good organization. So it was a proper, well-knit, well-organized, Niyojit kind of organization. And that put a resistance to the Mughal governors. Means, if they don't have a good organization, they cannot even talk about coming in front of Mughal governors. But they did it. They did it. Mughal governors first. And then to Ahmad Shah Abdali also. Ahmad Shah Abdali was supposed to be very powerful. So Ahmad Shah Abdali, can you imagine? So this Ahmad Shah Abdali who had taken up the Punjab, the rich, proper part of Punjab, and also the Sarkar of Sarhind from the Mughals. So the Sikhs have put resistance to these Mughal emperors, also to the Ahmad Shah Abdali. So what I'm trying to suggest is, the Khalsa, they again coined, strike their own coin again in 1765, and this inscription on this coin was same thing what was there when Banda Bahadur was there. So it was issued by Khalsa in the time of Banda Bahadur. Those particular orders, Adesh, were in the same inscription that was the coin was struck in 1765. Right? So if you talk about the Sikh territories in the later part of 18th century, they extended it from Indus to Jamuna, as previously it was Satluj to Jamuna. Now it has gone from Jamuna to Indus. That is, they have extended their regime. Okay, let me show you the area. Previously from there, here to here they were. But now they have extended it up to Sindhu, Indus River. So this Sindhu to was quite a jump, Sindhu to Jamuna, Indus to Jamuna. But the point was that these Sikhs were divided into different rulers. Every Jatha, Misal and every part was having different Sikh Guru. Or now came the Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Now he did a great job. Mutti jab tak band hai, if a hand is, is a fist means a power. So he combined them, he united them all. That is how Ranjit Singh became so important. He reunited these groups, and now he established his capital at Lahore in 1799. Maharaja Ranjit Singh, he created or he finalized the capital at Lahore. Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Okay. At that time, the Marathas. Let us talk about the Marathas. Let me take you to the place where the center point was there, the area regime. This was the Pune, the capital of Marathas, and this whole area shaded. And if you see these lines shows where Marathas went, or to which places they ventured. Panipat, Third War, 1761. Marathas went up to Panipat, so that war was fought in Panipat. So you can imagine the extent Maratha kingdom has. So MK Maratha kingdom, basically, they were fighting against the Mughal rule. Sometimes Mughal will be having upper hand, sometimes they will be having upper hand. So always there will be a conflict. They were fighting against them. So the first and the important actually is Shivaji Maharaj, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Even the railway station of Mumbai is Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus. So this 1627 Shivaji Maharaj, 1627 till 1680 he was there. And he established a very, very strong kingdom. And there was a support with whom they actually made this kingdom. So there were powerful warrior families, and these were called as Deshmukhs. Deshmukhs, powerful warrior families. Okay. First thing, these were the source of Shivaji power, and along with this, any army, any Mughal, any Delhi Sultanate, if they don't have a strong army, that is the walking soldiers, so they were peasants and pastoralists, that is Pashu Charak, and these were very strong, highly mobile, very agile, and they were Kunbis. and they were actually the basement, the backbone of Maratha army. So this was Maratha's backbone, this army. So after Shivaji Maharaj's death, when he died, so the effective power was with whom? Because after Shivaji Maharaj, his kid, then his kid, and background, as I said, there are strong minds, strong, say, the politicians, and they were the Peshwas. These, you see, these were Chitpavan Brahmins. These were Chitpavan Brahmins, and those who came after Shivaji, means even with Shivaji and after Shivaji's successors, they worked with him and they were called as Peshwa. They were called as Peshwa, basically the principal minister, or you can say the mind of the king. So today you see Pune, or today's Pune became the capital of Marathas. If you go forward, this Peshwa, because they had a very strong military organization, that is how they can conquer, they can get hold of this vast empire. Okay. So what will happen? A fortification, one king will come, and if they are able to enter this fort, they win. But these Marathas and Peshwas, they didn't do that. When the Mughal armies are moving, they will raid them, or they will do the guerrilla warfare. That is, there will be no reinforcement possibility or supply line are cut for these Mughal armies. So that is how they attack from the back, they attack from the side, and surprise attack, and that is called guerrilla warfare. So that is how they were able to counter or decimate sometimes the Mughal empire, Mughal armies, this guerrilla warfare, though they were very strong. The Mughals were very strong, but still because of this kind of war, they did it because they had a very good military organization, right? Okay, coming to 1720 till 1761, this Maratha empire expanded exponentially, immensely. Okay, and can you imagine, they actually took Malwa and Gujarat from Mughals. By the 1720s, they have already got Malwa and Gujarat from Mughals. Can you imagine? So this, up till this 1730, they became this power and they became the overlord of this whole area, this Deccan Peninsula, this whole area. Okay, so this area they actually captured, and because they were overlord, they possess the right, because when they are becoming king or any army, they have to take care. They have to levy some taxes. They have to take some taxes, lagan, kar. So because of this army, because they were having a vast area, so they levied tax, they imposed tax, and these taxes were called as two type of taxes are there: Chauth and Sardeshmukhi. These taxes are Chauth and Sardeshmukhi. So what is Chauth and what is Sardeshmukhi? Wherever they are having direct control, okay, means those possessed or they have captured that area, they will take 25 from 100, whatever is there, 1/4. So 25% of the land revenue which are claimed by zamindars in the Deccan, this was collected by the Marathas. Okay, so this is 1/4. Marathas will take 25%. There is one more tax which is Sardeshmukhi. So this is 1/4 plus now 9 to 10%. For example, if 100 is what the farmer has produced, they will take 25 because of Chauth and 10 more or 9 more because of Sardeshmukhi. It's a kind of cess, revenue. So this Sardeshmukhi are collected by whom? The head revenue collector in the Deccan. The head revenue collector in the Deccan. So the place where they have direct control, they levy Sardeshmukhi as well, and others they only apply Chauth. So when they actually expanded, as I said, they went different parts, because when they raided or they entered Delhi 1737, there are different factions, different areas they tried to capture. Rajasthan, Punjab, Bengal, Odisha, in the east, Karnataka, and there are countries, that is the villages of Tamil and Telugu also. Means everywhere they actually conquered. But it was not a part of Maratha Empire like Mughal Empire. It was not. So they just made the other person to pay something. That is when the other person will agree that okay, you actually got over us. So Maratha will take money from them, enormous resources. So when they take money or resources, so everywhere there is this is kind of a graph. So whatever they were doing, Marathas, it came with a price, because they were actually attacking, getting control of all these, taking money from them, or trying to get the tribute or gift from them. So they actually came a price, because when they are attacking these different places, people there or the rulers there, they became hostile towards Marathas. That is, they went against Marathas. They were not liking the Marathas controlling or taking over these many parts. So in 1761, there was a battle of Panipat in 1761. So it was between Marathas and Afghans, and finally Afghans they conquered, or the Maratha got lost. They lost just because people there were not supporting Marathas. They were supporting Afghans. Along with this, Marathas, they were very good administrative system they had, Prashasanik Tantra. So they will go to different places, especially the groundwork they will do. They encourage the agriculture and revive the trade, which was not that good previously. And the Marathas chiefs, this made this kind of more remuneration. They made these name I am taking. These names are Scindia of Gwalior, Gaikwad of Baroda, and Bhosle of Nagpur. These were main chief. So I'll take two names, the very important places right now also. Under the patronage of Ujjain, this Scindia, it was Ujjain, and under Holkar, it was Indore. Again, Ujjain under Scindia, and Indore under Holkar. Okay, so these cities, they became very important hub. They became very important hub, like the commercial center and the cultural center. So let me tell you again, the chiefs, the Sardars, Scindia of Gwalior, Gaikwad of Baroda, and Bhosle of Nagpur came up. And these two cities I am talking about, they became commercial and cultural centers, Ujjain and Indore. So this is very important, because at that time, it was all because of the influence of the Marathas. And they found new routes also, trade routes. So this silk which was produced in this region which I am showing, Chanderi region, have new market now. Pune, because Pune is the capital of Marathas. And the Burhanpur, because it was trading only with Agra and Surat. Now it has new two and different other places where it can sell. That is Pune and Nagpur, Lucknow, Allahabad. So Pune and Nagpur in the south, Lucknow and Allahabad in the east. So Burhanpur from here, there are different things that can go. Trading can be done. So that is how they went for agriculture, trade, and everything happened that time. Now coming to the Jats. Jat. You see the name Jat. It has a valor in it, strength in it. So Jats, they got the power or consolidated the power in late 17th and 18th century. They consolidated their power in this Vyavasthit. And there is a leader, his name is Chudaman. His name is Dheer Veer Rama Chudamanji, Chudaman. And they got control, or he acquired control over the west part of city of Delhi right now. So this is west. So west part of Delhi, he actually got control or acquired control of this part, Chudaman. And by the 1680s, these Jats, they start dominating. And these cities are Delhi and Agra. Can you imagine? Delhi and Agra. Delhi and Agra are the capitals of Mughal Empire. But now the Jats, even let me tell you, they actually were custodians, Sangrakshak of city of Agra. So Agra was the capital. Agra was the capital of various Mughal emperors. And when you get control over it, that means you are actually powerful. The Jats were actually, they were agriculturists. And they were prosperous. That is, they were having good money. but they were peasants and farmers. And two places, towns, Panipat and Vallabhgarh, they were important trading center, that is Vyapari Kendra. Trading, buying, selling was going on. And here we have Surajmal, and under him the kingdom of Bharatpur. Under Maharaj Surajmal, Bharatpur, it is very near to Agra. If you go take train from Delhi to Mumbai, you'll see this Bharatpur come. So this Bharatpur, it became a very strong state under Surajmal. If you see Nadir Shah, when he sacked down, when he akraman the Delhi in 1739, various important people who were in Delhi, they just ran into him, that is Surajmal, and they asked his shelter. They wanted refuge. Okay, please save us because this Nadir Shah has come. So his son, Nadir Shah's son, Jawahir Shah, he had 30,000 troops, his own, and hired another 20,000 Marathas and 15,000 Sikh troops to fight whom? The Mughals. So you can imagine the power of Jats and how they also created the strength. And these are two forts I am showing. This is Bharatpur fort, and it was made in a very conventional and traditional style. That is, they combined the styles of Amber and Agra. So Dig is a place where they made it, and it was all garden palace, like the Humayun ka Maqbara and like the Taj Mahal. So they combined the architecture of Amber and Agra. Amber is basically the Jaipur right now. So this is about the Jats. Now coming to the French Revolution. This is about 1789 to 1794. So I'll talk about the American also and French Revolution also. So the American and French Revolution, both revolutionized things. So they were actually against, and they were challenging, they are countering the power which are gained and enjoyed by the aristocrats. So the French Revolution, mainly the middle classes, the peasants, the artisans, they fought against these special rights which are enjoyed by the clergy and the nobility. Clergy means church related, and nobility means the higher and upper class at those places. So they were saying that if you are born in some nobility or clergy, you don't get right by birth. You have to own it. You have to achieve it. That is, everyone should have their position basis of the merit. That is, everyone should have equal laws, and opportunity should be equal for everyone. Any poor, any rich, no difference should be there. And they wanted to participate every year. Previously, clergies and nobility, they will only have that last say. They will vote and they'll decide. And the revolutionaries said that we want to be, or we need to be given participation in all the affairs of the country. That is, we need to be treated as citizens. So the citizenship idea, the nation state, our country like this, and the democratic rights, these all things came into India from late 19th century. In our subcontinent in India, this came from the late 19th century, after 1850, you can imagine. So this is how the French Revolution revolutionized the world, and it revolutionized the India or Indian people and Indian subcontinent as well. Right? So this is all about this chapter. Thank you so much. Take care of yourself.